Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Introduction of government bills. Ms. Finley for Mr. Clement, seconded by Mr. Straw, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Electricity and Gas Inspection Act and the Weights and Measures Act. This motion is deemed adopted. Madame Finley pour Mr.
Ms. Finley for Mr. Clement, seconded by Mr. Straw, moves that this bill be read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
When shall the bill be read a second time? À la prochaine.
The next sitting of the House.
Le projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills. Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Ms. Cody, seconded by Ms. Chow, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Motor Vehicle Safety Act, Sideguards. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for St. John's South, Mount Pearl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for Trinity Spadina for seconding my private member's bill. I know she's advocated for these changes that I seek to make in this bill as well. Today I'm introducing a private member's bill to increase road safety. This bill would amend the Motor Vehicle Safety Act to ensure that all vehicles in a higher weight categories that are manufactured or imported to Canada would be equipped with sideguard protection. With the passage of this bill, Canada will join the European Union and Australia in protecting its citizens, such as pedestrians and cyclists, against the risk of falling under the sides of vehicles in higher weight categories. Now, my province of Newfoundland and Labrador has recognized the value of this safety measure and is installing sideguards on its new fleet of snow removal equipment. Many lives could be saved if these measures are in place. The tragic loss of Jessica Holman Price has moved her family into action on this very issue, and she was the one that brought this information to me, and her parents are with us today. I urge all members of the House to support this bill when it comes up for debate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Cody, seconded by Ms. Chow, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. Cette motion est répétée.
This motion is deemed adopted.
When shall the bill be read a second time? À la prochaine.
At the next sitting of the House.
Projet de loi émanant des députés.
Introduction of private members' bill.
Motion.
Motions. Presenting
petitions. The honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm presenting a petition today that's been signed by hundreds of residents of Southern Ontario, from Scarborough, Toronto, Mississauga, Brampton, right through to London, Ontario. These are all Canadians who are very concerned about the human rights situation in North Korea. Mr. Speaker, as you know, there are thousands of refugees who try to escape the brutal, despotic thugs that run the North Korean government, and these undersigned petitioners call upon the House of Commons and the Government of Canada to support my motion M383 and vigorously participate in an international effort to urge the Government of China to ensure the safe passage of North Korean refugees so that they can leave, go to South Korea, and go to other parts of the world. Mr. Speaker, it is a desperate human rights situation in North Korea provoked by a despotic government, and these petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada and the Parliament of Canada to support North Korean refugees to bring an end to this crisis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Glengarry, Prescott Russell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have here a petition I would like to table from people in my riding, over 160 signatures from such places as Maxville, Alexandria, Dunvegan, Vankleek Hill, Alfred, etc. Mr. Speaker, the people that have signed this petition value human life, particularly at its most vulnerable stages. I'm speaking of the elderly, the sick, and they are asking parliamentarians to vote against Bill C-384, which, of course, is the bill that seeks to legalize euthanasia and assisted suicide. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Elmwood, Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions today. The first, Mr. Speaker, is signed by dozens of Canadians calling on the House of Commons and the government to bring greater accountability and transparency to the credit card industry. The debit card transactions are currently handled by Interac, which is a non-profit organization made up of the Canadian banks. Debit card fees are currently a flat fee per transaction, and there's no review process for increases to credit card or debit card fee increases at this time. In addition, there's no requirement that credit card and debit card fees be disclosed at the point of sale to consumers. Also, debit card and credit card fees can be increased without justification. Mr. Speaker, credit card fees are a percentage of the total sale, and the federal government is prepared now to allow Visa and MasterCard to enter the debit card business, effectively allowing Visa and MasterCard to change from small flat fees to a fee which will greatly increase the cost of all purchases. Mr. Speaker, the petitioners demand the Conservative government to enshrine in legislation that debit cards be kept at a flat fee and that credit card fees be made transparent and accountable. Mr. Speaker, the second petition, also signed by dozens of Canadians, is to end the war in Afghanistan. The Canadian soldiers and Afghan citizens continue to die in a never-ending war that gets worse with each new deployment of troops. There's been a 40% increase in civilians killed since in 2008, with more than 100 tons of bombs dropped by NATO each month. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, women's rights are not on the agenda of the Afghan government. The war has cost Canadians more than $18 billion. That money could have been used to improve health care and seniors' pensions right here in Canada. Mr. Speaker, polls continue to show a clear majority of Canadians want the war to end before the scheduled removal date of 2011. The petitioners call on the government to bring home the troops now.
Honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise today to table a petition signed by approximately 150 people from across Canada, and it's in support of Bill C-474 and GMO seeds. So, thank you.
The présentation de pétition
Presenting petitions.
for l'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the following questions will be answered today. Q13, Q20, Q21, Q30, Q40, Q51, and Q94. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if questions number Q1, Q7, Q8, Q9, Q25, Q26, Q34, Q37, Q39, Q53, Q55, Q56, Q67, Q71, and Q75 could be made orders for returns. These returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it agreed that questions 1, 7, 8, 9, 25, 26, 34, 37, 39, 53, 55, 56, 67, 71, and 75 be made orders for return? Agreed? Agreed. And so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lastly, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed? Agreed. And so ordered. La Chambre a reçu un...
The House has received a question of privilege from the Honourable Member for Montmorency, Haute-Côte-Nord, so I'd like to hear him now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at the last election, general election, in 2008, the Conservatives lost a seat in Alberta. It was in the riding of Edmonton Strathcona. Rahim Jaffer was defeated by the NDP candidate. And consequently, since the last vote, Mr. Jaffer can no longer claim to be a member of Parliament, because to be a member of Parliament, you must have been elected, which is not the case with him. Nevertheless, in the Le Devoir newspaper of 13th April last, in an article by Hélène Buzetti, we learn, and I will quote the paragraph of the article, of Ms. Buzetti's article, Rahim Jaffer was defeated in the election, and yet he was handing out MP cards. He had the Conservative logo on his internet site. He used a parliamentary BlackBerry, which belonged to his wife, which gave him a governmental email address. And that is the end of the quotation by Hélène Buzetti. So by leading people to believe that he was still an MP, he committed a blatant action of obstruction and interference. On page 111 of O'Brien Bosque, one may read, and I quote, "It is not possible to codify all incidents which might be considered cases of obstruction interference, intimidation, and therefore constitute a prima facie offense. Nevertheless, the question of privilege is based on a member's usurping the title of MP, intimidation by an MP and his staff, and people have, and also providing deceitful information. More specifically, on the question of usurping the title of Member of Parliament, I would refer you, Mr. Speaker, to page 113 of O'Brien Bosque, where we read that to falsely present someone as a Member of Parliament has, in two ways, bring us to the conclusion that this person has, that there is a question of privilege here, and this in two ways. Earlier, Speaker Bosley said when somebody else was mentioned as the MP instead of the MP who was actually sitting for, and had been elected in the riding, Speaker Bosley said, this person must be able to assume his identity, and any attempt at usurping this identity would not allow the sitting MP to fulfill his office as he should. Anything that would prevent an MP from fulfilling his duties is contempt and is a question of privilege. And again, at page 113, Mr. Speaker, there is a decision which concerns you personally. And I would remind you that in 2004, you ruled, Mr. Speaker, on this question of usurping the title of Member of Parliament. A question of privilege was raised about a booklet containing publicity which designated the former MP as the sitting MP, and you concluded that there was a prima facie case of contempt of privilege, and you referred this matter to the Standing Committee on Procedure. Now, at first blush, Mr. Speaker, by acting in a way that would lead people to believe that this person was still a Member of Parliament, one might think that Rahim Jaffer had only hurt the MP for Edmonton Strathcona because her riding is the one he formerly represented. But by distributing his former business cards as an MP, the member, by leading people to believe that the position of MP was something that you could make money with, Rahim Jaffer committed serious offenses in terms of influence peddling, and this sullies the entire political class. This, therefore, constitutes, Mr. Speaker, in our opinion, a serious hindrance to us fulfilling our duties as parliamentarians. And I would like to emphasize this particular element, Mr. Speaker. He thus attacked the privilege of the 308 members of Parliament in this House, including you, who were elected legitimately following the election of October 14th, 2008. And in this way, Rahim Jaffer sullied the reputation and the credibility of the institution that is the House of Commons. Objectively, this conduct is unacceptable, and the fact that it involves a person who sat with us for almost 12 years makes it all the more repugnant. Mr. Speaker, it is to see my privilege respected as well as my other colleagues in the Bloc Québécois, but everyone who sits in this House. It is because of this that I raise this question of privilege. The use of the title of MP and the reputation of MP must be protected. And I would ask you, Mr. Speaker, to assume your responsibility as custodian of our privilege, the privilege of the 308 members of the House of Commons who were elected. And you were elected and you sit in the seat you do now because you are considered to be an appropriate custodian of our position. You do belong to a political party, but you no longer take part in the caucus of that political party because you are now above partisanship. Now, I need you, our colleagues need you, to maintain and safeguard our parliamentary privilege. Now, what Rahim Jaffer is doing is not some innocuous gesture committed by mistake or committed in good faith. Mr. Speaker, he couldn't not know that he had not been elected in the last election. So this was a deliberate action committed with intentions that are beyond doubtful, beyond suspicious. So I would like you to hear my question of privilege on behalf of all colleagues in this House, of whatever party, since you are Speaker. And if you deem my question in order, I will prepare the appropriate motion, which I will then table. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Joliette on a...
The Honourable Member for Joliette on a point of order. Mr. Speaker, April 1st last, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader spoke to an amendment to my colleague, the member for Chambly-Bordua. With respect, order, please. This is not a point of order. This was a matter that was raised concerning the intervention of the Honourable Member for Montmorency-Haute-Côte-Nord.
I will examine the quote from the Le Devoir and see whether the former member for Edmonton Strathcona has distributed business cards. He has said that this is at first glance, a serious breach of members' privileges. During the 39th Parliament, the person in question was elected but was not re-elected. There are certain facts that have been laid out, and I thank the honourable member. In these circumstances, it is difficult for the Speaker to establish the facts because the evidence submitted consists only of one allegation in a newspaper. At this point, therefore, I will take the matter under advisement, and the Speaker will wait for further information, if such information is available, and then will decide whether there is a question of privilege. The Honourable Member for Montmorency-Charlebois-Haute-Côte-Nord. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I just want to understand clearly what the status of the matter is, this question of privilege. If over the next few days you do not receive any additional evidence, does that mean that you will make a decision on the substance of the point? I am concerned that there is not enough evidence right now, and so I will wait for further information if there is any such information that comes available. And after that, I will make a decision if necessary, certainly. Now, the Honourable Member for Joliette, his point of order. Mr. Speaker, I can understand that you want to reflect on the issue, and perhaps I was a little bit hasty in trying to rise for my own point. As I mentioned, on April 1st, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House gave a point of order regarding the Bill C-324 that was introduced by the NDP, and my colleague, the member for Chambly-Bourgeois, had commented on that. This concerns a national housing strategy, and we maintain that there are at least two nations if we don't take into account the First Nations and the Acadians. We want the Quebec government to be able to opt out of this strategy and to receive without any conditions any monies that would be allocated for this strategy for Quebec. This would be unconditional compensation. The Parliamentary Secretary indicated that the national housing strategy would be prepared in consultation with all of the provinces, and that any opting out would go against this strategy and be against the law. But, Mr. Speaker, there are already a number of examples of strategies that are Canada-wide that enable Quebec to opt out, and this goes back to the early 1960s. For example, Quebec manages its own pension system. We had an agreement between the government of Quebec and the federal government concerning the selection of immigrants a number of years ago. We have our own daycare system as well. So this kind of national pan-Canadian strategy of the type that Paul Martin came up with will be defeated, is not wanted in Quebec. There were negotiations as well on labor training, and Quebec therefore has its own structure for occupational training. We have our own system for that. There are a number of examples, therefore, of strategies that apply across Canada, but where Quebec has the right to opt out with full compensation and without conditions. Bill C-304 is a housing strategy bill aimed at enabling Quebec to opt out in a jurisdiction, after all, that is already under Quebec's responsibility. And that makes it even more understandable why my colleague, the member for Chambly-Bourgeois, wanted to introduce the amendment that he did. This does not prevent other provinces and the federal government to develop a strategy that would apply across Canada except in Quebec. The Parliamentary Secretary did not agree with us. Our point was that this was in keeping with the bill, and there was a decision dealing with the eligibility of this amendment, and you pointed out that the Speaker is always very reluctant to get involved and make a decision on points of debate and legislation that should be resolved by members themselves. And committees need to be masters of their own fate, and the Speaker is not usually involved. And I would mention that the amendment was approved by the Standing Committee. There is no reason, therefore, not to follow that sage advice and to allow this amendment. The Therefore, this amendment from the Standing Committee on Human Resources should be admissible.
Same point.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am rising on the same point of order, and I'd like to address some of the points that were raised by the Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons relating to an amendment made in the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities to Bill C-304, an act to ensure secure, adequate, accessible and affordable housing to Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I'll start by referring to a ruling that you made on January 29th, 2008, referring to a committee amendment to the Citizenship and Immigration Act, then before the House. In that ruling, you said, quote, "In essence, what we are dealing with is the distinction between the principle of the bill and its scope. The principle refers to the purpose or objective of a bill, while the scope refers to its legislative scheme or the mechanisms that will give effect to the principle, purpose or objective of the bill," end of quote. Well, Mr. Speaker, in C-304, the Parliamentary Secretary himself stated in his argument on April the 1st that the purpose of this bill is to, quote, "require the development of a national housing strategy," end of quote, by having the minister, quote, "consult all provincial and territorial ministers on the development of such a strategy," end of quote. He then said that the rules explain that amendments cannot be outside the scope or principle of the bill as past its second reading, and that's certainly a rule that we're all familiar with. Well, I'd like to submit to you, Mr. Speaker, that the Parliamentary Secretary, while he did give an accurate description of the principle and the scope of this bill, the principle is to develop a strategy and the scope or the mechanism is to do that through consultations. The key to the government's argument seems to prejudge what the results of these consultations will be. The amendment in question is a permissive and not mandatory amendment, and it gives the minister an ability to achieve the principle of the bill, a national housing strategy, by refining the scope in terms of consultation to include an option that has been in place in other social policy strategies throughout Canadian history. And therefore, I would submit that the amendment does not change the scope or purpose of the bill, but it rather seeks to clarify it. I believe that the committee chair's opinion on the principle of this bill may have been well-intentioned, but the committee members were also correct when they decided that the amendment to allow the minister an option to respond to consultations up to and including an opt-out for Quebec was within the scope of possible consultations which are required to allow the minister to meet the principle of the bill to develop a national housing strategy. This option provided in the amendment is a reasonable one and one which is as old as Canada, the option to treat different parts of our country as different as unique. The House recently passed a motion to define Quebec as a nation within our nation. We have the Canada Pension Plan, the National Child Benefit, two well-functioning national programs that Quebec has chosen not to participate in, but instead provide similar services. Quebec has opted out of the Canada Student Loans Program since 1964 and recently received its transfer of approximately $125 million from the federal government in support of its student financial assistance programs for the most recent academic year. To go back further, the Liberal government, 2004, their action plan on health exempted Quebec from the criteria and accountability set up for all other provinces and territories while guaranteeing full health transfer payments. A further example is Canada's Social Union Framework Agreement of 2002, which was a pan-Canadian approach to the reform of Canada's health and social policy systems, to which all provinces were signatory to except Quebec. The Quebec-Canada Accord on Immigration allows Quebec to establish its own immigration requirements distinct from the rest of Canada. Governments for years, as former Prime Minister Paul Martin noted, have recognized, quote, Quebec's unique place within federation, end of quote. It is reasonable that members of Parliament understand that any national strategy must reflect Quebec's right to protect its unique nature through the delivery of certain programs. The amendment in question today does not alter the nature of the bill, but clarifies this right. The government argued that because an amendment to exclude Quebec from Bill S3 was inadmissible, that this amendment on Bill C304 should also be inadmissible. However, Mr. Speaker, these two bills are not comparable. Providing the option for Quebec to opt out of a consultation process as outlined in Bill C304 does not have the same effect on the Act as the exclusion of Quebec does from Bill S3, which was an act affecting the duties of every federal institution in Canada by enhancing the enforceability of the Government of Canada's obligations under Part 7 of the Official Languages Act. It is also relevant that the 2005 ruling was not challenged by the majority of the committee members as necessary to the bill, as was the case of the amendment to Bill C304. The aim of Bill C304 is to ensure the delivery of the right to adequate housing. Quebec is in the unique circumstance of having ratified the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, recognizing the right to adequate housing, and currently meets many of the objectives outlined in Bill C304. Therefore, as this House stated when it defined Quebec as a nation within a nation, the principle of this bill, being a national housing strategy, should naturally reflect Parliament's definition of our nation, which is that it can include an asymmetrical form of federalism without changing the principle of being a united Canada. Quebec has an existing agreement in place with the federal government, giving Quebec jurisdiction over the development and delivery of its housing programs, clarifying that Quebec may participate in the process of establishing a national housing strategy, as was the case before the adoption of the amendment. And it will only serve to enhance Quebec's potential willingness to participate in the process set out in Bill C304. Therefore, in closing, Mr. Speaker, I submit that the amendment made in committee is permissive and not mandatory. It only clarifies in nature an acknowledgement of our understanding of a nation within the scope and consistent with the principle of Bill C304. I further submit that this is a rare case when the Chair's decision on the scope is misplaced and the members of the committee were correct in allowing this amendment to stand. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope that you will take this into consideration and support the committee members who agree that this amendment does have its rightful place in Bill C304. Thank you.
I would like to thank the Honourable Member for Joliette and the Honourable Member for Vancouver East for their interventions on this point.
There are their remarks when I review the matter and come back to the House with the ruling in due course on this. Orders of the day. Order du jour.
Government orders, government bills.
Bill C9, the Jobs and Economic Growth Act.
When the bill was last before the House, the Honourable Member for Verchères Les Patriotes had the floor, and I believe he has 5 minutes remaining, 6 in fact, to finish his remarks. The Honourable Member for Verchères Les Patriotes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have, if I had unanimous consent, I would take a little more time. As you know, Mr. Speaker, I will not come back to what I said the other afternoon on Tuesday at 5:25, but at that time you said I could come back and talk about the bill a little more, and if I have time I will go back over some of those points. I listened carefully to the point of order raised by my honourable colleague in the Bloc Québécois, and he said that we need to do everything to respect the constitutional prerogatives of Quebec. Yesterday, the member for Saint-Lambert and the member for Hochelaga introduced a bill together to eliminate the federal spending power. Of course, we're talking here again about the jurisdiction of Quebec and the provinces. Once again, in Bill C-9, there are examples of interference by the federal government in exclusive jurisdiction of Quebec and the provinces. And as health critic, I am not surprised to see this. In the committee, the Standing Committee on Health, the members of the Federalist parties, the Canadian parties, asked questions to emphasize the role of the federal government in health, which, as you will recall, is an exclusive jurisdiction of Quebec and the provinces. Some people will say that health is a praiseworthy goal. We want to help people. We want to cure their illnesses and so on. But that isn't the issue, Mr. Speaker. We should not ask whether these are good measures, they're desirable ones, but rather whether the federal government has a role to play in them. And you will agree, I believe, that it is not the role of the federal government to do these things. Bill C-9 in Part 22 talks about the millions of dollars that will be spent to fund a foundation, which is a nonprofit organization to deal with health problems. So we should not ask whether this is a good or a bad thing, but rather whether this is a role that the federal government should be playing. The federal government should, in the health area, provide all the money to Quebec that it deserves in order for Quebec to be able to meet the health needs of the public in that territory. So it is of great concern to see that once again the government is ignoring the jurisdictional responsibilities and interfering once again. The leader of the Liberal Party is of the same ilk. He is quite eager to go against any initiatives that come from the government of Quebec. In Part 2 of Bill C-9, we have the implementation of an improved system for the labeling of tobacco products. As the health critic, I am quite happy to see measures brought forward to deal with anything that would increase the use of tobacco. We agreed with the government when it decided to introduce Bill C-32 to eliminate cigarillos and flavored tobacco, and to pass a legislation and issue regulations to that effect.
Now, the government listened to the Bloc Québécois' proposals and is in favor of this kind of a labeling system. But, Mr. Speaker, there again, it's too little. We must call on the government to take action, concrete steps to deal with the problems associated with tobacco, because we know that the measures currently in place are insufficient. In the Bloc Québécois, my colleague responsible for a critic for public safety and the justice critic are calling on this government to put in place strong measures to deal with the growth in contraband tobacco and to eliminate it. Because in the end, if we want our young people to live in a situation where they don't have access to low-cost cigarettes, something must be done to deal with this issue. Now, allow me to talk about a number of measures that the Bloc Québécois would like to see put in place by the government in this area. Measures that it is familiar with because we have already discussed them here in this House. But I'd like to remind the government of them here today because in Part 2 of Bill C9, the government puts forth one measure. It's interesting, but it's insufficient. Now, you say my time is up? My time is already up, Mr. Speaker? Then I will have to come back to this next time. However, if the Minister of Public Safety or the Minister of Health would like to hear me speak to these, I invite them to contact me specifically, directly. I would be more than happy to share my ideas with them. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Honourable Member for Yukon. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I appreciate the member's expert in health and on Health Committee, which I filled in. I just wanted to ask him a question related to the Healing Foundation, and that the government suggest, there's been a national outcry that that's been closed. 132 institutions across the country that have provided these services excellently, well evaluated by the government, all shut down. And the minister's excuse is that, the Department of Health could provide those services. Well, the Department of Health were providing those services before, but it wasn't enough. Obviously, they needed these other 133 programs or institutions. The member would like to comment further on that?
The Honourable Member for Verchères-les-Patriotes. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. If he has heard the remarks made by the Bloc critic for Aboriginal Affairs, then he will understand that we can't be happy with limiting access to health care services for Aboriginal peoples. It's shameful, Mr. Speaker, and we heard this at the committee. In certain reserves, isolated reserves, they don't even have clean drinking water. How, Mr. Speaker, can you put in place public health measures that are adequate and effective in places where, Mr. Speaker, people don't have access to clean drinking water? We have to stop hiding from this reality, which is the pressing need of Aboriginal peoples in Canada, and that is the responsibility of the federal government. They're in charge of taking care of them. We can't simply hide behind the reality that exists. Concrete steps must be taken. And the member for the Yukon is absolutely right to rise in this House and to demand that the government take concrete steps. I want to thank him for that. Questions and comments?
Member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I greatly appreciated the speech made by my colleague. This bill before the House is a bill that doesn't deal with the priorities of the average people in this country, as the member knows full well. The Conservatives appear to want to give billions of dollars to the banks and to large corporations instead of investing the money in communities across the country. In addition, the government is attempting to reduce the responsibilities of Canada Post, and this will not help Canadian communities either. So I'd like to hear from the member from the Bloc. What does he feel the government needs to do in order to help the average people? Does he feel that the Conservative government has taken the necessary steps, or is he simply off course? The Honourable Member for Verchères. I'd like to thank my colleague when he talks about what the average citizen wants. Well, it's true that there's absolutely nothing in this bill for the middle class. Now, how many times has our colleague for HoC stood in this House to tell the government that it needs to target areas where the money is required? Now, there's billions of dollars, as the member said, is going to the banks, and they're moving that into tax havens. That's horrible, Mr. Speaker. That's where the money is. My colleague, the member for Hochelaga, crisscrossed Quebec in order to gather up comments from organizations and citizens that establish their priorities, their budget priorities for this government. But once again, in the budget brought down by the federal government, the rigorous measures put forth by the Bloc were completely ignored. Now, when my colleague for the NDP refers to Canada Post, well, C9 is in fact, there is a measure, an incognito measure about the government's plans to put an end to the privileges by Canada Post. The government introduced C44, it didn't bring it back, and is trying to slip that into C9, and that's completely unacceptable. Resuming debate.
Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak on Bill C9 today, the 2010 Budget Implementation Act. It is called the Jobs and Economic Growth Act, and I think that's a bit of a misnomer because there's absolutely nothing in this budget that will create the jobs and the economic growth of the future for Canada. And it's important to consider this budget in the context of the challenges and opportunities that Canada faces in the 21st century. Cette récession n'est pas...
Now, this recession is not a normal recession. It's a restructuring of the global economy. And it's not enough for Canada to simply take action. We have to see, too, that other countries have restructured their economies as well. We should never waste a good crisis.
Smart companies, smart entrepreneurs, smart governments used crises to change, to create opportunities. In fact, in Mandarin, the word crises is the same word as opportunity. And it's something that I think we should look back in history, and throughout history, we've seen intelligent leadership during crises create remarkable wealth for people. That is not what is happening in Canada today. In fact, we're wasting a good crisis. And with this budget, we have another example of the Conservatives who are failing to provide any level of vision. And while other countries are using their stimulus and have used their stimulus to make their economies more energy efficient, greener, and more competitive in a global carbon-constrained economy, this Conservative government is doing nothing with this visionless budget to address the changing nature of the global economy. De plus en plus,
increasingly, this is not a matter of environmental responsibility, but instead an issue of an economic opportunity for energy safety. It's very important for the jobs of the future to make our economy greener and more competitive.
Forum in January, everybody from Republican senators like Senator Lindsey Graham to U.S. Republican Senator Lindsey Graham to industry leaders agreed that the new green economy and the clean energy economy is going to become the largest economic growth area of the 21st century. Lindsey Graham actually said that 6 months ago, I was opposed to putting a price on carbon in the United States because I felt it would create a disadvantage with the Chinese economy. Today, I believe that with every day we wait to put a price on carbon in the United States, we are giving the Chinese a head start in the emerging green economy. That was a Republican senator from South Carolina who believed that the time had come in the United States to move forward with a price on carbon and investments, green investments, to create a more competitive economy in the global carbon-constrained world. In the words of France's finance minister at Davos this year, Christine Lagarde said, quote, "It's a race, and whoever wins that race will dominate economic development." She's speaking, of course, of the race for success in the green economy. Our Prime Minister, the Conservative Prime Minister of Canada, was the only leader at Davos who was saying that environmental responsibility, that measures to address climate change, will hurt the economy ultimately. Other governments around the world are investing to create competitiveness in the global green economy, but not Canada. South Korea invested 79% of its stimulus into green technologies. This is to create 1.8 million green jobs in the growing sector. China dedicated $218 billion of its stimulus towards clean environmental technologies. On a per capita basis, the United States has put 6 times more money into green and clean energy investments than Canada. The Conservatives, however, don't look beyond next week's polls. They're so focused on next week's polls that they're ignoring the challenges and the opportunities of the coming decades, and particularly the opportunities in the green sector. Canada has one of the lowest proportions of green spending in its stimulus package of any OECD country. In fact, I have a document here, the Green Investing 2010 Policy Mechanisms to Bridge the Financing Gap, a document from the World Economic Forum, and it lists the investments on table 13, green investments for various countries, and it says clean energy stimuli by country in 2009. U.S., China, South Korea, EU countries, Japan, Spain, Germany, Australia, UK, France, Brazil, Canada, with a paltry $1 billion of investment in clean energy last year, was at the very bottom of that list in terms of investment in green technology. So if we believe that the opportunities of the future are going to be in the green economy and clean energy, and if we're going to fulfill the government's words or promise of that is indicated by the government's words of Canada being a green energy, clean energy superpower, we've got to start making those investments now. And the government talks a good game, but unfortunately there is no first talker advantage, there's only first mover advantage. And other countries are moving, and we're sitting still, and as such we're falling behind. Mr. Speaker, other countries have invested in research and development and innovation. And again, in terms of scientific investment, our stimulus package in Canada has been among the lowest in the industrialized world. And the problem is that we're not only failing to create the jobs of today in this, what is effectively a jobless recovery, a statistical recovery but a human recession. We're not even protecting the jobs of today, let alone create the jobs of tomorrow. 1 in 5 young Canadians, almost 1 in 5 young Canadians, are looking for work. Farmers have been devastated by drops in demand. The forestry industry has all but collapsed, and we're leaving many Canadians without their livelihoods. This jobless recovery and human recession is devastating to a lot of Canadians as they hear the government boast of a recovery. Speaker, on page 34 of this government's budget, its own figures project that unemployment will continue to rise this year. So we need to focus, Mr. Speaker, on protecting the jobs of today but creating the jobs of tomorrow. We need to focus on the 3 E's, energy, economy, and the environment. We need to make Canada a global clean energy leader. We need to invest in clean conventional energy technology. We need to invest more in technologies like CO2 sequestration, where we have had a head start. 40% of the CO2 stored anywhere in the world is sequestered in Weyburn, Saskatchewan. That was because of the previous government, the Martin government, invested alongside of the private sector to invest in the technologies of the future, to put Weyburn on the map as a center of excellence globally for CO2 sequestration. Yet when the U.S. in December signed a deal with China, the China government, on CO2 sequestration, we weren't even at the table. Mr. Speaker, this is an area where we have the best technology and the best example of the implementation of that technology in the world, in Saskatchewan. And Canada is not at the table when the U.S. and China sign a deal on CO2 sequestration. We've got other examples of areas where we have a comparative advantage in clean energy technology. In Nova Scotia, for example, in the Bay of Fundy, we have the highest tides in the world. We should be investing to harness this energy, these tides, as a source of clean energy. While many Canadians, ordinary Canadians, look forward to and in fact want to see government provide leadership for the future, this Conservative budget actually looks forward or looks backward. Mr. Speaker, the fact is that there is a number of areas of failure in this budget, but I want to also talk about the importance of healthy communities. Across Canada, Mr. Speaker, there's a need for investments in healthy communities. In my riding, we have projects or we have facilities that are quite aged. For instance, Glooscap Arena in Canning, Nova Scotia. We have the East Hants Sportsplex in a community in Lance, in a community that the Hants East Corridor area that has doubled in population in the last 10 years. The Hants County Exhibition Arena in Windsor, the birthplace of hockey, no less, Mr. Speaker.
Here, here.
And we need investments in these important recreational facilities. You cannot have healthy citizens if you don't have healthy community infrastructure.
Right on.
The East Hants Sportsplex, the province of Nova Scotia, has committed $5 billion. Hants East has committed
I'll have to stop the member there as time has expired. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
The statement from the member from Kings Hants. Enjoy working with him on the International Trade Committee. Now, this budget implementation bill, as you know, Mr. Speaker, is the everything but the Kitchen Sink Act. What the Conservatives have done, they've thrown in a whole number of provisions that have no business being in a budget implementation act. We have everything from legalizing the theft of the Employment Insurance Fund to softwood lumber tariffs to probably one of the most egregious elements, which is around Canada Post and removing Canada Post capacity to serve the public right across the country, including smaller communities right across the country, like in Nova Scotia, the members riding in Kings Hants. So I'd like the member to comment on how appropriate or inappropriate this is for the Conservatives to throw all of these provisions into a budget bill rather than having the courage and the honesty to bring those provisions forward one by one so that members of Parliament can evaluate them and vote on them one by one rather than this deceptive and irresponsible practice. Could the member comment on that, please?
The Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
I thank the member for his question, and he's identified a real problem with this budget and with a lot of legislation that this government puts forward. They put in all kinds of measures that merit individual debate and discussion and ultimately voting on the floor of the House of Commons, and they make it very difficult for opposition parties to participate meaningfully, for members of Parliament, in fact, members of Parliament in all parties, including the Conservative Party, to participate meaningfully in debate, discussion, and the crafting of legislation, and ultimately the passage of legislation. And I think that it's one of the reasons why for the diminution of the role of Parliament has been the fact that this government and this Prime Minister has no respect for Parliament, and this is another example. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Oak Ridges, Markham.
Speaker, I'm interested in listening to the member's speech because he was able to outline why Canadians, in essence, turned to a new government in 2006. He was outlining many of the failures of the previous government when he talked about the environment. I wonder if he could share with us some of the reasons why it was that the previous government was unable to meet any of its targets with respect to the environment. He also outlined some of the infrastructure problems in his riding. I note that we have one of the largest infrastructure programs in Canadian history underway. I wonder if, and much of the time, while he's been a member, it was under a previous Liberal government that the infrastructure that he talks about was allowed to deteriorate. I wonder if he has some insights as to why the previous government was unable to make its commitments to the environment, and why, when they were in government for so long, did he allow the infrastructure in his riding to deteriorate so badly?
The Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Speaker, the previous government inherited a $43 billion deficit from the last Conservative government. And the first The first priority was to eliminate that deficit such that the Liberal government was able to then make the investments that are important to Canadians. Invest in things like early learning and childcare so that all Canadian families would have access to it. Deals signed with all Canadian provinces annulled and cancelled by that government. The fact is he raises infrastructure in my riding, and I want to talk about the importance of recreational infrastructure. And the fact is that in the East Hand Sportsplex, when you have the provincial government of Nova Scotia committing $5 billion, you have $3.5 billion committed by the municipality of Hants East. It's time for the federal government to stand up and invest in this important project, the East Hand Sportsplex.
Order. There's enough time for a very brief question or comment. The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be very brief. I just want the member, it seems like this government seems to be either biased or very discriminatory to when it comes to infrastructure or rink applications. I know in my riding, the Greek community has been snowed out. Can you elaborate on that, why they're being biased to that? And also the carbon capture technology of how this government's investment in comparison to other countries, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kings Hants.
The fact is, Mr. Speaker, that when people when families in Canning, Nova Scotia, whose children play hockey, need probably a couple $100,000 invested in the Glooscap Arena to upgrade it so that it can continue to operate, they should not have to see their tax dollars invested in mega projects elsewhere when all they need is an investment to keep that rink open. And the fact is the partisanship of the investments of this government are absolutely offensive because all Canadian taxpayers
resuming debate. Order. The honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise to speak on Bill C-9, the Budget Implementation Act. The misnomer, of course, is the subtitle is Jobs and Economic Growth Act. I think a number of speakers from this corner of House, from the NDP, have pointed out how inappropriate that term is, given that this government has absolutely no approach, no fundamental economic approach, no industrial policy, and no real attempt to create jobs and prosperity for the middle class. What they love to do, Mr. Speaker, as you well know, is to just shovel money off the back of a truck to bankers and the richest of Canada's CEOs, and that's their attempt at economic policy, Mr. Speaker. This corner of the House, we actually believe in sound economics and a fundamental economic approach that includes an industrial policy, includes building export markets abroad by providing the same supports that our competitors are providing to their export industries. So we have different approaches, Mr. Speaker. I would like to say, and I think I'll conclude my remarks in a few minutes by saying that Canadian values and Canadians much closer to where the NDP is going than what the Conservatives are offering in this Budget Implementation Act. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'll start off by saying, as I mentioned previously, this should be called the Everything But the Kitchen Sink Act, because what the government has done, thrown in a whole range of inappropriate measures into this bill. Is this in keeping with where Canadians want to go? Of course not, Mr. Speaker. Do Canadians want to see Canada Post gutted in its ability to provide services across the country? Of course not. Do Canadians want to see punitive softwood tariffs imposed that will hit the provinces of Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Ontario, and Quebec? Of course not. And this will force, of course, more mill closures, Mr. Speaker, more loss of jobs. We have the softwood sellout that killed 20,000 jobs across the country. Budget Implementation Act will continue that tradition amongst Conservative government budgets and policies of killing our softwood jobs in this country. Mr. Speaker, what this bill also does is legalize the employment insurance theft that took place. This is $57 billion of money that was taken by Canada's middle class, by Canada's workers, by the former Liberal government, a practice continued by the Conservative government, money that Canadians paid into an employment insurance account as an insurance policy against loss of wages. And yet what this Budget Implementation Act does is legalize that theft. It's quite simple, Mr. Speaker. It's like you rob a bank and then afterwards you change the law to say that robbing banks is okay. Well, robbing the Employment Insurance Fund, Mr. Speaker, was robbing Canadians, robbing unemployed Canadians. And for the Conservatives to offer the legalization, retroactive legalization of this theft, whether it occurred under the former Liberal government or the current Conservative government, is equally inappropriate. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, Canadians will punish the Conservatives when they get the opportunity to voice their disapproval on what is a fundamentally irresponsible and dishonest act. Mr. Speaker, what this also does is centralize control in Ottawa of the environmental assessment process. Now, Mr. Speaker, we've seen this with other Conservative ministries. We've seen how the Conservatives have tried to centralize control in Ottawa, that growing sense of entitlement of this Conservative government. We've certainly seen, perhaps most particularly just in the actions of the last few weeks, but the centralization of control, putting in the hands of very few people or one or two ministers the ability to determine whether or not the environment is protected in various parts of the country, Mr. Speaker, again, is something that conflicts with basic Canadian values. Canadians are fair people. Canadians want to see increased protection of environment, not decreased protection. And what this budget bill does, the everything but the kitchen sink bill, thrown in addition to all of these other measures put into this completely inappropriate omnibus bill, is it simply allows the Minister of the Environment to dictate the scope of environmental assessments or whether they even occur at all. Now, Mr. Speaker, for my province of British Columbia, perhaps the worst aspect of this Budget Implementation Act is that it compounds the incredibly unfair redistribution of taxes through the HST. Mr. Speaker, in my province of British Columbia, the HST is a hated word. It's an epithet. The BC Liberal government is on the retreat and desperately falling in the polls because of what they've done. What they've done is restructured taxes. They've given corporate CEOs another free ride. And they're saying to the average family in British Columbia, well, you're going to pay $2,000 more a year to supplement this tax-free ride that we're giving to the corporate bigwigs. Mr. Speaker, $2,000 at a time when British Columbia has been hard hit by incredibly inappropriate economic policies, both by the Conservative government but also by the BC Liberals, to force BC families to pay $2,000 more out of pocket so that corporate bigwigs can have an even longer tax-free holiday is absolutely inappropriate. And, Mr. Speaker, what we've seen over the last few days, I think, shows British Columbians' willingness to fight back in places like the Peace River country, which is certainly not a hotbed of the NDP. We've had hundreds and hundreds of British Columbians lining up to sign the referendum question, basically a petition to force a referendum on the HST in the Peace River country. Those names have been coming in so quickly that Peace River is virtually finished in meeting the threshold to force that referendum. In places like Delta, we've had 1,000 people out at community meetings right across the province, Vancouver Island, the Okanagan. In the Lower Mainland, we are seeing a record level of support to sign the petition, to force the referendum, to force back the federal Conservatives from their incredibly unfair attempt to give corporate bigwigs a free, tax-free holiday and force ordinary British Columbians to pay more. And Mr. Speaker, the Budget Implementation Act just compounds that problem by enlarging the HST into other areas like financial services. It's like, Mr. Speaker, Conservatives completely lost the ability to understand British Columbians. Like, they just don't listen to British Columbians anymore. As far as they're concerned, as we heard from one of the budget speeches that was made by the Conservatives, that Canada basically ended at the Rocky Mountains. And so that inability to understand British Columbians and and British Columbians' belief in having a fair tax system and British Columbians' abhorrence of unfair redistribution of taxes to penalize the average BC family $2,000 while giving corporate bigwigs a tax-free holiday is something that will cost the Conservatives quite dearly in whenever that next election occurs, Mr. Speaker, whether it's this spring or next fall or next year. There is no doubt British Columbians will punish the Conservatives for refusing to listen to them. Now, in the meantime, Mr. Speaker, British Columbians are lining up to sign the petition, and we will see, there is no doubt, we will see a referendum in British Columbia that will cut the HST. Now, Mr. Speaker, as you may know, the BC Liberals have been pointing the fingers at the federal Conservatives and saying that if the HST bill is not passed in the BC legislature, the Conservatives are going to doubly punish British Columbians. And I would just caution the Conservatives. British Columbians are already fed up. They're angry enough at Conservatives. If the idea of the federal Conservative government is we're going to punish British Columbia, we're going to make them pay more if this bill doesn't pass the legislature, I would say you will see a degree of anger and rage against these federal Conservatives that you have never seen before in British Columbia. Mr. Speaker, I'd be inclined to say every single Conservative seat in British Columbia would be put in jeopardy if the Conservatives are foolish enough to threaten British Columbians and say, well, we're going to impose an additional 5% PST on top of this 12% HST unless this bill is passed in the legislature. So that's a warning that I think all British Columbians are delivering to Conservatives in these coming days. So, Mr. Speaker, with all of these inappropriate measures, given what Canadians and British Columbians are living through, there is no doubt that the strong BC caucus of federal New Democrats will be voting against this Budget Implementation Act. It does nothing to address the fundamental economic challenges that we are facing, and nothing to help the middle class in British Columbia and elsewhere in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I enjoyed the member's speech. I wonder if he could if he wants to comment on process for a minute here. We get away from content and a wider vision of process. He made a good comment about process, what should obviously not be illegitimate in the budget implementation, just like last year with the Navigational Act and the pay equity. They did the same trick. But on other process issue, in a normal government situation, the member's quite experienced, you would have policy coming up from the expert bureaucrats. The government would take that, make bills, and then they would have programs evaluated, spend a lot of money for the purpose of seeing whether they should go on. But this government, it's backwards. The recommendations coming up, for instance, in justice from the experts are totally ignored in their crime bills. They do the exact opposite of what the officials are recommending. And then they do evaluations, excellent evaluations for programs such as the Aboriginal Healing Foundation got an excellent evaluation, the Canadian Foundation for Climate and Atmospheric Services, excellent evaluation, and then they shut these two down, totally down in this budget, lay off all those people, great economic action plan, lay off experts in Canada doing great work. If you'd just like to comment on the process of the government.
The honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for Yukon for his question. I mean, this is the fundamental problem that we're seeing with this Conservative government. And the member from Yukon may disagree with me on this, but I believe the Liberals were thrown out of government because of the corruption and because of their inability to respond to ordinary Canadians across the country. And the Conservatives made a series of promises, promptly broken, but one of their fundamental promises was transparency and due process in Parliament. And, right. Mr. Speaker, they have completely betrayed Canadians who voted for them on that basis. Completely, absolutely betrayed them. We are seeing as many scandals as we saw under the former Liberal government, but arguably, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are much, much, much worse when it comes to secrecy, central control, inability to provide for access to information, and the Access to Information Commissioner has given them an F on access to information, and that was one of the fundamental promises that the Prime Minister made when he was elected to government.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Oak Ridges Markham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've been hearing a lot throughout this debate about from the Liberals about why they were such a failure in government and all of the policies that they were unable to enact and why they were so unsuccessful as a government, why Canadians ultimately turned to a new government that would cut taxes, invest in Canadians' priorities, and focus on jobs and the economy. We've also been hearing throughout this debate a lot of the policies that the extreme left-wing coalition opposite would bring had they ever gotten the opportunity to govern in this country. I wonder, though, if he could shed some insight as to why his partners, the Liberal-led coalition partners, are actually voting in favor of this budget and other budgets, and why they continue to allow our good government to do what Canadians want, that is focus on the economy and the jobs, if, as they've been talking about, things are so bad. Why would they be voting in favor of it?
Good question.
The honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I won't comment on the Liberals voting for this budget and supporting and propping up the Conservatives over the last 4 years. I think Canadians have already cast their judgment on the Liberal Party, which is why they've collapsed in the polls and why they're inexistent west of Toronto. I mean, that the Canadians have had their say. What I would like to comment, though, is comments about the Conservative government being good. And he used a word that I think is very appropriate, but in describing this Conservative government, he used the word extreme. This Conservative government, yes, indeed, is extreme. Extreme in its betrayal of the fundamental promises it made about transparency, about respecting democracy. The extreme in its sense of entitlement, Mr. Speaker. The NDP had to stop the Minister of National Defence from taking a $100,000 joyride to Vancouver when commercial flights were available. Now, that type of sense of entitlement, we're going to waste $100,000. If the NDP hadn't intervened, $100,000 would have been splurged in 10 hours in a 10-hour joyride. And that sense of entitlement we've seen from other ministers as well. Some of the ministers who've had to resign, some of the ministers who should resign. Mr. Speaker, this Conservative government is an extreme government.
Resuming debate. Please.
Resuming debate.
Resuming debate. Is the House ready for the question? May I please read back?
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Quebec, Mr. Speaker. I thought it was the Liberals' turn to speak. That's what we've been told, so I apologize. I had to rush in. So I would like to speak to the debate on the Jobs and Economic Growth Bill. It is rather the Budget Implementation Bill, and it continues the implementation of the last budget. And since the Bloc was against the budget, well, we're against this bill, this so-called Jobs and Economic Growth Act. The name of the bill was changed in order to give the impression that there was really something happening with this bill and that there's something new on the table. So we have all kinds of reasons for our position. First of all, the manufacturing and forestry sectors, which are left by the wayside. We might have been able to save jobs in regions where there have been layoffs and plant closures. And for 5 years, we've been asking the government to act and help in order that these plants and businesses can buy new equipment and find new ways of exploiting the forestry resource.
So we got $170 million, but what was shocking is that $10 million, or $10 billion nearly, was allocated to the auto industry in Ontario. We had the $170 million for the forestry industry across all of Canada. That's just crumbs. It was clear that the government was not sensitive to the needs of Quebec in this area, but the money seemed to be there, the $10 billion for the auto industry. There is another priority equalization, where the Prime Minister made a commitment in the 2005 campaign to change the formula, but not do so unilaterally. In fact, what he did was to make unilateral changes. As a result, Quebec lost over $1 billion, and this will increase by $300 and some million a year. So this is why we couldn't vote for the budget. These are not small sums of money. They add up to billions of dollars. And Quebec is clearly not a priority for this government. The equalization formula takes into account Hydro-Quebec's revenues, but in the case of Ontario Hydro is not included. So once again, in equalization, this is an unfair situation. Ontario Hydro does not have to include its revenues, but Hydro-Quebec does. And this means a loss of $250 million a year for Quebec under the equalization formula, and we feel that this creates an uneven playing field. There's also the tax harmonization issue. Quebec received no compensation at all for its harmonization efforts, but Ontario and Ontario, BC, and the Maritimes have. And this means a loss of $2.2 billion. The Conservative government, however, says that harmonization never took place. Quebec has vigorously called for compensation in this area. There has been some recognition that tax in Quebec has been harmonized with the federal government, but they don't want to use that word. The sales tax in Quebec has been harmonized with the federal sales tax since 1992. The National Assembly has passed a motion calling for compensation, and we heard a little from the government that there actually has been harmonization. There is some recognition, but when it comes to actually giving the money to Quebec, then nothing happens. We find that there is a reluctance to give this compensation to Quebec. The government has changed its mind and is refusing to compensate Quebec this $2.2 billion. Canada wants to collect the tax, but Quebec has been collecting the tax since 1992. Therefore, the Quebec public is being asked to tighten their belts, and this money should be provided. In the area of the environment, we have climate change legislation. We know that in Copenhagen, Canada looked very bad. We think that Canada should lead by example and encourage other countries. Instead, we had move to help the big oil companies and the oil sands industry in Alberta. And this is being done to the detriment of Quebec. $51 million is being allowed for other things. The nuclear industry is being aided. And once again, it is Ontario that is benefiting from a lot of this money. Quebec should be enabled to develop its resources properly. There are no measures to reduce greenhouse emissions at source, but there are other measures that actually help the industries that are polluting. There is no recognition or compensation for the efforts that were made to reduce greenhouse gases before, including by Quebec. We know that there was a reduction of 34% and that Quebec uses other types of energy such as wind power. There is $500 million over 5 years for a green fund and assistance for green vehicles. We see, therefore, that we are talking about a lot of money, billions of dollars. When it comes to tax havens, we see that there has been little done to eliminate them. The Bloc Québécois called on the government to do so, but the government is speaking out of both sides of its mouth. It says that it wants to eliminate tax havens, but it wants to enable unregistered companies in Canada to be able to not pay taxes. So we see a double standard here by the government. We would have liked to see a second stimulus plan in this budget to help the government recover. And nothing in this budget, therefore, gives us the impression that the right decisions are being made. Some non-resident companies are having their tax credits eliminated, and we are, in fact, encouraging tax evasion through some of the measures in this budget. According to the Auditor General, $600 million will be lost to the government every year because of these tax havens. The Bloc Québécois therefore calls on the government to come up with a solution. Since 2005, we've been suggesting concrete measures to eliminate tax havens like Barbados. Once again, therefore, Mr. Speaker, the government has done nothing. And it is clear that this budget shows that the Conservative government wants to protect rich taxpayers, including banks and major corporations. There are other players like the forestry industry that are in great difficulty in Quebec, and they need a hand up. We could also talk about the cuts to the public service. Most of the positions that were cut were vacant, 90% of them, in fact. So it's a bit ridiculous to say that cutting those positions that have been vacant for years is a good measure to cut the size of the public service when we think about the concrete measures that we suggested. We see, therefore, that there are a number of reasons, well-justified reasons, for voting against this budget. We were in Quebec, we toured Quebec and consulted with the people there.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for her speech today. As little time as she had to prepare on Bill C9, I have more or less a friendly question and a request for her. Bill C9 enables a voluntary code of guidelines regarding credit cards and debit cards. And you know, Mr. Speaker, this government is constantly siding with big banks and big business against consumers. Canada's first air passenger Bill of Rights was opposed by all the Conservatives who are more interested in protecting the interests of Air Transat and Air Canada. Mr. Speaker, all opposition parties, Bloc, NDP and Liberals, voted for the bill at second reading. However, at Transport Committee, the Bloc critic turned against Quebec consumers and is now supporting the Conservatives to kill the bill. Now, I know most of the Bloc members are very progressive in their outlook politically. I know, I'd like to ask the member whether she could investigate why the Bloc critic has has turned his back on Quebec air passengers and sided with the Conservatives. And that would be, I think, very helpful, because we had a a very good understanding, I thought, here with all three opposition parties supporting the bill, and something went wrong at committee, and I'm just very curious to know why it happened.
Deputy to Quebec.
The Honourable Member for Quebec. Mr. Speaker, I think that the Bloc today, by voting against this budget or the implementation bill, is clearly indicating that it is dissatisfied and that the public is dissatisfied with this budget that does little for ordinary people. This budget is really just warmed over ideas that help big business. We would have to see what the discussions were at the committee. I was not there. We analyze the decisions to be made on a case-by-case basis, either in committee or here. We have to think about what the political interests of Quebec are. The way we look at things is that if something is good for Quebec, we will vote with the Liberals, with the government, with the NDP. If it is good for Quebec, we will support it. We are quite realistic, and we know the situation in Quebec really very well. In a number of areas, we have to make those kinds of decisions, so I can't really answer the specific question of my colleague with respect to this issue in the Transport Committee. The Honourable Member for Saint-Maurice Champlain. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I listened the excellent speech of my colleague, and she indicated that this budget was not one that the Bloc Québécois could support. One of the examples she gave was the assistance provided to the auto industry, over $10 billion in aid, and we know that industry is concentrated mostly in Ontario. Only $170 million was allocated to the forestry industry, which is one of the most important economic drivers in the Quebec nation. The Conservative government has recognized Quebec as a nation, but has not taken any action to back that up. I think that there is a deliberate pattern here. They've recognized Quebec as a nation, but will do nothing to help this industry. And in many areas, there are single industry towns that depend entirely on forestry. So I would like to know how she looks at this. The Honourable Member for Quebec. Well, it is strange and shocking to see how the Conservative government, which promised to be fair to Quebec and started out by recognizing Quebec as a nation, in fact, we see that that affirmation means nothing. There was $10 billion found for the auto industry. That's 57 times what was provided to the forestry industry, 57 times the $170 million. So $10 billion was found for the auto industry and practically nothing for Quebec. What does it mean to recognize Quebec as a nation then? Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Louis.
Studying the budget document in preparation for this speech, I found that the title, like others in this House, I found that the title is a bit of a misnomer. The title, Leading the Way to Jobs and Growth, should be rather, in my opinion, a title as follows, perhaps, Missed Opportunities Letting Others Take the Lead. I think that would more appropriately describe this budget. Now, the budget, and the reason I say that, Mr. Speaker, is that the budget is a missed opportunity to begin, or in some cases continue, laying the groundwork for solutions to many of the problems we face today and will face in the future. As my main area of interest as a member of the Environment Committee's Water Policy, I of course look at the budget through the lens of water. And I think a good starting point in terms of comparing the weaknesses of this document to what it could have been would be to look at the Ontario throne speech, which was delivered only a few short days ago, and which, contrary to the throne speech that was delivered on March 3rd here on Parliament Hill, that throne speech is only half as many words, yet says so much more. Let me read to you a few lines from that throne speech. It says, as part of its Open Ontario plan, your government will introduce legislation that will build on Ontario's expertise in clean water technology. The Water Opportunities Act would lay the foundation for new Ontario jobs and make our province the North American leader in the development and sale of new technologies and services for water conservation and treatment. The Conference Board of Canada estimates the global market for water technology at more than $400 billion US per year and doubling every 5 to 6 years. So, Mr. Speaker, the question becomes why does the budget, the federal budget and the throne speech that preceded it, why does it not include visionary statements such as that? And I think the reason is that the government does not believe in vision. I think it believes that vision is liberal philosophy's evil twin. And therefore, it doesn't think in visionary terms. And when you don't think in visionary terms, you miss opportunities. There are things staring at you that you can't see, Mr. Speaker. And that's the problem when you don't have a vision. And just to give you an example, how the government has eschewed the whole notion of vision. If you recall, I presented a motion in this House a few years ago calling on the government to create a national water strategy. Now, if the government was thinking in terms of a national water strategy, it would see the opportunities for actions like the government of Ontario has mentioned in its throne speech. Now, the motion passed. The motion passed because I guess many of the members on the government side did not feel that they could look their constituents in the eye if they voted against such an obvious and important motion. However, that was 3 years ago. And if you go to the government's website today, there is no national water strategy. There is a PDF file called a national water policy, Mr. Speaker. But if you click on that PDF file, you'll see that that national water policy is the Pierce report that was commissioned in 1987 by the Mulroney government. So as a metaphor for the way this government looks backwards, you just go and look at the website and you see that it has posted as its national water policy a report, a task force report from 1987. I think that says a lot, Mr. Speaker. Now, it also forgot to mention in the budget the St. Lawrence River. Now, the St. Lawrence River is one of the 15 largest waterways in the world. Its watershed occupies 1/3 of the territory of the province of Quebec. About 40% of Quebec's municipalities draw their drinking water from the river. And more than 75% of Quebec's industrial facilities, including its large hydroelectric plants, are located on the St. Lawrence River. And finally, the St. Lawrence Valley contains 70% of Quebec's population, yet we don't hear a word about the St. Lawrence River. And why is it particularly important in March of 2010 that the budget mention the St. Lawrence River, Mr. Speaker? It's because the St. Lawrence Action Plan, the fourth installment of the St. Lawrence Action Plan, which extended from 2005 to 2010, ended March 31st, 2010, and there's still nothing to replace it. There's still nothing to replace it. It's one of the most important rivers in the world, one of the most important rivers in Canada and North America, and the government hasn't even begun to think about extending the St. Lawrence Action Plan. So again, that's what happens, Mr. Speaker, when you don't have a visionary mindset. You don't see the obvious, and I think that's very unfortunate. Now, Mr. Speaker, the budget also will give extraordinary powers to the Minister of the Environment to undermine environmental assessment in Canada. Let me give you a bit of background on this, Mr. Speaker. There's a practice going on, especially in northern communities, especially in northern mining communities, where mining companies, to save money, instead of building impoundment areas for mine tailings, take those mine tailings and dump them in freshwater lakes, thereby killing the lakes. Now, this has been permitted by an amendment, I guess, or a part of the metal mining effluent regulations called Schedule 2 that allows a mine to be listed on Schedule 2, and therefore it is given permission to use a lake as basically as a tailings pond. Now, Mr. Speaker, ever since this government took power, the number of mines that have been added to this list has exploded. This while in the United States, the opposite is happening. In the United States, Mr. Speaker, one of the first things the Obama administration did was it put on hold some 200 coal mining permits from companies that wanted to dump waste in streams and wetlands. So while the Obama administration is protecting its water bodies, in Canada, this government is rushing to destroy them. And I think that's really unfortunate. Now, the solution to that would be to make environmental assessments stronger. You see, what happens, Mr. Speaker, is when, in the past, when a project came to a federal department for environmental assessment, the Department of Fisheries, in this case, would split up the project into different pieces, and then they would do a kind of cursory assessment of each little piece of the project. Because if you look at the project as a whole, you would need a much more comprehensive kind of assessment, maybe even a panel assessment. But officials in the Department of Fisheries were not doing that. They were, in fact, undermining the principles of environmental assessment. So what happened? Some environmental groups took the government to court and won in the Supreme Court of Canada as a short time ago, as about a month ago. And how did the government respond to that? Well, in the budget, it gave the Minister of the Environment the power, the legal power, to basically reverse that Supreme Court decision by now having the power to define the scope of a project. So now the minister can do what fisheries officials were doing before, which was found to be against the spirit and the letter of the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act when the Supreme Court looked at the issue. So now we have a government that's going to make sure that mining companies can still use fresh water lakes as dumping grounds for toxic mine tailings, and I think that's an awful development, Mr. Speaker, and I hope that more attention is given to that by environmental groups who are already doing good work on trying to underscore this problem, but also by the media and by other parliamentarians. Now, Mr. Speaker, the budget mentioned that the government would be investing in a RadarSat project. I think it's called a comprehensive RadarSat constellation mission, which is essentially a process for linking up satellites. Now, that's all fine and well, but the government's been dragging its feet with respect to RadarSat on another water issue. Ducks Unlimited, in partnership with Environment Canada and the Canadian Space Agency, had begun phase one of what is called the Canadian Wetlands Inventory. So this is a project to map all of Canada's wetlands. And the reason it's important, Mr. Speaker, is that Canada contains about 25% of the world's wetlands, more than any other country in the world. So wetlands are very important to us. They're an essential part of the hydrologic cycle. And this project had begun, but was then starved of funding by Environment Canada. So they never got beyond the point of establishing the methodology for mapping Canada's wetlands. So why did the government not take the opportunity of the budget to mention that it would relaunch this project, that it would fund phase two? Because this, as I say, is an extremely important issue, especially in the oil sands, where we found out last week that oil sands companies now say that they can not afford to restore the wetlands that they're destroying, even though they made commitments to do so previously, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions and commentaires. L'honorable député d'Hochelaga.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And based on my colleague's long experience in this House, at any rate, he's been here longer than I have, he's heard a number of political speeches, he's heard talk of strategies, he's listened to colleagues from all sides of the House, and I listened to him, and I find them very interesting, and in a number of cases I agree with them. He's speaking against this bill, but he's going to be voting in favor of it. And my political experience is probably not, in fact, I probably don't have enough political experience to understand that contradiction, where someone will see that this is such a bad budget, and that's why we're voting against it, but we're unable to bring down the government. But I'm asking this question seriously, and I call upon my colleague for his political experience to explain that actual situation to me. The Honourable Member for Lac Saint Louis. Well, I'm very pleased to clarify matters for my colleague, and I'd like to welcome him to the House as well. Now, he's incorrect when he says that the Liberal opposition is voting in favor of this budget. No, we will be voting against it. I'd like to remind the member that the parties that take power here in Parliament are parties which have principles and which listen to the people. If we want to take power, we need to listen to the people. The people have been very clear. They have stated that this is not the right time for an election. So this is giving the Liberal opposition time to prepare to eventually take power, to develop strategies and pan-Canadian strategies. That way we will be able to offer Canadians at the next electoral rendezvous, and in fact, in order to respond more specifically to his question, I hope that a number of the measures in this budget will be overturned by, in fact, a Liberal government which is more informed. Questions and comments?
And Scona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for his speech regarding Bill C9. And the fact is, Mr. Speaker, that once again we are in our third day of speeches on an 880-page omnibus bill, which has a number of things, measures in the bill that don't even belong in the bill, and we've not seen a government speaker in 3 days. Not at all. So the debate is really just among the opposition parties. We're not debating the government. We can't ask the government questions on aspects of this bill. We have a lot of backgrounder notes and so on that need clarification, but there's nobody here to answer for the government. Now the Liberals say, well, they're going to vote against this bill, but not in sufficient numbers to defeat the government. But their postal critic the other day is talking about how important it is to stop the remailer issue that the Conservatives have tried to get through this House now over the last couple of years under Bill C-14, Bill C-44. They've been unable to get it through. They know they can't get it through the minority Parliament, so they put it through this bill, dumped it into this bill where it doesn't belong, has nothing to do with the budget, basically defying us to defeat them and have an election. So the question is, how can the Liberals, defend the issue of postal remailers, knowing full well that
I'm going to have to stop the member there to allow the member for Lac Saint Louis enough time to respond.
Well, the member is correct in the sense that the government should be putting up speakers. That it is a sign of disrespect for our parliamentary democracy that they're not putting up speakers. But then, is the member surprised by this disrespect for our national parliament? We just came back from 6 weeks of prorogation where the people were denied a voice through their elected representatives so that the Prime Minister could attend the Olympics and try to avoid some difficult issues, which are still dogging him, I should say. Now, I would also remind the honourable member that we don't get much better answers in question period either. So one wonders if having the government debate us would really add much to the conversation, but at least we have the opportunity to raise issues like the ones the honourable member has raised and the ones that I've tried to raise in my speech.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Jean Lebert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to start with an aside in order to react to the response provided by the member for Lac Saint Louis to my colleague from Hochelaga, when he asked him why he would not be voting in sufficient number to bring down the government, he said, well, we're preparing our alternative for the government. You've only been in opposition for 4 years, and clearly the Liberal Party requires a lot more time to put together some alternatives and proposals then. It wouldn't take the Bloc Québécois that long, and it doesn't, in fact, because each time a budget has been brought down, we prepare a presentation and we put forth our ideas in a credible fashion. It's brilliantly prepared and was this year by our colleague for Hochelaga, and it shows that we don't need 4 years on the opposition benches to prepare some alternatives. Now, having said that, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to talk today about the environmental aspects of the bill. On the 21st of April, as you may well know, it is Earth Day, and that is a good context or opportunity to take a look at what is contained in this budget, or unfortunately what isn't in the budget on the environment. We have to face reality. This government's vision of the environment is completely absent. There's no willingness on the part of the government to make Canada a country where the environment is an important issue, and as a result, there will be consequences for future generations. And for Quebec, economically speaking, and I'll come back to that. First of all, let's review the issues. Now, the Conservatives often talk about not putting forth too many environmental platforms, not to deal with the greenhouse gases too rigorously because it will harm the economy. That's not true. Taking action in this area represents a wonderful opportunity, especially for Quebec. But even if that were the case, we're talking about our planet here. We're talking about the future. We're talking about the legacy we'll leave for our children and our grandchildren. But they're saying, well, in the event that as Conservative government we're unable to rise to the economic challenges, so we're going to continue to pollute and simply continue to cause damage to the environment. And that's what we'll leave in terms of a planet to our grandchildren. And that's shameful, Mr. Speaker. Now, we can't really be surprised with this because many of the members of that government, the former Reform Party members, simply don't believe in the science behind climate change, starting with the Prime Minister himself, who said that Kyoto was a conspiracy, a socialist conspiracy, in fact, that it wasn't based on anything. And we see that regularly in comments made. There was the member for Beauce. With his party's support, he wrote to the Quebec media to sound the alarm, to say that the comments on climate change didn't hold water. So, Mr. Speaker, I can see that you agree with me on this. You agree that it's shameful. And to say that in the event that these predictions are off, then we better not do anything. Well, that's what the government's doing. And that's completely ridiculous. And it's completely counter to the precautionary principle. When you're in doubt, don't do anything. So we're faced with a government that doesn't believe in the science behind it. I have confidence in the scientists and the science out there. The only statement that I may doubt, in fact, is that the dinosaurs are actually extinct because there are still dinosaurs on the Conservative benches. Now, even if the environmental challenges are significant, they represent an important economic opportunity. For Quebec, that is very clear. The oil-based economy being developed by Canada is weakening and impoverishing Quebec. Now, there are a number of mechanisms that can be used to explain that, the rising pressure on the Canadian dollar due to the exports of tar sands. Each time the cost of oil goes up, the value of that resource increases, and people need to buy more need to have more Canadian dollars to buy that product from Alberta, and that leads to a rise in the value of the dollar. It's artificial, and the consequence for the manufacturing sector in Quebec, which also exports, is that because the dollar is higher, the products that we sell or we export are more expensive. And as a result, manufacturers become less competitive. So this situation is weakening Quebec's economy and impoverishing us. So the solution isn't all that complicated. Or in fact, each time a barrel of oil goes into Quebec, and I point out in passing, Mr. Speaker, that sometimes people say to us, so yes, but if we won't be nice with Alberta, they're going to cut off the oil. There is no oil in Quebec. It comes from the Middle East. Now, each time a oil barrel comes into Canada, into Quebec, there's money that goes in the opposite direction, that leaves Quebec. Now, to make a comparison, if you go to a gas station, Mr. Speaker, and you put gas in your car, you're not getting any richer. It's the opposite. And this is the situation that I'm referring to. The government should put in place measures to encourage us to reduce our consumption, but it's not doing so, and so we're getting poorer. The Quebec government has taken some steps, but there are other steps that must be taken at the federal level, and without those measures, we can't live without oil in our economy. Now, what kind of measures could these be? What kind of mechanisms? Well, we could have a carbon exchange, as is being installed and set up elsewhere in the world. We could establish credits for carbon, and companies, governments, and institutions which exceed their objectives, in fact, or their targets, can sell their or buy credits. In fact, it's a way of compensating for efforts made, and that would be an opportunity for businesses. Now, this economic weakness is affecting Quebec, and it's not being compensated through tax incentives. Now, a few weeks back, we heard the media talking about the fact that we shouldn't complain about the tar sands in Alberta because that's what generates equalization payments for Quebec, makes it possible to compensate that. But we've stopped talking about that because it's false. First of all, because the way that the oil is dealt with, more than 50% of revenues in the calculation is used, but there's also a cap on equalization. And I'd like to quote here from the most recent Quebec budget. It's the Bachand budget. I'm not going to be criticizing it here. There are some interesting points, but it states that the cap on equalization are such that Quebec will be receiving 8.2 billion, whether or not the oil sands are accounted for in this program. So even if tomorrow morning the oil sands the taps were turned off on the oil sands, which is not what the Bloc is proposing, but even if that were the case, equalization payments would remain the same for Quebec.
So the contribution of tar sands go to equalization for Quebec, and it isn't the nasty separatists who are saying it, it's the arch-federalist government of Jean Charest in Quebec. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say in ending that I don't believe that this policy is one that the Liberals are against. The Liberal leader said he was for oil sands. So they may be defending their interests, but the interests of Quebec and those of Canada are different here again. So the The solution for us would be to become a nation, to be sovereign. Then Canada could defend its interests, and we in Quebec could defend our interests, both environmental and economic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate some of the comments on the environment, and that's what I'd like to ask the member about. I don't know if you remember when we were children, maybe at least when I was a long time ago, there was a game where you'd take a mini step forward, a little step forward, and a giant step backwards. And if the members probably ask the government about these environmental questions, and they'll give a couple of things they've done, which are like the mini step forwards, but they've taken these huge giant step backwards. And I wonder if you could comment on some of the programs they've actually canceled for these giant steps backwards. And my second question is related to them canceling all the scientists in the Canadian Foundation for Climate and Atmospheric Services. Use the term dinosaur. I won't be pejorative of that, but you must be living in the dark ages to cancel all the scientists in Canada doing climate change, studying drought, very important for the farmers to study drought, closing the Pearl Station at the farthest north, hindering Canadian sovereignty, keeping the weather records, the temperature records that are so important for functioning of any country in the world. It's bizarre that they would just cancel this entire foundation and all the scientists across Canada that will now have to go to the States or elsewhere, and we won't have the data. Please.
L'honorable député de Jean Lebert.
The honourable member for Jean Lebert. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if one could call the Conservatives dinosaurs. I mean, I don't know where the insult is, for the Conservatives or for the dinosaurs. But to answer the question more directly, they talk about programs that would encourage people to save energy. These are programs that might be efficient, but there were certain programs that were too efficient, and they were abolished. Well, we think it's a good sign if things go well. Personally, at home, I changed my heating system. I converted it to a geothermic system, which helps to convert energy in the earth to heat my home in the winter and to make it cool in the summer. So I was able, with a former program, to benefit from this. It benefits the environment, and I receive a personal benefit because I saved money on heating. So this is an area where everyone can benefit. It is informed by a vision for the future, and I hope that this program will be brought back as soon as possible. Questions and comments?
With Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his presentation today on Bill C-9. I basically, Mr. Speaker, just have a friendly request for him. As he knows, the Bloc, the Liberals, and the NDP all supported Bill C-310, the Air Passenger Bill of Rights, but when it got to Transport Committee, the Bloc critic, the member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel, basically turned against Quebec air travelers and joined forces with the Conservatives and recommended to the House that the bill not be proceeded with. Now, I know that most Bloc members are very progressive people, and so I'm quite surprised with this development. So I'd like to ask the member whether he would perhaps investigate why his critic did join the Conservatives and effectively attempt to kill the bill, because it still has to be dealt with in this Parliament. And I just want to make certain that all the members are aware of what actually happened at the committee. So if he would check, investigate this, that would be, I think, a very positive sign. Thank you.
The honourable member for Jean Lebert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This isn't the first time that in a debate that I've had a question from my colleague, the member for Elmwood-Transcona. He's very active in the House, and it's not the first time that he's asked me a question that has nothing to do with the speech I've just made. I know it's a subject that he cares a great deal about, but out of respect for my constituents, the people who voted for me, I'm not going to talk about what happened at a committee where I wasn't present, and he will understand, as any member would, that we try to talk about the subject at hand. But I'll take advantage of this opportunity to continue on the preceding subject. Well, unfortunately, I have no time. All right, Mr. Speaker, I hope I'll be able to do so another time. Resuming debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So here we are. We've returned to the House. We had a throne speech, we had a budget announcement, and now the Budget Implementation Act. And like other budgets before, I was hopeful about this budget. I was hopeful that it would be bold and visionary and that it would actually steer Canada towards a position of strength. But unfortunately, like other budgets, I was left disappointed. And Mr. Speaker, the piece that I am disappointed with maybe the most is the disconnect between the throne speech and the budget. Because in the throne speech, we actually had some pretty interesting language about an innovation and productivity agenda. And that really caught my eye. I was pretty excited about that language. But first of all, to even take that language at face value, we would have to do a little bit of ignoring of history, of recent history, because if we just think about the Nortel experience very recently, well, this government has essentially allowed Nortel to collapse before our very eyes. And this was a company that did the bulk of private sector research and development, and it made Canada a leader in telecommunications. And we just stood by watching it fold and watching all of that research, all of that knowledge, all of that innovation just get bought up by other countries. That knowledge was our knowledge. That knowledge is our knowledge, and now it's gone. And so if we add to that the fact that this government has utterly failed to at least try and protect the pensions of those knowledge-based workers, well, it doesn't really bode well for any future innovation and productivity agenda that this government purports to have. But despite, this recent example, and we think about the future, I was still optimistic about this productivity and innovation agenda. But if we think about how to best accomplish that agenda, really the moment was the stimulus budget, and it was another lost opportunity. Innovation requires basic infrastructure, such as broadband internet access and investments in energy infrastructure. And last year's stimulus budget was the perfect time to invest in those infrastructure basics. It would have created jobs, and it would have laid the groundwork for real innovation and productivity agenda. But they didn't act then. And this budget actually makes things worse. Their strategy is not to build infrastructure, but actually to deregulate. Deregulation has proven to stifle innovation, whereas investment has proven to boost it. We're on the wrong track, Mr. Speaker, and, well, you might wonder why. What I see is that this government has its head stuck in the tar sands, and they're really unable to look beyond a tar sand growth strategy. And this is what's going to impede any innovation agenda, no matter how strong it is. Mr. Speaker, we know that Canada has a history of resource dependency, and this has led towards a historic tendency towards lower rates of productivity and innovation. Now, Canada has done fairly well as the hewers of wood, the drawers of water, and the pumpers of oil, but we have paid the price with a less productive economy. This is an economic history that's catching up to Canada. We have an aging population. Add to that the growing importance of innovation to participate in the world economy, as well as the ecological cost of a resource-dependent economy. And we find ourselves in a very difficult position when considering the future. It's one that demands vision and bold action. But sadly, this government's economic strategy thus far has been to get rich off the tar sands. We still offer subsidies to these companies, making Canada a dollar petrocurrency, making the Canadian dollar a petrocurrency that fluctuates. And these fluctuations make long-term value-added investments very difficult. And that doesn't sound like very much of an innovation strategy to me, Mr. Speaker. Now, we have been told that the problem is that Canada's business class was lazy, and reducing the tariff through free trade would whip them into shape. Free trade, corporate tax cuts, and deregulations was supposed to solve our productivity problem, but it hasn't. What it's done is reinforce our nation's dependence on resource exports, and it's hampered our government's ability to facilitate real innovation strategy. Innovation, almost by definition, it means doing something different. It means experimenting. It means promoting diversification of our economy. A laissez-faire approach will actually do the opposite. Giving tax cuts will increase profits to sectors that aren't a part of the cutting edge, but they're actually a part of Canada's resource trap. A real strategy would provide direct support to entrepreneurs in the communities they are a part of. It would nurture them in early experimentation. It would help them network with other sectors and industries to facilitate knowledge exchange. It would give them basic infrastructure, and this does include social infrastructure, such as access to family security and strategies to gain community support for their endeavours. An innovation strategy for Canada needs to include social infrastructure that will support communities and support hubs of knowledge sharing and innovation, and this basic infrastructure must include housing. We're a country in desperate need of a national housing strategy, the only G8 country not to have this strategy. And my colleague from Vancouver East has introduced Bill C-304, and this would create a national housing strategy for this country, a strategy that would also incorporate the very latest environmental and energy efficiency standards into this framework. We could transform communities across Canada, not just by providing stable and affordable housing, but sustainable and energy-efficient housing as well. A stable community, a housed community, a community that has the means to survive. This is a productive community. And yet, the overwhelming majority of Conservative MPs do not support our housing bill. And while the UK is committing to retrofit all homes by 2030 with firm interim targets, our government just announced that it's going to cancel the very successful Eco-Energy program, the Eco-Energy Home Retrofit program. According to Green Communities Canada, which was actually the first organization to deliver our National Home Energy Efficiency Program, well, GCC has said that this program has stimulated hundreds of millions of dollars in energy savings for Canadians. A program like this, it generates huge bill savings, but it also creates green jobs. And it improves our competitiveness. Yet, the program's being cancelled. So we're fed the line that the answer is cut taxes, and we'll instantly become productive and competitive. Well, Mr. Speaker, I recently attended a showing of Poor No More, this Canadian documentary, and it was shown here on the Hill, and it did a great job of dispelling this myth, and it actually took a look at Ireland, because Ireland is often held up as being, an example of a country that cut all of its corporate taxes and then it succeeded economically, so we should follow that model. But the example of Ireland is much more complex, much more nuanced than that. And one piece of that puzzle is the fact that they have free post-secondary education. Ireland is committed to educating its citizens, to educating them and inspiring them, and creating a strong, competitive, and knowledgeable workforce that is the perfect breeding ground for innovation and productivity. We need to take that kind of bold action in Canada, Mr. Speaker. We need to ensure that every generation of Canadians has access to training and education in order to maximize the nation's productivity and responsiveness to new trends and research. We need to remove barriers to post-secondary education and stop the year-to-year increases in debt-laden graduates. And as the NDP critic for First Nations, Inuit and Métis Affairs, focusing on urban Aboriginal issues, it's of particular interest to me that Aboriginal Friendship Centres have again been left out of this budget. Friendship Centres need increased funding to provide services, to renovate their crumbling buildings, and to better their technological capabilities. They're the heart of the urban Aboriginal community, and we've learned that about half of our First Nations people actually live in urban centres. These are vital to Canadian urban centres. They're a hub of activity and culturally appropriate programming and community collaboration. They deserve a fair shake, and they're an economically sound investment. Mr. Speaker, if you invest in social infrastructure, add to that investment in other infrastructures that will specifically support innovation, well, we can start to piece together an innovation strategy for Canada. Could you imagine? It can be done. We know historically that certain technologies have created waves of innovation and that nations can position themselves strategically within these dynamics to achieve economic performance. And in the last century, we saw growth position around oil, around automobile and mass production, as well as a move towards an economy based on information and communications technologies. Last year, we found ourselves in a recession. Well, this was an opportunity because typically recessions are periods of change when new periods of technology break through. And this is why the Conservatives' scattershot stimulus spending was so short-sighted. They've run up a deficit with nothing to show for it, and they failed to position Canada for the next wave of innovation. And the next wave is very likely to be one based on ecologically friendly technologies. It has to be if we're going to avoid catastrophic climate change. This is where Canada should be building new knowledge and expertise and encouraging entrepreneurship. Now, the NDP has already fostered successful cooperation with our green car industrial strategy. The Conservatives, on the other hand, are pushing against this wave, as we've seen in their attempts to stall them.
You are out of time. We'll go now to questions and comments to the honourable member from the Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I must say you're doing an excellent job. I'm glad the member mentioned, very happy she mentioned social infrastructure. We had a forum I chaired during the prorogation on the Arctic, and one of the issues that came up was exactly the need for more women's shelters and residential substance abuse treatment centres in the north. The question I want to ask her is related to health care. The member very appropriately mentioned there's a aging population, a quickly aging population, which will put huge strains on our healthcare system. She also said that this budget should be, and throne speech should be, a vision and bold action. So I'd like to ask the member, what vision and bold action is there in the throne speech and budget to deal with this huge increases on demand in the healthcare system?
The honourable member from Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Where is the bold vision for healthcare? I don't see one. And as the member very rightly points out, we do have an aging population. So there are opportunities to be bold about the future, but it's not just opportunities. I think it's necessary for us to do that. And if I can give you one example, I've talked a lot with the various associations working on Alzheimer's. And we do have this aging population. More and more people are being diagnosed with dementia and Alzheimer's. And this group has said, if we could get the federal government to take on a leadership role and actually have a strategy about how to deal with dementia and Alzheimer's, then we could save what could be an impending collapse of our healthcare system trying to deal with this issue. So let's be bold, let's be visionary, and let's plan for the future. Let's have a summit and bring together the great minds on dementia and Alzheimer's to actually plan out what our future will look like. And I think it's not just Alzheimer's and dementia, it's so many other aspects of our healthcare system that are going to be pushed to the very brink because of our aging population. And this budget certainly doesn't have a vision for that. And I thank the member for his question.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for an excellent speech on Bill C-9. The member certainly is aware that last year the banks made record profits, in fact, $15.9 billion, and the CEOs of the banks made record profit salaries and benefits as well. The president, the CEO of RBC and TD made roughly $10.4 million. So you would think that the Conservatives would be supporting the President Barack Obama to overhaul the financial institutions, given what we've seen with a world recession over the last year. And we have a Globe and Mail reporter, Tara Perkins, today reporting that the bankers in Canada are concerned about these international rules that are coming down from the G7 and G8, and in fact they have the finance minister of Canada out there acting basically as an unpaid lobbyist for the banking industry in Canada. As a matter of fact, there's guidelines, I'm told, being put forward by the G7 and G8 on compensation for for bank CEOs and presidents, and you've got the banks lobbying actively against it, and you've got the Finance Minister of Canada looking out for those banks and trying to make certain that whatever the G7 and G8 want to put forward in terms of guidelines, that he exempts the Canadian banks, because he is supporting this laissez-faire approach to free enterprise, which, by the way, got us into this mess in the first place. It's basically a throwback to the George Bush Republican days in the United States. I'd like to ask the member whether she has any comments about this and why these Conservatives would be actively promoting the interests of the banks at the international level.
The honourable member for Halifax has about 45 seconds left.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the member from Elmwood-Transcona for his passionate question. The line that, the thing that he said that intrigued me the most is the finance minister likening him to an unpaid lobbyist for banks. And all I could think about was, what if we had a finance minister, or God forbid, a human resources and skills development minister that was an unpaid lobbyist for people living in poverty, for Canada's most vulnerable citizens. We do have in this budget an increase to the child tax credit of $3.23 a week. No one's going to say no to that. But the way that people are forced to live when they're low-income Canadians is shocking. If these ministers could actually see what's going on in the households of Canadians, I'm sure they would act. They would have to.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I rise again here today, it is to criticize the last budget and to indicate the extent to which the Conservatives have again failed in their responsibility to address the needs of Quebec, and in particular the needs of the Quebec nation. However, they had plenty of time to listen to people. The Conservative suspended Parliament. They wanted to suspend work on the environment, the Afghan detainees, and a number of other issues, rather than accepting the recommendations of the three political parties in opposition that represent 60% of the seats here. The government has provided us with this masquerade of a budget that does not at all address the needs and aspirations of the Quebec nation. In order to ensure that Quebec is respected in this budget, the Bloc members went to all areas of Quebec to meet with community groups, socioeconomic organizations, and others during the prorogation. After analyzing the results of these meetings, we sent a list of numerous recommendations, an exhaustive list, to the Minister of Finance. We did all the work for him and asked him to include measures that met the needs of the Quebec nation in his budget. But once again, he did not do so. When we go back to our respective ridings, people talk about the injustices in this budget, and they are shocked to see how few measures will really be of help to them. This is especially true for my riding of Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-les-Basques. What is clear, Mr. Speaker, is that development of regions like mine and others in Quebec, and the need to keep the population high enough in rural regions, is not being met here. These regions are an integral part of our community. During the 2008 election campaign, I made access to high-speed internet access service one of my main planks of my platform. It is vital in order to maintain and develop our regions to have this access. Not only is internet access indispensable, it is also a vital tool for managing companies and doing business. For example, I run a dairy business. I am not too far from an urban area, and so I have had access to high-speed internet service for a long time, but I know that many other producers do not have that kind of access. It is essential in order to be able to manage a herd properly to know the information that is available and to be able to transfer data to other producers and to central organizations. So it is difficult for people to be really up to speed. There are producers of maple syrup and other products. They don't have access to the information they need. They don't have access, in some cases, to internet service at all. In fact, giving proper access to high-speed internet service is not an expense, it is an investment. In the last budget, there has been some budget money given, but not enough. In some urban areas, even, there is a lack of access. So this was a demand that people made every day during our consultations. I don't know whether the Conservatives are aware that there is this demand. Perhaps smoke signals and other means of primitive communication are what they think we should use, but in fact that time is over. We have the community access program that is very much supported by the Lower St. Lawrence region. There are 7 rural municipalities in that region, and I supported that project. I called on the minister to let us know whether the money would be available or not. There has been a very long delay that is leaving far too many people uncertain and upset when it comes to trying to do their business. The Conservatives seem to have a deliberate approach of waiting until the very last minute, which is not good for businesses or for organizations. At the last minute, there was funding for the Community Futures projects. There was also a last-minute announcement about transitory measures under employment insurance. And all this adds to the uncertainty, and businesses can do without this. The Community Future development corporations are extremely important in our areas. They help people on a daily basis, and people were very hard put to understand why the government acted as it did. We had an answer to our requests only in the 11th hour. Unfortunately, it was only a partial answer as well, which is a big problem for people that are suffering and that need a little bit of support from the government. I come back now to high-speed internet service. The member for Sherbrooke asked an excellent question of the government, wanting to know why the decision-making process is so slow when it comes to internet access and broadband. However, the answer that we got showed that the rural areas are not important for this government. If it were, there would not be these delays and there would be more support for this program. As the Bloc Québécois critic for private woodlots, I also want to point out that it is very problematic that the woodlot owners were very much left out of the most recent budget. The government used its the economic situation to once again, for the third time, ignore the needs of private woodlot owners, and I am one of them. It seems to me that the government does not realize that private woodlots are owned by 130,000 owners in Quebec, and this is a very important aspect of the forestry industry. 20,000 of those market wood, and of those 20,000, 3,000 depend on selling wood for their main income. There have been announcements, but what the Bloc is asking for is for some help in the tax area. For example, a forestry registered savings plan, so that these owners could reinvest their income and therefore have a long-term livelihood. The 3,000 woodlot owners who depend for their livelihood on woodlots are people who have equipment, investments, and what the Bloc asked for was a program to help them.
Commentaire. The honourable member for Yukon.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. And I congratulate the member, especially for his good talk on the internet. You know, we had National Dream, a railway that joined the country from coast to coast, and yet we could have, in the modern world, the National Dream to join the country from coast to coast to coast may well be the internet and cell phone access to the entire country. And which is why the Liberal leader mentions how essential it is to rural and remote Canada that they be connected by the internet. And I think the member very eloquently mentioned that. And I wonder the shock that community access sites in rural areas for the internet in this modern world, when they got a letter saying their funding would be reduced. So I'd just like the member to continue on the theme he was on this government's vision in this modern world about the tools, the backbone of the country of electronic infrastructure.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Les-Basques. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his question. I'm pleased that he agrees with us about the importance of high-speed internet service for the whole country, for all regions of the country. This is 2010. Internet access is a leading-edge way, as I indicated, to enable people to communicate effectively among themselves, and also it gives rural communities like mine the tools that we need to be able to develop, to have access to markets and information. We know that the internet is a wonderful tool for providing up-to-date information. The Conservative government, unfortunately, is not investing the funds needed to really develop this tool. It also delays the announcement of programs that are needed. I mentioned the project that we need. We've got these 8 municipalities that I mentioned in my region that came together to call on the government to provide high-speed internet service.
The comments, the honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As usual, I enjoyed the remarks made by my colleague, member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Les Basques. His speech was excellent, And I have two questions for him. One of them he will probably expect to hear, and another one will be new. In the context of this bill, the government is attacking Canada Post. It is clear that the result of this bill, if it is adopted, will be to weaken the ability of Canada Post to provide services, especially in rural areas like that of my colleague. So I would like to know how worried people are in his riding about the reductions in service that will potentially arise. And the second one deals with the additional tax on lumber from Quebec. And I would like to know whether he thinks that the Bloc Québécois was wrong to support the softwood lumber agreement. I have to interrupt the honourable member in order to give enough time to the honourable member for Rimouski to answer the question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his first question, which was a good one. And I don't think I'll have enough time to answer the second one. With respect to Canada Post, my colleague is quite right. It is extremely worrisome in a riding like mine, which is very rural in nature. Since I was elected in 2008, it has been a constant concern by people in my riding and all the municipalities. In fact, there are 39 municipalities in my riding, and I have received letters from many of them saying that they are very concerned about the Conservatives' government intention to bring in legislation that might weaken the services of Canada Post.
The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to have the opportunity today to join in the debate on Bill C9, the Budget Implementation Bill. Mr. Speaker, we're here in the House of Commons. Commons really are referring to commoners, ordinary Canadians in today's term. We are called here to participate and debate and make decisions on behalf of ordinary Canadians. What this budget does is give the people that have the most money, and ordinary Canadians, especially those that have the least amount of money. Now remember, a budget really is the soul of a government. So what is the priorities for the Conservative government? In my mind, this budget really making the wrong choice. This budget chooses to hand out tax breaks to big corporations, but do little to help the struggling Canadians to make ends meet. It's obvious who gets the most on this budget. It's the $6 billion in corporate tax giveaway that is the highlight of this budget. These are the tax cuts that we cannot afford. And the $6 billion is the tax dollars that we not only can we not afford, it does nothing for our economy but pad the profits of the big polluting oil companies. These tax cuts create very few jobs. They just wind up in the wallets of the corporate executives after they increase their own bonuses. So do these millionaires executives really need a raise courtesy of the taxpayers of Canada? I don't believe so. But let me tell you who needs a raise. The 250,000 senior citizens living in poverty in our country. And a few weeks ago, I had a pension forum in my riding of Trinity Spadina. One person, her name is called Vera, and among other seniors that told her stories stand out most in my mind. She said she's in her mid-80s, very dignified. She used to be the founder of the African Theatre Company of Canada, located on Madison Avenue. During the 70s and 80s, she did a lot of good work creating culture and training a lot of actors that are now in Hollywood. And she gave up her nursing jobs in order to do that. But as artist, she doesn't have much of a pension. So now that she's retired, she's finding herself in deep financial trouble. And after the meeting, she pulled me aside and said, "Ms. Chow, I don't know how I am going to pay the $200 hydro bill that I have. And a few months ago, I can't pay the hydro bill that I had also. It's not the first time this has happened to me." And we worked out her income. She gets less than $16,000 a year, combining all her Canada pension plan, which isn't much, and the OH security and a tiny guaranteed income supplement. How is she going to pay her hydro bill? And so she has to make a decision. Is she going to turn off her heat, turn off or stop traveling? Or is she going to be able to pay the rent? Or is she going to cut back on her food cost? That is not the way we treat our seniors in this country. And as New Democrats, we have suggested to the Conservative, and we said that, look, instead of these big corporate tax cuts, why not take some of the funds, and you know how much it is only? I believe it's only $700 million. Take $700 million and invest it in the guaranteed income supplement. That will lift every senior out of poverty in this country. And that is what we should be doing as Canadians, as participants, as members of Parliament in this House of Commons. That is the kind of decision we should make, but that is not in this budget. Let me tell you what else we can do with $6 billion. We can invest in children. Children is our future. Let us invest in a high-quality, affordable childcare so that parents can go to work knowing full well that their kids are going to be in good learning and care facilities, in a loving environment, in a stimulating child care center. And we do know that the OECD report said that of all the countries that are industrialized, we rank last in terms of our investment for children. Part of the $6 billion, a small portion of it, in fact, starting with only $25 million, would create a universal food, nutritious food, and healthy snacks for our children. Whether they're in schools, community centers, child care centers, they can get a decent meal, a hot lunch maybe, some apples or milk, something nutritious. Because in Canada, we have seen in the last 2 decades that our children is growing obese. They are becoming unhealthy. For a girl that is 10 or 11 years old, they are now 11 pounds heavier than 20 years ago. For a boy, it's something like 15 pounds heavier than a few decades ago. What does that say to us as members of Parliament and government, that we are not investing to make sure that our kids are eating properly to combat child poverty and child poverty also, and child obesity? So we could spend some part of that $6 billion for children. We could also use part of the $6 billion to create and build a clean energy future. We could commit to providing dedicated funding for public transit, transferring 1 cent of the existing gas tax to municipalities to fund public transit, invest in transit expansion programs like the exciting Toronto's Transit City projects that have 6 streetcar and LRT lines across the city. But this budget does not designate funding to public transit. Now, Toronto taxpayers will have to shoulder the cost of new streetcars and light rails. Riders will continue to face excessive wait times for buses and streetcars, and commuters will continue to waste time and energy idling their cars on clogged highways and roads. Transit is a backbone of our urban economies. And this government could have strengthened our economy and created green jobs by funding public transit. Instead, they made the wrong choice. This budget could also have continued the very popular eco-energy program, expand the eco-energy program so they recover even more buildings, more homes, more condominiums, and even affordable housing. Because those residents living in affordable housing needs their buildings retrofit so that the energy bills, like the ones that Vera have to pay, wouldn't be as high, because right now they are using electric baseboard heat. It's expensive, and it is also energy very inefficient. A part of the $6 billion could have gone to help struggling students by lowering the tuition in post-secondary education. It could have helped graduate students to do volunteer work overseas, participate in internship programs, apprenticeship programs, by allowing them to delay their student loans while they are doing meaningful work overseas. But most of them are non-paying or pay very poorly. We could have used part of that funds to hire more doctors and nurses, so that, or even nursing aides, so that more seniors can stay at home and receive better home care. And also, part of this budget, this $6 billion, could have paid a bit more on the in foreign aid, because if we continue this track, we are only spending 33.303% of the GDP to foreign aid, and that's nowhere near enough. This budget could have plugged some of the leaks, closed the tax havens, whether it is in Bahamas or in Belize, at least 100, and that could have bring in more revenue for the government, and that it would provide funding for ordinary Canadians. That is the kind of budget we should support. Instead, the Conservative budget is making the wrong choice. That's why we're not supporting this.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentaire. The Honourable Member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I listened very carefully to the member from Trinity Spadina, and she's talked about specific things. For example, affordable child care. She talked about public transit. She talked about affordable housing, student financial support. And I agree with her. But, you know, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to stand up and criticize this Conservative government. They have an agenda. That's what they do. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask this honourable member a very simple question. If indeed she believes in this stuff, then why in 2005 they betrayed Canadians when there was a deal for child care? We had the program. Provinces signed on. Money for public transit, they signed on, the provinces. Money for affordable housing, $1.3 billion. Money for students. Today, if these groups don't have money, they should be ashamed of themselves because they betrayed Canadians. They went into cahoots with this new government. Good for them. And that's why this government, I don't blame them for what they're doing. They told us what they were going to do. The NDP just simply agreed. So if he doesn't like these cuts, it's their doing, Mr. Speaker. How is she going to answer to the voters that support her?
The Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let's look at March of this year, 2010. March 10th. 30 members of Parliament in the Liberal Party chose to walk out and not participate. As a result, this budget passed. And the Liberal leader said recently that he too supports stopping the corporate tax cuts. Well, we'll welcome him to that club you Democrats have been saying that for quite a long time. We welcome the Liberals believing in what we've been proposing. But if that is the case, then why don't they stand up within the next few days, because this budget implementation bill is coming up for a vote? Every MP should show up at the seat and stand up and vote with their conscience. Instead, what we are going to see, just like in March 10th this year, that the Liberal Party of Canada is going to absent themselves, even though they said this budget makes the wrong choice, there's missed opportunity, they don't believe in it. However, they are going to let this budget pass one more time, just like the last budget, just like the last bill, and I really lament this kind of behavior.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The member from Trinity Spadina is one of the foremost advocates for equality in this House of Commons. And she knows, she's well aware, as I know you are, Mr. Speaker, that what we've seen is dramatically, under the former Liberal government, the current Conservative government, a pushback of the kinds of equality that Canadians want to see. Income inequality in Canada is now at the same level it was, shamelessly, shockingly, Mr. Speaker, as it was in the 1920s. So prior to the CCF and the NDP coming into being, pushing the big business parties, the Conservatives and Liberals, into some measure of equality, we have now seen the Conservatives and Liberals push back and push the middle class and poor Canadians to a point where there is more inequality than there has been at any other time since the 1920s. They pushed us back basically a century back. Now, I wanted to ask the member, since she represents Toronto, and since the only part of the country where Liberals still get elected is really the city of Toronto, how people in Toronto, how her constituents react to the fact that the Liberals are once again propping up this tired old right-wing agenda, this time being brought from the Conservative Party rather than the Liberal Party. How do her constituents react to this sellout and repudiation of basic Canadian values?
There's less than a minute left for the member for Trinity Spadina.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, yes, Toronto has a large number of new immigrants, for example, and this budget is really missing the mark. New immigrants are not seeing any more funding in this budget, so that family reunification still takes huge amount of time. It takes 3 to 5 to 8 to even 10 years to sponsor a parent from overseas. New immigrants are having a hard time finding a job that they are trained for, and as a result, they are a higher percentage living in poverty. And we see that very much in Toronto. And it is unfortunate that this budget does nothing for immigrants.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today to speak to this bill, the act to implement the budget. As the Bloc Québécois, we have voted against this budget. It's not a good budget. It doesn't help Quebec. Now, this could have been an opportunity for the Conservative government to send out a message of support to Quebec, namely, which is experiencing very serious difficulties in light of the most recent financial crisis we've been through, and which is not over yet, but which began prior to the crisis that hit other provinces. It began with the decline in the forestry sector, and that began several years back. The budget, in fact, as we have seen, is such that the Conservative government has once again done nothing to remedy this situation, and that is very unfortunate in Quebec. When we saw that on the same page of the government put in black and white that it was giving more than $10 billion to the auto sector, which is primarily located in Ontario, and that there was a mere $170 million for the entire country. That was appalling. It was like a slap in the face. And for that very reason, it is inconceivable for members of the Bloc Québécois to vote in favor of this. We had put forth a number of proposals to deal with the deficit, proposals to put in place targeted measures for that purpose, to deal with the long-term debt. But once again, in this bill to implement the budget, we see the Conservative government's determination to spare rich taxpayers and in fact we had made proposals with respect to a surtax for people earning over $150,000 and another for people earning over $250,000. But that's not included in the budget. That would have brought in some $4 billion to government coffers. But those proposals were ignored, and the government has instead taken steps that will be at the expense of the middle class. Large corporations aren't being called upon to contribute more, and we're seeing this again. And this morning, in fact, I was reading La Presse, the newspaper, and the Minister of Finance has rejected proposals made by other members of the G8 and G20 to tax banks, profits from banks, because they are to a large extent responsible for the financial crisis we're facing and which we continue to suffer through. On the idea of making the people responsible pay, no. In fact, the government is taking steps on the backs and at the expense of the middle class. So the very people who are suffering the effects of the mistakes made by others are being called upon to pay a second time. The measures contained in this bill do show the willingness, the government's willingness and determination, because the large corporations are not being called upon to pay more. The Bloc Québécois tabled recommendations, very specific recommendations, providing some interesting potential solutions. We held consultations in Quebec. Our critic for finance crisscrossed the province, came up with, and together we came up with some concrete proposals for the Conservative government, but the government simply ignored them and decided to protect the wealthiest at the expense of the middle class and workers. Now, another important aspect, Mr. Speaker, it deals with tax havens. The government is speaking out of both sides of its mouth here. The Minister of Finance, other ministers as well, have said, as has the Minister of Revenue, that they want to deal with tax havens and do something about them. But with this bill, the one before us today, it creates another loophole to enable corporations not registered in Canada to not be required to pay all of their taxes. So this is another example where the Conservative government is saying one thing and doing the opposite. They're announcing all kinds of measures. There's goodwill. They say they're going to try and bring back and recover all of the taxes that should have been paid to Canada, but at the same time, they're putting in place measures that will, in fact, preserve these loopholes and tax havens. And people are very dissatisfied with that.
They're very disappointed to see what's happening with the Quebec government, which has been hit with a huge credibility crisis. And I think that this also affects the federal political class, where ordinary people see that once more, when the government comes forward with a budget like this, it's not a budget for them. People pay their taxes every day. And they see that this government hasn't taken a stance for them, but rather for their party. And they brought in measures that will protect the wealthiest, people with money, people who make money with their money. And people have had enough of this. They've had enough of this kind of situation that just goes on and on for years. And it keeps going on, Mr. Speaker. There's another thing. We could talk about the Telecommunications Act, which would allow foreign businesses to operate various facilities, various telecommunications facilities in Canada. Now, this won't help things. We talk about business. We're against the fact that the government is helping business too much, but when they start helping foreign business, then it's complete nonsense. And here again, there's a double message. They talk about helping, when they help businesses, they'll help consumers, but when they have to, sometimes they have to pay for the business. And it's people in Quebec and Canada who will have to pay the bill for these decisions. And once again, with this budget and this bill, C9, which would implement the budget, that the government has no scruples about pillaging the EI fund. There was a kind of independent fund created, and there were people who decried this fund, but at least it was the beginning of an independent EI fund. But now we see that once again, it's going to be completely emptied, and all the fine principles that justified its implementation will simply be swept away, because the government which has pillaged this fund is going to empty it completely and put it into an EI operations fund. I remember that when it was put in place, there were big banks that said it's very attractive to have this kind of fund, but you're going to have to put $15 billion into it, and the government didn't even put $2 billion in. It should have been there as a kind of insurance for difficult years for the EI fund, but now it's completely useless when one knows that the Conservatives, just as the Liberals did before, that together they pilfered $55 billion. This is money taken away from employees and employers. This is absolutely absurd, Madam Speaker, and I've only given some examples which show just how unacceptable it is for the Bloc Québécois to be in favor of this bill. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Thank you, Madam. I quite appreciate the member's speech, very technical area. Just a few minutes ago, I got a question from a constituent, and I would just like him to give his view on this. Since I'm sick and tired of big cable and big telecom twins, it's time we had some real competition up here and opened up copper and fiber. I'd appreciate if you could support legislation that finally gets us the customer competition, and that means everyone getting access to copper and fiber and getting rid of the evil twins. I wonder if the member has suggestions on opening up competition, having better competition and therefore consumer rates in these areas.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, in answer to the member's question, I would refer to the whole issue of the bill that the government is going to be implementing through the last year's budget, where it began a program to encourage high-speed access for various remote regions in Quebec and in Canada. And the Conservative government missed the train this year. It missed an excellent opportunity to say, we've understood that there is a demand for this, that there is a demand for about but it would have cost about $900 million. They didn't have the money, or wouldn't put the money in, but it would have been an excellent opportunity to help these remote areas develop economically. It would have given them money in keeping with the demand for this service, so that all of Canada and Quebec would have access to high-speed internet. But here, they put $10 billion into one region or some regions of Ontario for the auto sector, whereas they could have put about $1 billion Canada-wide to help with high-speed access, and it's unacceptable. Questions and comments?
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague, with respect to the budget and this government's agenda, is he concerned by the fact that this budget makes a priority of Canada's most profitable sectors, banking and big oil, rather than making the priority the people of Canada who have suffered because of the recession, who have lost jobs in other sectors, be they the forestry sector or manufacturing, and the fact that this budget contains no initiatives to help these Canadians with respect to their real needs at this time. The Honourable Member for Saint-Maurice Champlain. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, yes, I quite understand, and I would say in answer to the question by my NDP colleague is that the government said before it tabled its budget that we told the government that it was important to provide for measures for people, for measures to help people and regions, but the Conservative government persisted in being ideological and in concentrating its assistance for banks and on big oil. A sector that pollutes heavily. And we still have people who don't have jobs, who are having a hard time making ends meet. And there are really major human tragedies going on. We know that in some areas, one industry towns, etc., especially in the forestry sector, they've asked for the 2-week waiting period to be abolished, because this would help, especially when there are two heads of family who are both without a job. This 2-week waiting period means that they would have nothing at all for 2 weeks. This is completely unacceptable, and the Conservative government should have brought in a measure for these people. Thank you. Resuming debate.
Will the member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The title says it all. Bill C-9, Jobs and Economic Growth Act. This critical bill, on the face of it, ignores an important federal mandate, the legislated and constitutional duty to protect the environment. Part 20 represents a clear abrogation of federal duty. It appears to contradict the government's stated mantra of the need to balance economy with the environment. In the 2010 budget, the government declares Canada to be a clean energy superpower. Then in its Budget Implementation Act, the environment component is completely exercised in both the name and the measures. The Prime Minister promotes to be seeking Canada to be a clean energy superpower. His government committed in the fall 2008 throne speech to support technologies that won't emit greenhouse gases. They also committed to 90% national target for non-emitting electricity sources. How are they going to do this? By deep-sixing renewable power and further subsidies to the dirtiest source of power, coal. While Canadians thought the 2009 federal budget set a new high-water mark for perverse economic policies, this year exceeds that backward slide. This government is leaving our country mired in a 19th century fossil fuel economy. The Harper government's failures can be found not just in the specifics, but in the very principles that guide their regulatory and fiscal policies. The Harper government is holding fast to their long-held and...
I would just ask the honourable member not to remember to not mention the name of a sitting member.
I'm sorry. This government, led by Prime Minister Harper. No, I can't say that. I'm very sorry. I wasn't aware I couldn't say his name. Okay. This government. That's fine. I will not mention his name. I will not mention it again. This government's holding fast to their long-held and false assumptions that protecting the environment always comes at a significant impact to the economy. If this trade-off ever existed, it has long been replaced, at least in informed circles, by the need to move into the new economy. The International Energy Agency weighed in this week by saying Canada's record to date in addressing greenhouse gases suggests meeting even the meagre targets committed by Canada at Copenhagen will present policymakers across the country with an immense test. It remains unclear how national targets are to be coordinated, divided, and enforced among the provinces and territories. The IEA recommended that Canada produce a more coordinated national energy efficiency policy. Counted among many others who have recommended federal action on national energy efficiency are the former Conservative Trade Minister and Chair of the Energy Policy Institute of Canada, David Emerson, and the Right of Centre Alberta-based Canada West Foundation. Yet what the government delivers in this budget is cuts to the very programs that were enabling more efficient energy use, including the highly popular Eco-Energy Home Retrofit Program. While this government argues it is in sync with the United States, nothing could be further from the truth. The United States government is proceeding with bills and expenditures focused on U.S. energy security and sustainability, encompassing actions on climate, energy efficiency, and investments in renewables. They clearly get it. When will this government get on board? But I wish to focus particularly on Part 20 of this bill. There is clear intent in this part to erase environmental considerations from all federal stimulus spending and to emasculate the remainder of federal reviews. The proposed legal reforms directly contradict the legal mandate of the Environment Minister. The Department of Environment grants the Minister his powers, duties, and responsibilities. And contrary to the Minister's assertions that his responsibility is to balance economy and environment, nowhere in that act which mandates his power is there any mention of that need to balance. The intent of Part 20 directly contradicts one of the Minister's duties, and that is to require the assessment of any new federal projects. The Minister's duty to assess impacts was first abrogated in last year's budget when the Navigable Waters Protection Act was eviscerated. If Bill C-9 is passed, the majority of federally funded projects will be exempted. First Part 20 of the bill exempts a large swath of federally funded projects from a key regulatory trigger, federal financing. This is done despite the fact that the majority of projects merely undergo an initial screening. Secondly, the government is responding to recent court rulings confirming federal responsibilities to assess project impacts by simply empowering the minister to narrow the scope of any assessment. The most obvious question is, why are these significant amendments to the federal law included in a budget implementation bill? The legally required review of the federal law, Canadian Environmental Assessment Act, is slated to come before the Parliamentary Committee within weeks. Unlike the process for this bill, reviews before the Parliamentary Committee allow detailed consideration and to hear from all the affected stakeholders. Is this simply another example of the failed promises on transparency and participation in governance? Secondly, is this emasculation of federal impact assessment simply being done to save money? And if so, money for the government or for industrial proponents? Where is the evidence of this alleged unnecessary duplication and overlap? The government has yet to table a single example. Federal jurisdiction. The key to considering the appropriateness of this reform is the recognition of federal jurisdiction. The Supreme Court of Canada has, in a series of decisions, clearly upheld federal jurisdiction and responsibility for the environment, including environmental impact assessment. One of the most frequently cited cases in the Supreme Court was the decision on Friends of the Old Man. And as the court held, while local projects will generally fall within the provincial responsibility, federal participation will be required if the project impinges on an area of federal responsibility. The federal law specifies 3 triggers for federal assessment. One of those is federal financing. The second is any areas of federal responsibility. Both are eviscerated by this bill. Is the rationale to ensure more coordinated federal-provincial cooperation environmental assessment? This was recognized and responded to years back. Measures taken included the Harmonization Accord, federal-provincial bilateral agreements, coordination in the field, and joint panels. By these provisions, the government has slung an axe to its duties where only a scalpel slice may have been necessary. Of equal concern is the decision to grant the Minister of Environment the complete discretion to decide to narrow the scope of any federal assessment. Again, the sense is this change was simply to limit future judicial scrutiny of the government's decisions. Separate and apart from that concern is the potential for conflict of interest. Surely the decision on the scope or extent of a federal assessment should be removed from any potential political considerations. For example, any assessment of a pipeline or export power line that the government has endorsed surely should not be scoped based on the decision of a minister who may well have endorsed those projects. Certainly that's the case of the Mackenzie pipeline. Contrary to what the minister suggested, the Commissioner for Sustainable Development in his 2009 audit did not, in fact, recommend that this role be assigned to the minister. The Commissioner merely recommended that the Canadian Environmental Assessment Agency propose options to the minister, and the agency in reply said that they look forward to putting forward options to the Parliamentary Committee in the very hearings that will commence in a few weeks. A bigger question is, does this law change represent an underhanded attempt at constitutional amendment? This is a long-standing request by the Alberta and perhaps other governments to get the federal government out of the environment business on their turf. This is certainly the case on fisheries, a unilateral area of federal jurisdiction. And what of the duty to assess impacts to First Nation peoples, their lands and waters? And what of the federal power over transboundary impacts? Are these too being ceded to the provinces? Is this a case of illegal subdelegation? In considering this bill, members must consider the duties under federal law to regulate, to manage, to prevent, or to mitigate environmental impacts. The very purpose of the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act is to implement the government's duty under the precautionary principle to identify and prevent unnecessary environmental impacts. Where the effort is not made to assess these potential impacts, how can the government credibly claim to be exercising those powers effectively? Finally, to the matter of the transfer of environmental impact assessment duties to the National Energy Board and the Nuclear Safety Commission. Indeed, this is already allowed under law. What is of grave concern is the broad brush policy decision to completely transfer the environmental assessment function for the majority of these reviews to these agencies out of the very agency set up at arm's length to review environmental impacts. Contrary to what the minister has asserted, impacts to families and impacted communities and families have not been satisfied with the way those agencies have delivered environmental reviews. A non-government report on the New Brunswick facility review did not give it the glowing review the minister professes. In the case of the National Energy Board review of the first export power line out of Alberta, dissatisfaction in the assessment of impacts resulted in court action. Central to the case was the failed consideration to a farmer's impacts by the Energy Board. So in sum, I am rising to be absolutely opposed to the passage of Bill C-9, in particular part.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The detail on the environment and understand the members' expertise in that area. And I'd like to ask you 2 questions more in that area. First of all, the Conservatives have sort of made a laughing stock of themselves in the other place by putting forward a motion related to freedom of speech when they don't even allow their own members the freedom of speech. But in relation to that, if you could comment on the freedom not allowed to scientists on the environment, environmental officials, which was quite an issue recently. And the second one is in my area, in the north, climate change is causing change faster than anywhere else in the world. So what we need is adaptation. And the government in this budget and the projections are allowing all the adaptation programs to expire with no sense of hope of reinstituting them. And I wonder if you could comment on that.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member from the Yukon for his excellent question and his ongoing support for environmental measures in the House. On your question of the silencing of scientists, I certainly share your concern, but I share it in a much broader avenue. We've heard a lot about the concern, for example, that government-employed scientists have not had the freedom to share the results that they may have in their own research, or issues that they've raised of concern that should be brought to the attention of the government. My sense of the concern is even much broader. Here we're having an entire agency with appropriately skilled people who are going to conduct the independent review, or at least oversee the review by proponents of projects, being completely removed. And we can certainly guess that the appropriate officials are probably not vested in the other two agencies that are going to conduct those reviews. So I think we need to start taking a look at even deeper problems with science. They're not just not allowed to speak, now they're not going to be allowed to do the work as well. On the important matter that you raised about the cutting of funds to adaptation, I certainly share your concern. I'm more deeply concerned about the fact that the adaptation costs are simply going to escalate due to the fact that this government insists on not taking action and not setting those binding targets. It shouldn't cost taxpayers the money to respond to climate change. If we simply impose those legally binding targets and reductions on the major emitters, they will incur those costs rather than taxpayers. And then we can put our money towards helping the lesser developed countries that are bearing the brunt of the impact of our industry.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Wetaskiwin.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I would just like to ask my colleague, who I sit on the Environment Committee with, if she's heard the news, the fantastic news that Canada's greenhouse gas emissions, for the first time in a number of years, have actually been decreased to the tune of 2.1%. That report was filed today. It's good news for Canadians. It's clearly a signal that this government understands. After a previous Liberal government failed, they signed on to these glorified numbers, much like what we see in Bill C-311, which passed yesterday. Didn't do anything about it, other than attempting to ruin Canada's economy, and in particular Alberta's economy. But I'm wondering if this member can stand in her place and actually say congratulations to the government for getting greenhouse gas emissions down with all the investments that we put into the budgets previous to Budget 2010 that they voted against.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Yes,
Order, please. Order.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his question. I would have thought that he would have liked to stand and rise and express similar concern to the fact that our committee is not proceeding with the CA review rather than being done through a budget with little discussion. Certainly it's good news if, in fact, the greenhouse gas emissions have been reduced by 2.1%, but I find that rather pathetic given the fact that they've gone up 35%. So I don't know if that's 2.1% of intensity or if it's absolute. What was it? The thing that I found most noteworthy was yesterday in the House, the Parliamentary Secretary informed the House that that was no doubt due to the fact that we are reducing coal-fired power. And I would like the member to be aware, as he's from the same province as I am, that as we sit here, coal-fired power is in fact expanding in Alberta, and various companies are asking to ratchet back their requirements to reduce their greenhouse gases. So I don't see the jolly forecast that the member sees.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wasn't expected to be my turn yet, but I'm pleased to speak. This bill, Bill C-9, is a very interesting bill because it is the budget implementation bill, but that was a very disappointing budget to us. Even though I find the bill something we cannot support, I would like to just mention the important clarification that my colleague, the member for Edmonton Strathcona, just made regarding the the Environmental Protection Act. I want to talk about this bill because I feel that it is especially contemptuous when it comes to the forestry industry. As you know, forestry is a key aspect of the climate change action that we need to take. We hear that the gas emissions have been reduced, but I find that strange because I just heard last week that there was a 3% increase compared with 1990. So I don't see why they're so happy about the news. But I want to talk about the forestry industry. Many people seem to think it's quite simple. There are sawmills, there are lumber mills, but in fact there is much more to it than that. The money that should have gone into this field is about more than just cutting wood into boards and sending it to the United States. But there is also the aspect of the various kinds of wood products that are produced to carry a great deal of weight and have specialized purposes in construction. So every primary sector job in forestry creates 50 jobs. So somebody who cuts down a tree is really creating work for 50 people. It's not just about cutting down trees. It is important to invest in the forestry sector because it is important to look after it, to show stewardship, as we say. We need to manage these resources so that the trees can grow taller and larger and grow in the best conditions. So it is important to invest funds into both the public forests but also the private woodlots. This is something that the government had a responsibility to do but has not done. In addition to creating better quality wood, it creates more wood, and this creates more jobs. Obviously, the better the wood is, the more wood there is, then the bigger the trees have been, and that means a reduction in greenhouse gases. So in the short and long term, we need investment. It is very important to manage the woodlots and the forests effectively. But what is there in this budget on this? Absolutely nothing. There is nothing to help with the management of private woodlots and public forests. This is not helpful to the future of our regions or the development of other regions, because I mentioned that one job in a sawmill means 5 jobs down the line. We know that the trees can die out. We know that there will be in the future the possibility for the nation to be independent in terms of its construction materials, but there is nothing here. The government has shown contempt and has not given what it should have to this industry. The auto industry seems to be our god, and 57 times more investment was made into that sector than into the forestry sector. When I say that there are many more people working in forestry, it is true. When people count, it is usually just the number of people working, for example, in a sawmill. But there are also all these other jobs, the 50 jobs I mentioned. There are people who look after the trees, and we know that trees are living things, of course, so they need that stewardship. This is something that we can leave for future generations. But this government is just looking in the rearview mirror and does not want to do anything for our children. Moreover, the government has given no tax relief to the forestry industry. The oil industry, though, has done well, and everyone pays for that. As you know, any tax relief is paid for by anybody. And if there is tax relief, then it means that in return, taxpayers have to pay. If you hear about $2.7 billion, which I think is the amount of the tax relief provided to the oil industry, then that means that every province, every municipality is paying its share. Instead of giving the tax relief, these billions of dollars, to the oil industry, it would have been better to do so by providing the money to the green economy, to people that are using green technologies. And this would help the future of our country, the future of our people. But no, it seems that big oil is considered to be the future. But in fact, the oil will run out. In Alberta, they say they have oil for a long time to come, but it is a strange view of the future. We could help the upcoming generation create green energy, and that would mean creating an economy and technologies that could be exported. And this could replace our fossil fuels. But the government keeps giving money to the fossil fuel industry instead of to green technologies. Then there's the money that goes to the nuclear industry. The big joke seems to be that some governments still claim that nuclear energy is a clean source of energy. But that is not true, because until we find some way to deal with the nuclear waste, then that won't be true. There was a report recently by a Canadian government agency indicating that, what is the name there of the reactor? I've forgotten. That the name of the reactor that Canada has promoted, it could blow up. It could overheat. So we've got this sort of Damocles hanging over our heads, even though we are promoting this technology. And how are we going to ever make any profit? We know that in Ontario, nuclear energy was so expensive that the government gave up on it. It is clear that it is a lot better, a lot safer, and we create much more employment with other types of energy. We've got solar energy and other forms. We've got geothermal energy that will take many years, but it is an interesting form of energy. So why not invest in green energies? But in fact, there is an immense lobby that pressures the federal government to keep investing in the nuclear energy. The reason that there isn't more money for forestry is that we have these strong lobby groups. We just want the forestry industry to produce a few 2x4s and keep it at that. But in fact, the forests, if we take care of them, can create many jobs, and we can use these special forms of wood products to build buildings as large as this one. the government did not invest in this area, and the Bloc feels that this is a major reason not to vote for Bill C-9 and this budget. The government is not looking to the future of our children, but rather looking to the past. Questions and comments?
Member for Yukon.
Merci, Madam President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Enjoyed listening to the member. I have two questions. One is, first of all, if he thinks the budget provides any uncertainty as opposed to certainty for people. And I'll give two examples while he's thinking of that. One is on both food mail and on Aboriginal post-secondary education. The government announced they're going to make changes, but they haven't said what they are. It'll be sometime in the future. If the food you were getting was at jeopardy, I think you'd be pretty worried and want to know what the changes are. My other question is about the cancelling. You did some excellent talk on the environment, about the cancelling of a number of environmental programs like the eco-energy program, the adaptation programs for adaptation to climate change, and the cancelling of all the Canadian Foundation for Climate and Atmospheric Services. So all the scientists, many of the major scientists in climate change, temperature studies, keeping data on those, which is irreplaceable once the time has gone by, on droughts, on environmental sciences, etc.
The Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his two questions. It is true, I believe that the government is using a diversionary tactic. We didn't look really at the education aspect because we feel that education really is a provincial jurisdiction for Quebec, which will hopefully be a country. But when we look at how Section 20 of the Environmental Protection Act will be changed, it will now come under the minister. It will be the minister who makes the decisions, and there will be no longer be a committee that makes these recommendations or a group, but it will be the minister. The cabinet, after all, supports development of the oil sands, and if there were an environmental evaluation that might block in some way this development, for example, we've had projects in our area, and we think that there won't be an evaluation because it might block development. So I certainly agree with my colleague that there are many things that are not clear here, that are hidden, and what they want to do is be able to make their own decisions. The Honourable Member for Acadie-Bathurst. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member talked about the environment, but because the member for Alberta didn't want to talk about that, he chose something else. The Conservatives made an announcement yesterday. I think it was the member for Wetaskiwin. There was a question about the changes in greenhouse gas emissions, but if there have been changes since 2006, for example, I've had a mill closed at Richmond, Bathurst, and elsewhere, and of course this has been the same thing across the country. The greenhouse gas emissions have perhaps dropped because all of these pulp and paper mills have been closing. So it isn't the measures that they've taken to help the environment, but it is really the real problem. The Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi. There's about 1 minute for the answer. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I agree entirely with my colleague, the member for Bathurst. They are going to say that it's because of what they've done. But what have they done? Absolutely nothing. So they can't pat themselves on the back. The economy has been in difficulty, and as my colleague has said, there are many plants that have closed. There are coal-fired plants that have closed, and my colleague is quite right. Last week, Canada got the 3rd fossil award in a row. That is, we haven't actually dropped compared to 1990 rates. We have risen 3%.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Acadie-Bathurst. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to have this opportunity to speak to Bill C9, the Government's Budget Implementation Act. And as you know, the NDP will be opposing this bill, as many of my colleagues have explained. I'm a critic for employment insurance issues and unemployment, so I'd like to address those issues. Now, of course, it's not the only thing that I'm going to be covering in the bill. Now, I could deal with a host of other issues, but if we take a look at employment insurance, Madam Speaker, Bill C9 talks about or introduces amendments that will maintain the Employment Insurance Commission. It has that the operations will be called Employment Insurance Operations. And when we saw this account, it was when the prior one was abolished. Now, the Conservatives, Madam Speaker, are boasting that under their reign, they have created a new employment insurance account with $2 billion in it, and that they are not like the Liberals. They're not taking money out of the employment insurance account. Now, Madam Speaker, if I remember correctly, if I'm not mistaken, it seems to me that this is 2010 now. I know if I haven't got that wrong, then the Conservatives were elected in 2006. So between 2006 and 2010, who were the thieves, those phantom thieves that stole the money from the employment insurance account? Who were they between 2006 until 2010? Who raided the account? We can't blame the Liberals for everything. They stole a lot under their reign. It was between 93 and 2006. They raided the account. We can't forget that. We've said it often enough. But Madam Speaker, during a question period, at one point the Minister of Finance said, Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, the fact is that in the 90s, the previous government moved to some $58 billion from the account into the general revenues. And it went on. Now, I remember, I think the words in the Hansard have been edited somewhat. I think he said they stole that money. So misappropriated. If you look these words up in the dictionary, they're similar. But if you wanted to remedy the situation, you have to give the money back to the people it was stolen from. So there's over $57 billion in the Employment Insurance Fund. And, Madam Speaker, I'm not the one saying it. It's acknowledged by the Minister of Finance on the 29th of March in this chamber. And if we look at the Blues, even the Prime Minister rose that day and acknowledged the fact that the Liberals had raided the account and stolen money out of the account. So, you have to give that money back to the people. And who are those people? Well, the same people that are hearing the government say we're going to reduce corporate taxes. What corporations? Large corporations. But, at the same time, an announcement was made to increase employment insurance premiums by 15 cents for each dollar. Now, what does that mean, Madam Speaker? It means that it's a tax on workers. So they're saying they want to cut taxes. So they're The previous government, in fact, removed the money from the account. Now, this government from 2006 to 2010 has done the same thing, and they've legalized, in fact, this theft, simply wiped out the debt. Whose debt? The government's debt. And, in fact, it was a surplus for the people who contributed into the account. And in light of all of that, with all of that, now workers will be paying $223 more for their employment insurance premiums, and employers will be paying $312 more. So the taxes are going down for workers by $100, and they're saying, wow, that's a good thing. However, they're going to be facing a $223 tax on the other side. Madam Speaker, workers and employers had already paid into that account. They had already put money into the employment insurance account. And it's not just the member for Acadie-Bathurst who has said that. In a question that I put myself, and I think it is worthy of repeating, the Federation of Independent Business has conducted a study, and 82% of entrepreneurs in Canada want to see governments raise premiums so that the $57 billion that wants is reestablished. So 82% of entrepreneurs are saying, give us back the money that you've taken. They're not asking for a $57 billion check. No, they're saying don't increase our premiums, but give it back. If you didn't steal it, you borrowed it. And if you stole it, in fact, we'll have to call in the RCMP to get it back. That's what we should do. So there are only two things. So the government recognized on March 29th that the funds had been misappropriated. But what happened between 2006 and 2010? It's the same government. And the same government did the same thing, taking the money out of the employment insurance account. And in Bill C-9, the government is attempting to legalize that. And that's why I can't vote in favor of a bill that will be legalizing the largest theft in the history of this country. Now, there were problems with sponsorship in the past. That's nothing compared to the scandal that was this scandal here as it affected workers. Now, if we want to talk about scandal, this is the biggest national scandal that's ever occurred. Employers and employees have been paying in to an account, and the minister has stated that this was a theft. And as I said, even 82% of the business owners are saying they want their money back. Now, that's the situation, Madam Speaker, and that's what happened. In addition, the changes being made for employment insurance in this bill are fine and well. It's good for them to say, pat themselves on the back, and to say that they're saving everything. And so they're saying, well, we're not supporting the members of the armed forces. How many people are there in this country who are suffering from cancer, who have heart problems, who need employment insurance, but they're not eligible for it, even though they've paid into it? They've only got 15 weeks. We could have taken steps like that to help workers. We could have put something like that into the budget. There are other places where where measures for workers can be put into place. Now, instead of the 450, 750, and the 900-hour requirements, that could be dropped down to 360 hours. Now, there are people who are not qualifying for EI. So this isn't a matter of, we can't simply just give money to the large corporations and give them tax cuts and say, well, go on welfare if you're unemployed. No. These are people who've worked for these companies and helped them to make profits, and on many occasions that has been the case. And these presidents of companies are not earning simply hundreds of dollars. They're earning millions of dollars. There are millions of dollars in salaries that are being paid out. But the government is saying, well, we'll give you a tax cut. Oh, you at the bank will do the same thing for you. Oh, you need a tax cut too. But you, no. The poor worker who's lost his job, no. Well, you're just a bunch of people who are abusing the system. Madam Speaker, you sit in this House. How many times has the government said if we change the eligibility limit to 360 hours? They say, well, what do you mean? They're just working 10 weeks and the rest of the time they're on unemployment insurance? That's an insult to the workers. In France, for example, pays 75% of income for people who are on unemployment insurance. And France says, we respect our workers. The honourable member could undoubtedly continue making some remarks during the question and comments period. The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member waxed eloquent on EI. He's done very good and covered that copy very well. He's an expert in that area, and I very appreciate that. But I did want to ask a topic on another area. And I know he's well versed in all the areas, being the whip for the party. And this is on the government's suggestion of reducing numbers of people on boards to save money. Now, a lot of people brought up the fact it's not going to save much money because most of those are old vacant positions. And in fact, there's only about 18 part-time people left. So that's just a red herring. But I have a different question. When you eliminate people from boards, usually people on boards represent someone, like the unemployed, or like the province of New Brunswick, or like the federal government, or like NGOs. And if you're eliminating which positions, who's going to eliminate it? So I'm wondering if the member has any concerns about this particular part of the budget and the budget implementation, about eliminating positions on boards, who they are, and if this is really going to make a difference.
The honourable member for Acadie-Bathurst.
Well, there's a problem. And by doing that, it's not in a... I don't think that we ever saw any workers in our country said the board is too big. I saw workers said that there's $57 billion that belongs to us. And then if we cannot pay representatives to represent them, it just encourages the government to be able to hide what they're doing instead. And I think this is wrong. I think the labor movement and the employer should be able to have a say because they are the payer. Government doesn't pay 1 cent to the employment insurance. All that money comes from the employee and the employer, and they should have some say about who will be on the board, be able to represent people across our country. You know, it takes longer to take from Newfoundland to go to Vancouver than Montreal to Paris. Just imagine that. And it's a big thing to go to France. But now about our country, how big it is, then I think we have to have a fair representation across the country, and it's wrong to eliminate people on the board the way that the government is doing. But we understand that. This government, the Conservative government, is a government that are very transparent. We see it in the last couple of weeks, and they want to continue to be transparent by eliminating people that represent people.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened to our NDP colleague say that unfortunately the Conservative government has forgotten about the unemployed in its budget and has refused once again to improve the employment insurance plan. I'd like to hear him say a few words about this. I'm not sure if he mentioned it, but on the issue of the $57 billion that the previous Liberal government had raided from the fund. And this continued under the Conservatives, and this was at the expense of workers and employers. I think it's the government's duty to give that money back, to take some of the money and say, now is time to help you. Because you're facing difficulties, you're losing your jobs. This would have been an opportunity, a golden opportunity, to return the $57 billion. But no, that was not done. The honourable member for Acadie-Bathurst. Well, I don't know if my Bloc colleague heard me. I did, in fact, address that. But I can repeat what I said, because it gives me an opportunity to say that the problem was that when they just said that these problems affected the Atlantic. No, it's Canada-wide. Now, I crisscrossed the country. I went to all provinces. I went to Timmins, be it Sudbury, Alberta, Winnipeg, Port Alberni, Vancouver, Prince George, in the Yukon, everywhere the same problems existed. What the workers said everywhere is that's our money, we're losing our money. Look at what France said. That is the workers' money. They are in a position to provide an assurance. They don't have to go on social welfare. And I say hats off to France. We need to help our workers here. And we're not doing that with the insults that we see from the previous government and this government. They're just considering them fraudsters. They're not fraudsters or abusers. They're people, children living in poverty. That's what they are. There are 1.4 million children who go hungry in this country, and that is the fault of the previous government and this government. And the money needs to be put in the go back to the workers immediately, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. Order, please, order. The Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas on a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm rising on a point of order in an attempt to allow two ministers to correct the public record concerning their recent assertions that the government had referred recent allegations concerning the former Minister of State for the Status of Women to the Ethics Commissioner. I'll start by referring to a Library of Parliament transcript from this morning's CBC radio program, The Current, in which the following exchange between the Ethics Commissioner and the host Anna Maria Tremonti took place. Mary Dawson: yes, I should just clarify that a little bit. I have not had an official request from the Prime Minister to investigate anything relating to Mrs. Georges. Anna Maria Tremonti: who has requested then, if he hasn't? Mary Dawson: I haven't had any request. Anna Maria Tremonti: from anyone? Mary Dawson: no. I send you a copy of this transcript, Madam Speaker, and would be happily table it in the House if I receive consent. Is there consent to table a document, Madam Speaker?
Yes. There is no consent.
The problem is that this exchange does not seem to agree with the statements of the ministers on this matter. The Minister of Transport said the following during question period on Monday, and I quote, "Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister reported to Canadians this past Friday, allegations came forth from a third party. Those allegations were forwarded to officials in the RCMP and with the Office of the Ethics Commissioner in Ottawa. The RCMP and the Ethics Commissioner will come to their own conclusions as is proper on the issue." In response to another question, he then said, "When the allegations of the third party arose, our government acted both quickly and appropriately and forwarded them on to both the RCMP and to the Office of the Ethics Commissioner." In response to another question, he then said, "Mr. Speaker, it was for the very reasons that the member described to the Prime Minister when he received these allegations that are unproven to him or anyone else, referred these allegations to the Royal..."
Order, please. I regret to interrupt the Honourable Member, but as it is 2 o'clock, I had been told it would be a very short intervention. He may continue after question period, his intervention after question period. Yes, I believe it's best to pursue this point of order after question period because there's little time to either rule on it or to consider it in any with any consideration or to give it any consideration. The Honourable Parliamentary...
Clarify matters before question period, I think, would be helpful for the entire House, Madam Speaker. And it would be a quick clarification. The Prime Minister has been very...
As it is 2 o'clock and there is limited time for declarations, we must begin. Statements by member. The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I'm proud to have represented Canada earlier this spring at the Jeddah International Economic Forum in Saudi Arabia, where I spoke about Canada's perspectives on the worldwide economic recession and our goals for the G20 summit in Canada this summer. Canada is leading the recovery. The leadership and economic foresight of our Prime Minister is evident in several key areas, including reducing Canada's debt by $38 billion over the preceding 3 years, significantly reducing the taxes of Canadians, the strengthening of our banking system, Canada's Economic Action Plan, and our continued pursuit of free trade while avoiding damaging protectionism. Canada is an example for other nations. Our foresight and sound economic strategy have made us a global leader and the natural choice as host of the G20 and president of this year's G8 summit. Although there are still uncertain times ahead, Canadians can take pride in our progress while looking forward to an even stronger economic future.
The Honourable Member for York South Weston.
Madam Speaker, Robert Bob Addersley, who was an Olympic medalist and Whitby's longest-serving mayor, passed away recently after a brief illness. It has been written, Madam Speaker, that he could have been a professional hockey player because he was that good. Instead, he chose business and politics, and his community was the richer for it. Bob Addersley, who grew up in Oshawa, first won Whitby's heart as a young hockey hero. He scored the winning goal for the Whitby Dunlops against the Russians during the World Championship Hockey Tournament in 1958 and was an Olympic silver medalist with the Kitchener-Waterloo Dutchman in 1960. During his nearly 30 years political career, he served as councillor, deputy reeve, mayor, and was a member of the Shriners, Jesters, and Rotary clubs, as well as numerous boards and commission. Bob, according to his wife of 55 wonderful years, was a loving husband, father, and grandfather. Joan goes on to say, Bob was the most positive person I ever met. He loved life, his friends, everything he did. He saw the best in everyone. And those of us who knew him would agree. Madam Speaker, I'm sure that all members of this House will join me in extending condolences to the Addersley family on the passing of this great Canadian.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Madam Speaker, within the context of the third World March of Women, which goes from March 8th to the 17th October 2010, I met with representatives of women's centres in Berthier-Maskinongé. The women from these centres are asking the federal government to guarantee women's right to decide whether or not they want children, which involves maintaining and consolidating accessible and free abortion services. They decry the violence of which women are a victim in the framework of armed conflict. They're calling on Canada to sign the declaration, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, especially with respect to women and Aboriginal children. And they're also asking that the federal government recognize that water is a fundamental right and that it must be excluded from NAFTA. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, this summer the eyes of the world will be focused on Canada as we host the G8 and G20 summits. Decisions at these and other global summits in 2010 will be critical to the future of life on our planet. Canadian civil society partners have created the At the Table campaign to ensure that the voices of Canadians and citizens around the world are heard at the table of the G8 and the G20. At the Table has identified three key priorities: poverty and inequality, climate change, and the global economy. These are issues close to my heart, Mr. Speaker, as of all of my NDP colleagues, as we've fought hard to see the Millennium Development Goals realized and our international climate change obligations realized. Congratulations to the civil society partners involved in this innovative campaign. Together, we will be louder and stronger, and governments around the world will have to listen. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Waterloo. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Rosemary Smith as the 2009 Citizen of the Year for Kitchener-Waterloo. This prestigious award, presented by the Lions Club, acknowledges the contributions of outstanding leaders in our community. Rosemary is the CEO of the Kitchener and Waterloo Community Foundation, an organization that encourages charitable giving and supports local programs and initiatives. This foundation benefits the people of our region and helps to make Kitchener-Waterloo the best place to live, work, and raise a family. As a longtime leader and community builder, Rosemary's commitment to Kitchener-Waterloo has made a lasting difference. She is an inspiration, reminding us that we can all play a role, making our communities more healthy, vibrant, and prosperous. Please join me in saluting Rosemary Smith and recognizing the important contributions of all community leaders.
Honourable Member for Beaches, East York. Mr. Speaker, last Saturday, April 10th, I had the pleasure of attending a celebration of 100 years of guiding with the East York Girl Guides in my riding of Beaches, East York. The event was held on the 100th day of 2010, marking the great achievements and history of the Girl Guides over the past 100 years. Hundreds of thousands of girls and young women have learned new skills, improved leadership abilities, and developed long-lasting friendships with their fellow guiders. Through the Girl Guides, they have been able to tackle new challenges and learn more about the world around them and helping others. The Girl Guides fundraise annually by selling Girl Guides cookies to support their activities, and this year the guides in my community put together a cookbook full of over 300 recipes. Funds raised from this cookbook will go towards paying for 100th anniversary adventure in the summer of 2010 for 22 Girl Guides and 7 guiders. The trip will start off in London, England, where guiding began nearly 100 years ago, then visit 6 Scandinavian countries. These young guides will go out in this new adventure and meet new friends and fellow guides along the way. I want to congratulate all Girl Guides celebrating 100 years of guiding this year.
The Honourable Member for Burlington.
Last week, the Burlington Chamber of Commerce and the Burlington Economic Development Corporation hosted their 2009 Business Excellence Awards. I would like to express my congratulations to the following winners. The Young Entrepreneur Award went to Mr. Neil Madden of ECS Coffee. The Service Industry Award went to Namaziak Yakamoto Architects. The Manufacturer Award went to Echo Waste Solutions. Mountain Equipment Co-op won the Retail Wholesale Award, and Exotic Woods Inc. won the Small Business Award. CPC Pumps International won the New Business Investment Award, and the Business Expansion Award went to Coachco Canada. Business Exports Award went to Xerox Automation, and the Tourism Ambassador Award went to Mr. Ako Matsubishi. The Mayor's Community Service Award went to Pepperwood's Restaurants and the Burlington Professional Firefighters Association. Thank you to all the winners and to all the nominees for making Burlington a stronger place to do business and a fantastic community in which to live and raise a family. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Alfred-Pelon. Mr. Speaker, thank you. While claiming the opposite, this government is indisputably the ally of the rich of this world who take advantage of tax evasion. While the Conservatives are constantly asking the middle class to tighten their belt and don't want to help the unemployed, they haven't hesitated in their last budget to abolish tax withholding for certain businesses, non-resident businesses, that sell their assets in Canada. This would leave the door wide open to tax evasion, according to specialists. This government must stop asking for ever greater sacrifices from taxpayers, and it should put in place the measures proposed by the Bloc Québécois, putting an end to tax havens, stop giving breaks to big oil, and putting a surtax on those who make more than $150,000 a year.
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to standing up for Canadian consumers. From product safety legislation to the lowering of the GST, this government has made major advances in the best interest of consumers. Consumers must be confident in the accuracy of measurement-based transactions, such as filling up their tanks at the gas pump. When Canadians pull into a station to gas up, they want to know that what's calculated on the pump is exactly what's in the tank. That's why today, the Minister of Industry has brought forward legislation to ensure that Canadians are getting what they paid for. The Fairness at the Pumps Act will make retailers more accountable for the accuracy of their pumps and other measuring devices through mandatory inspections and increased fines. Mr. Speaker, while the opposition leaps at any opportunity to raise consumers' taxes, our government is working to ensure Canadians are confident where it means the most, at the gas pumps.
The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday, the Finance Minister's Parliamentary Secretary finally revealed why Canadian banks held up so well during the recession. His explanation was, quote, accolades to the Liberals. The Liberals made sure that we kept regulations in place that kept our banks strong, end of quote. He was, of course, referring to the Liberal Party, whose foresight saw our banking sector through a financial crisis that the Conservatives didn't even see coming. He was referring to the Liberals, who balanced 9 straight budgets, not the Conservatives who turned those surpluses into deficits. He was referring to the Liberals, who reduced EI premiums for 13 straight years, not the Conservatives who are hiking them and taxing Canadians more for the privilege of working. The same Liberals who in 1993 inherited an 11% unemployment rate and brought it down to 6%. Not these Conservatives who ran it back up to 8. I agree with the Parliamentary Secretary. Accolades.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It has been a year since the Liberal leader revealed clearly to all why he called himself a tax and spend Liberal. That is when he stated if he were Prime Minister, he would, and I quote, have to raise taxes. Of course, this is the same Liberal leader who has mused about raising the GST and has bragged that he was the first Liberal to propose a carbon tax on everything. His latest tax hike promise is to raise job-killing business taxes. Yes, Mr. Speaker, it seems no tax hike is off the table for this tax and spend Liberal leader. Thankfully, our Conservative government firmly believes that lower taxes fuel job creation and economic growth. That is why, since forming government, we have cut taxes for families, businesses, and individuals, including reducing the GST by 2%. Mr. Speaker, we are proud of this job-creating, growth-promoting, low-tax record.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
On this National Day of Mourning, we stand together with the people of Poland to mark a tragedy of unspeakable dimensions and to honor the lives of so many Polish people lost on April the 10th. On behalf of my colleagues, I offer our heartfelt condolences to the people of Poland and Polish people the world over, including the 1 million Canadians of Polish descent. I know for many of the 40,000 Polish Canadians in Manitoba, the depth of grief being felt. The loss of 96 people, including President Lech Kaczynski and his wife, along with Polish political, military, and civil society leaders, is a tragedy that has taken loved ones from their families, but has also taken from an entire country the hopes, ideals, and aspirations that its citizens entrusted to its political representatives. Mr. Speaker, I can only imagine the sense of loss and grief being felt. But having been on a recent visit to Poland, I know that based on the faith and courage and perseverance that the people of Poland have held on to over 1,000 years of adversity, that this will be a source of strength for them now. So our thoughts and prayers go out to this grieving Polish nation. The
Honourable Député.
The Honourable Member.
The
Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Today, Calgary and Edmonton, tomorrow, Vancouver. The leader of the Bloc Québécois will be ending his cross-country tour. But when you think about it, as long as he's going to be in Edmonton, the leader of the Bloc might take advantage of being there to go to Fort McMurray to see how his personal portfolio is doing. While the leader of the Bloc is claiming to defend the interests of Quebecers, it's quite concerning that he's doing this tour in order to convince Canadians to separate from Quebec. Doubtless, this is proof that Quebecers don't want to hear about sovereignty. Mr. Speaker, while the leader of the Bloc is traveling across Canada, we are working at boosting the economy. While the economy and jobs are clearly not the priority of the Bloc Québécois, Quebecers must be able to benefit from our solid economic leadership. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Mr. Speaker, out of solidarity with the Polish people and in memory of the President of Poland, His Excellency Lech Kaczynski and his wife Maria Kaczynska, who both died on Saturday in a tragic plane accident, we are observing a day of mourning. The circumstances of the death of the Polish president are sad and disturbing. 95 other people, most of them office holders of the Polish state, legislators, senators, generals, and senior officials also died. They were all going to commemorate the massacre in Katyn of 20,000 soldiers by the Soviet army. My colleagues in the Bloc Québécois join with me in showing our solidarity not only with the Poles who are now in mourning for their president, but also with their diaspora. We extend our sympathies to the families and loved ones.
Member for the honourable member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, the thoughts and prayers of Canadians are with the people of Poland who suffered the tragic loss of 97 brave souls in a plane crash last weekend. In my hometown of Regina, I think of City Councillor John Findura, the Polish veterans who gather at the Legion, Superior Court judges, Polish cultural groups just now preparing for a Mosaic Festival, and more. Les racines polonaises sont bien.
Polish roots go deep in Canadian soil, and we share their mourning.
Because of the poignant link to the infamous Katyn massacre of 70 years ago. On this National Day of Mourning in Canada, let Polish people everywhere know how profoundly Canadians share their grief, how deeply we respect the memory of President Kaczynski, the First Lady, and all of the other victims, and how our great confidence in the future of Poland is anchored securely in the indomitable spirit of that great nation.
The honourable member for Oakville.
Mr. Speaker, today Canada stands with Poland in mourning the tragic loss of President Lech Kaczynski, his wife, the First Lady, and numerous other leading lights of Polish society. This unimaginable event shocked the world. It is made all the more depressing and poignant by the fact that the President and his delegation were on their way to Katyn in Russia to commemorate another national tragedy where over 22,000 of Poland's best and brightest were brutally murdered 70 years ago. On behalf of all Canadians, the Prime Minister declared today to be a national day of mourning. He will also take part in a special memorial service with the Polish-Canadian community in Mississauga this evening. Today, those who died are in our thoughts and our prayers. We stand in solidarity with the Polish people during this very difficult and sad time.
Oral questions, questions orales. The honourable member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I have a question for the Minister of Defence. Each day we hear new allegations that are troubling about the treatment of Afghan detainees. Those questions have not yet been resolved. They are difficult and important for Canada's reputation. I would like to ask the Minister why, after all of these allegations and events, why not hold a public inquiry to shed light on the details of the situation? Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Member's question was allegations, and in fact, what we know yesterday was the witness before the committee made allegations, and in fact, when specifically asked about these allegations, he said he had no specific evidence to support the claims. In fact, it was the honourable member who posed questions to him that elicited that response. In fact, when specifically asked, was he even in the area when these alleged incidents occurred, he said no.
The honourable member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, it isn't going to do to not recognize the seriousness of the allegations which were made by the individual yesterday. I'm hearing a lot of heckling on the other side. All I can say, Mr. Speaker, is that it simply won't do to dismiss it. You can't dismiss Mr. Gosselin. You can't dismiss Mr. Anderson. You can't, with great respect to the minister, continue to dismiss Mr. Colvin. There's no other place for these allegations to go except for a proper public inquiry. That's the only place these questions can be resolved. It's the only way it can be done.
Honourable Minister of National Defence. Order.
Well, nor, Mr. Speaker, can the honourable member or anyone continue to dismiss the testimony of senior members of the military in the diplomatic corps. What I would suggest to the member opposite is that each and time there have been specific allegations presented on this subject matter that Canadian forces investigate. That was reinforced yesterday in a statement from the Chief of the Defence Staff, Walt Latinchuk. Each and every time there's specific allegations, appropriate officials take appropriate action.
Honourable member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, it's precisely because there are different accounts of the same event that we need to have some place to go to get the contradictions resolved. That's exactly why we need an inquiry. That's precisely why. At the Military Police Complaints Commission, Mr. Speaker, the presiding officer can't even see the documents that the witnesses can see and that the lawyers for the government can see. How is that individual going to resolve these questions? A public inquiry is the only way to get to the bottom of these questions, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, as a barrister and solicitor, as the honourable member is, as a former member of CERC, somebody supposedly well-versed in the handling of confidential information that could impact national security, the honourable member surely knows that there's this little curious thing called substantiated evidence that has to enter into the fact, Mr. Speaker, of the examination. So when specific allegations are brought forward, we have forums, we have investigations, we have the ability to look into them. But yesterday's testimony, there was no specific evidence, Mr. Speaker, offered by his own admission.
Honourable member for Vancouver South.
Mr. Speaker, it's only before a judge that allegations turn into evidence, and that's why you can't dismiss Colvin, Anderson, Gosselin, Mulgry, and a number of memos all point to a systematic transfer of prisoners to risk of torture and for rendition, and allegations of innocent civilians being sent to NDS for further questioning. Then yesterday, allegation of a teen being shot in the head. If General Latinchuk can call an inquiry overnight, has the courage to do that right away, then why this cowardice on the part of this government and not a public inquiry?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence. Order.
I appreciate the emotion, Mr. Speaker, on the part of the honourable member, but again, the reality is we need specific allegations to take specific action. And when that happens, Canadian forces follow that evidence, Mr. Speaker, each and every time. The Chief of Defence Staff indicated that yesterday. But with respect to testimony heard yesterday, and the honourable member was there, when specifically asked, do you have first-hand accounts, do you have proof that this happened, Mr. Speaker, he said no. Whoops. No.
The honourable member for Vancouver South. Order.
Yesterday said that he was at the point of transfer of prisoners to the risk of torture, particularly for rendition to the NDS. Now he's a former cultural advisor, a translator, accuses this government of transferring a sick prisoner to the NDS, despite the fact that the NDS was prepared to have him shot and justify it. This government that is mired deep in lies, in scandal, and in cover-up. When will they shed their cowardice? When will they have the courage to put these allegations from the generals, from the translator, from Colvin, from Anderson, to a sitting judge so that we can have some truth?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Well, more rhetoric, more sound and fury, Mr. Speaker, more unsubstantiated allegations. And the honourable member himself, who is a lawyer, a former premier, he's getting very good at it. His theatrics are noted, Mr. Speaker. But you know what? I just wish, just once, we'd get a question from the honourable member that would reflect an acknowledgement and knowledge that the men and women of the Canadian Forces are continuing to do great work on behalf of our country at great risk to themselves and their families, Mr. Speaker. He should stop disparaging their name, their work, stop making allegations insinuating that they're war criminals, Mr. Speaker. That is despicable, detestable evidence.
Order, please. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Order, please. Mr. Speaker, new allegations are shedding a little more light on why the former Minister for the Status of Women was thrown out of the Conservative caucus. There are photos showing her and her husband partying with prostitutes at an event when cocaine was being used. Instead of hiding, will the Prime Minister confirm that these are the allegations that were given to the RCMP? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, when we were made aware of the allegations, we did what was proper, which was to transmit the allegations to the competent authorities so that they could take the appropriate steps. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, in addition to these troubling allegations that leave them open to blackmail, there are 3 numbered shell companies that were apparently set up in Belize, that is a tax haven and well known to be so. These are companies that could be used for tax evasion and influence peddling. Are those the allegations that were transferred to the RCMP? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister took the steps he did as a head of state. He received the allegations and provided them to the authorities who normally should deal with them. If an opposition colleague has allegations, he should take them to those who would take the appropriate action. The Honourable Member for Quebec. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has claimed that he transferred the file of the former Minister for the Status of Women, but the Ethics Commissioner is saying that no official request to her was made, and she feels she does not have enough information to open an investigation. The Prime Minister said he was troubled by the allegations, but doesn't seem in a hurry to shed any light on them. Instead of this constant pattern of hiding information, why does the government not make public the information so that the responsible authorities can take action? The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Were brought to the Prime Minister's attention. He forwarded them to the RCMP. He also forwarded them to the Independent Ethics Commissioner. He gave the contact information of where she could go to find additional information, Mr. Speaker. She has the authority, as she said just yesterday on the CBC, quote, I have also got the power to self-initiate if I feel I've got reasonable grounds. Rather than keeping her in the dark, the Prime Minister did forward on the concerns that were brought to his attention.
The Honourable Member for Quebec. Mr. Speaker, in addition to putting on the table all of the information that he has, the Prime Minister needs to tell us what he has done to try to clarify things. For example, a private detective is implying that the minister may have used an official trip to Belize in July 2008 to create 3 virtual companies in that tax haven. Did the Prime Minister's office take the basic steps to verify that information and any other information from the investigator?
Minister. What did he do? He immediately referred them to the RCMP. He immediately referred the issue to the Independent Arm's Length Ethics Commissioner, Mr. Speaker. He acted responsibly, he acted quickly, and he acted with high ethical standards. Quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister did the right thing.
The Honourable Member for Toronto, Danforth. Order.
Mr. Speaker, we learned this morning that there were warnings about torture that did not make it to the head of the military police. This shows a lack of seriousness, a lack of will to follow up appropriately regarding the transfer of detainees in Afghanistan. This shows clearly that NDS torture is a widespread occurrence, and everyone knows that. So why has this failure occurred? Why was the information not transferred? The Honourable Minister of National Defence. Mr. Speaker, this is false.
Know that when Canadian forces have substantiated evidence, they act. They follow up these allegations, Mr. Speaker. What we heard yesterday was just that. It was allegations, and when pressed, when asked specifically to present evidence that could be followed, the witness admitted, Mr. Speaker, that he had no specific evidence to offer. They were allegations that he could not substantiate. That is what we're dealing with here.
The Honourable Member for Toronto, Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, the allegations made yesterday were very serious. They're made by a former translator for the Canadian Forces. And they are allegations about the chain of command and about ministers as well. He said that it was common knowledge that prisoners transferred to the Afghan authorities were tortured. Mr. Speaker, everybody knew everybody knows that that's what was happening and is happening. It can't be cleared up by the government investigating itself. So when are we going to get the action that is required? A full inquiry. Our troops deserve better than what we're getting here today.
Minister of National Defence.
Well, our troops certainly deserve better than drive-by smears, allegations, non-specific references to their performance, Mr. Speaker. And I want to be clear, Mr. Speaker, when the Canadian forces have specific information or allegations, they act, they follow all international obligations, they certainly follow the Geneva Convention, Mr. Speaker. They're doing an exceptional job in difficult circumstances. This is a very challenging mission for those members and their families. I just wish the honourable member would show a little more support for what they do.
Honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Our troops, and this member should understand that and realize it. You know, when the Prime Minister was in opposition, here's what he used to say. There is no more important job, and he said this with a certain energy. There is no more important job than cleaning up government and bringing accountability back to Ottawa. Boy, those were the days, because they're refusing to have an inquiry on the issue of torture in Afghanistan. They're refusing to tell us why. They've called the RCMP on one of their own, and requests for information of this government take an eternity to get filled, if ever. When are we going to get the accountability they used to boast about?
The Honourable Minister of Transport. Order.
This government's first order of business when this House convened was to bring in the Federal Accountability Act. We banned big money from politics. We brought in the largest expansion of access to information, Mr. Speaker. And when we tried to put a little bit of light on the Canadian Wheat Board, the NDP stood up to put a cloak of darkness, Mr. Speaker. Where there was darkness, we brought light. We overruled the NDP, and we have a lot to be proud of when it comes to accountability, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The Honourable Member for Random View. L'Honourable Député.
Honourable Member for Beauséjour. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are getting tripped up by their contradictions. The lawyer for the former minister said that he has not been informed of the allegation, but the Prime Minister's office is saying the opposite. The Prime Minister said that he referred the allegations to the Ethics Commissioner, but she is saying that she's getting all her information in the newspapers. The Minister and her husband seem to have abused the ministerial resources, such as the limousine, chauffeur, BlackBerry, parliamentary office, and may have even been implicated in high-level fraud. What is the Prime Minister keeping back? When will there be a formal complaint? The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Brought to his attention, what did he do? He did the responsible thing. He did the ethical thing. He immediately referred these allegations to the relevant authorities so that they, on behalf of Canadians, could independently look into these situations, Mr. Speaker. That's the honourable thing. That's the ethical thing. The Prime Minister did the right thing, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Beauséjour.
Mr. Speaker, the red flag should have gone off last September when Mr. Jaffer was charged with cocaine possession. You don't buy cocaine at your local pharmacy. You have to have an illegal source. Did the government learn nothing from the Julie Couillard affair? Why didn't the Prime Minister order an enhanced security check of his minister months ago at the first suggestion that her husband was in contact with people with criminal connections?
Order. The Honourable Minister of Transport. Order.
Mr. Speaker, the allegations made by the member opposite are quite preposterous, Mr. Let me be very clear. Last Thursday evening, serious allegations were brought to the attention of the Prime Minister. He acted immediately. He brought the issue to the RCMP. He also notified the Ethics Commissioner, Mr. Speaker. He acted responsibly. He acted ethically. He acted expeditiously. The Prime Minister did the right thing, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Random, Buren St. George's.
Mr. Speaker, in 2008, when former Status of Women Minister represented Foreign Affairs, she went on a government-funded trip to Belize. On the trip, she met with those at the highest levels of power. But according to media reports, it is alleged by the Prime Minister's own informant that the Minister and Mr. Jaffer also had questionable private business interests in Belize. Will the government assist the police investigation and proactively release all details of everyone the Minister met during her trip to Belize?
Honourable Minister of Transport.
You want to talk about proactive. The minute this information was brought to the Prime Minister's attention, he acted ethically, he acted responsibly, he did the right thing, he referred the entire matter to the RCMP. They are the competent authorities to conduct this investigation, and of course, Mr. Speaker, this government will cooperate fully in that investigation should they choose to undertake one.
The Honourable Member for Random, Buren St. George's.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister wasn't the only familiar face on that Belize trip. Mr. Jaffer also accompanied her and participated in official ministerial events. Given that he was still an MP and Conservative caucus chair at the time, did the government pay for Mr. Jaffer's travel, and do they have detailed records of who he met with while in Belize?
Yes. The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Speaker, the authorities in these matters are the RCMP. The Prime Minister has forwarded all the information that he learned last Thursday evening onto the RCMP so that they can conduct an independent investigation. The Prime Minister's ethical conduct in this matter has been beyond reproach. He acted ethically, he acted immediately, and he did the right thing, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the version that the government is defending regarding the Afghan prisoners is falling apart. A Canadian interpreter of Afghan origin has confirmed that when Canadian military personnel thought that prisoners were lying, they transferred them to the Afghan security services to be interrogated according to the Afghan method, which means, in fact, that they were tortured. So they were subcontracting torture. How could the government say that the protocol adopted in 2007 was working well when this interpreter says these things happened a year later?
Was confirmed. It was alleged. And let's be clear, each and every time, Mr. Speaker, in these instances, the Canadian Forces leadership only transfer prisoners if they are satisfied on the ground that there is no real risk that a transferred prisoner would be subjected to torture or mistreatment. Mr. Speaker, that's the standard that they meet. I just wish the honourable member would raise his standards a little bit in his questioning.
Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, I would like the Minister raise his standards so that there is more transparency here in this House. The Afghan interpreter also said that the Canadian troops killed an Afghan teenager, and to hide that mistake, they carried out a raid in a village and transferred about 10 people to a situation of torture. So instead of closing its eyes to these types of arrests, why does the government not take its responsibility and create a public inquiry which would give us answers? The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Indignation. What the witness did say yesterday was that he wasn't there. He didn't see it. He wasn't around the area when this alleged incident occurred, so it was, of course, unsubstantiated. Mr. Speaker, when we have substantial evidence or information, we act. But this member and others opposite like to wrap their arms selectively around what witnesses say. What I heard the witness say yesterday was that each and every member of the Canadian Forces, from the top generals to the men and women on the ground, were liars, Mr. Speaker. If that's not disparaging their reputation, I don't know what is. And I'd be very loath, if I was a member opposite, to associate myself with comments like that.
The Honourable Member. Order, please. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Despite the new agreement governing, in fact, that was to resolve all of the issues for the transfer of prisoners, Canada continued to turn prisoners, Afghan prisoners who are often innocent, over to torture. Diplomat Nicolas Gosselin documented at least 8 cases of torture which occurred between January and August 2008. How can the government claim to have done its duty when the torture of Afghan prisoners never stopped? The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
This is astounding to me is that repeatedly we see members opposite completely wrapping their arms around these broad statements of unspecified, unsubstantiated evidence. What we did as a government in 2006, upon inheriting a mission put in place by the previous government and inheriting a flawed transfer agreement, was put a new agreement in place that allowed for more mentoring, more monitoring. I'm told, in fact, now that public safety officials have been able to go to those prisons more than 200 times. We're able to improve their professionalism, work on the infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, it's not perfect, but it's far better than it was when we inherited this mission.
The Honourable
Member for La Pointe-de-Lille. Now, I'm wondering if the minister has heard the witnesses when he said they're just superficial allegations. Perhaps that would lead him to listen more carefully. Reports from Diplomat Gosselin were never given to the Military Police Investigation Commission. They're probably too compromising for the government. Since negligence and mismanagement of the government are at the heart of this matter, public opinion must have access, unfiltered access, to all documents in their original version and not the redacted version. When will the government show some transparency? When will it stop?
Le ministre de la Justice.
I don't know where the honourable member's been, Mr. Speaker, but the government has indicated that they'll make all legally available documents, Mr. Speaker. We've asked Mr. Justice Akabuchi to conduct an independent, comprehensive review of all the documents, Mr. Speaker. We're cooperating with the MPCC. Let the Commission and Justice Akabuchi do his work.
The Honourable Member for Ajax Pickering.
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure and the Minister of Environment both admit to having met with Mr. Jaffer to discuss his request for government cash. Allegations now surface that might explain why. Allegations that former Conservative caucus chair and then Status of Women Minister needed cash or low-interest government loans to boost the value of phony offshore companies hidden in the tax haven of Belize. Given the growing list of serious and troubling allegations, it is critical the government turn over these funding requests. Will they, and when?
Here. The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, on the specific allegations that are before the House, neither the Minister of the Environment nor the Minister of Infrastructure provided any grant for the issue in question, Mr. Speaker. The member opposite should be ashamed of himself.
Honourable Member for Ajax Pickering.
What the minister should be ashamed of is hiding the truth from Canadians, refusing to reveal these allegations, and refusing to report these meetings when they happen. We know the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure has the funding request. He told the media, quote, "I've got the paperwork right in front of me." With a growing cloud of allegations, including cocaine use, phony offshore companies, tax evasion, escorts, abuse of public trust by a minister while in cabinet, can the Prime Minister not see that he makes matters so much worse by hiding what he knows? Will he simply come clean, tell us the facts, or are they going to prorogue again?
That's right. The Honourable Minister of Transport.
It was this government who set up an independent lobbying commissioner. So if the member opposite has any specific allegations to make, he can make them to that independent officer of Parliament. But, Mr. Speaker, the member opposite could also make allegations without parliamentary immunity. He can go outside and repeat the outrageous claims he just made, Mr. Speaker. But I'm going to suspect when it comes to this member, once again, he won't have the guts.
The Honourable Member.
Order, please.
Honourable.
The Honourable Member for Westmount Ville-Marie. Order, please. Mr. Speaker, it's now very clear that the Prime Minister wants to keep Canadians in the dark. He chose to impose a culture of secrecy and to govern against the will of Canadians by hiding the truth from them. 13 departments are below average or received a failing grade with respect to honouring the deadlines contained in the Access to Information Act. The Conservatives want to hide what they're doing to our country to hold on to power, and that is undemocratic. Will they admit that their promises of transparency were worth absolutely nothing? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Government is committed to transparency and openness to Canadians. We appreciate the advice that the Information Commissioner gave to us. We recognize that there is room for improvement, and we're taking steps to improve it. Thank you.
Order.
The Honourable Member for Westmount Ville-Marie. Mr. Speaker, the Information Commissioner talks about a pattern of censorship. Entire pages relating to the Prime Minister's willful blindness regarding torture have been censored. Parliament is locked in order to avoid having to answer questions. Rights and democracy, muzzling of scientists, cuts targeting climatologists, the behavior of his ministers, and the list goes on. It's official. It's total darkness over the government's affairs. Why is the government wrapping his government in a cloak of secrecy? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mentioned we appreciate the comments made by the Information Commissioner. Decisions regarding access to information are made by professionals in the civil service. Ministers do not involve themselves in these decisions.
The Honourable Member for Prince Edward Hastings.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Having spent numerous years in the retail sales, I know that when the Canadians pull into a station to gas up, they want to know that what's calculated on the pump is exactly what's in their tank. Now, our government has always remained committed to standing up for Canadian consumers. From product safety legislation to the lowering of the GST, this government has made major advances in the best interests of consumers. Could the Parliamentary Secretary today please inform this House what is being done to further protect Canadian consumers?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry. Order.
Well, in fact, Mr. Speaker, I can. Consumers must be confident in the accuracy of measurement-based transactions, such as filling up their tanks at the gas pump, since this directly affects the health of our economy. That is why today the Minister of Industry brought forward legislation to ensure that Canadians are getting what they pay for. The Fairness at the Pumps Act will make retailers more accountable for the accuracy of their pumps and other measuring devices through mandatory inspections and other fines. While the opposition continues to propose increasing taxes to consumers, our government is working to ensure Canadians are getting what they pay for at the gas pumps.
Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Mr. Speaker, the culture of secrecy of this government is showing that the government has not learned its lesson. If allegations are true, if the former minister was not taking steps, this would be a very serious crime. This is tarnishing not only the member, but everyone. Was the Prime Minister aware, and was he aware of the tax evasion by his minister, the Honourable Minister of Transport?
Allegations are true. I don't know whether they're true. The Prime Minister doesn't know whether they're true. And the member opposite doesn't know whether they're true. That's why the Prime Minister did the right thing and referred this matter to the RCMP. They're the ones who conduct an independent review. They're the ones that can launch an investigation if they choose. It is their responsibility. The member opposite is a distinguished lawyer, and him to stand in this place and come to conclusions based on media reports are quite rightly outrageous, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Their government, Mr. Speaker, that threw her out of the cabinet and threw her out of their caucus. That was their responsibility. Their responsibility is to tell us why. Not since a former Liberal Prime Minister has had his fleets of ships under the flag of a foreign land has a member of this House been implicated in a scheme to avoid paying their fair share of taxes. That's an insult to all taxpayers in this country, all citizens of this country. Why can't the Prime Minister stand in his place and tell us this is an unethical practice, one that he will condemn under any circumstance?
Hear, hear. Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, serious allegations were brought forward to the attention of the Prime Minister. He did the right thing. He immediately said, I can't be the judge, I can't be the jury, I can't be the executioner. He referred the matter to the relevant authorities so that they could conduct an independent review, Mr. Speaker. That was appropriate. That was ethical. The Prime Minister did the right thing, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Mr. Speaker, the Information Commissioner had denounced the lack of transparency by the Conservative government. A half a dozen departments received poor grades, and the Department of Foreign Affairs, which is covering up the truth surrounding Afghan prisoners, is on red alert. The Commissioner has also noted that the Prime Minister's control over the whole of government is causing a number of delays contrary to the Act. When will this government comply with the Act, and when will it accept to provide an explanation? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, we thank the Information Commissioner for that advice. Most of the information is provided within 30 days of receipt. We will achieve to improve results. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville, the Parliamentary Direct Budget Officer, states that Parliament does not have the information it needs to adequately oversee government spending in the most recent budget. Kevin Page deplores that the government has refused to present a financial framework and risk analysis. Why this blatant lack of transparency? Why is the government refusing to give Kevin Page the information that he is calling for? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and a wonderful question coming from that honourable member. It's your purview, Mr. Speaker, that provides the funding for this officer of the House of Commons. That provides critique, Mr. Speaker, but I would suggest that perhaps it's time the Parliamentary Budget Officer perhaps goes back and asks the Liberal Party what happened to the $57 billion that was paid by employees and employers in this country, Mr. Speaker. We'd like to find that money.
Honourable Member for Pickering, Scarborough East.
Mr. Speaker, for 2 years, Noah Kirkman has been held in the United States by a county judge who refuses to send this 12-year-old boy back to his family here in Canada. Calgary Child Services have not declared Mr. Kirkman or Mrs. Kirkman or Noah's grandparents, for that matter, as unfit to look after him. For 2 years, Noah has been bounced back and forth between several foster parents and schools. Yet this outrageous judicial detention of a Canadian citizen continues. Mr. Speaker, this case flies in the face of the Hague Convention on returning children to their countries of origin. Can the Minister explain when he's prepared to act and how long this travesty will continue?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Consular officials abroad and in Ottawa have been providing consular assistance to the Kirkman family since October 15, 2008. Mr. Speaker, in this particular case, the matter is in front of the court. Consular officials abroad and here in Ottawa have and will respect the court orders concerning the minor child. Mr. Speaker, if ordered by the court, consular officials abroad and in Ottawa are ready to assist in the child's return to Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Pickering, Scarborough East.
Mr. Speaker, the problem is that the government has waited 2 years. Calgary Child Services are more than capable of determining what is in the best interest of young Noah. And this young boy must immediately be returned to his family. What is the government waiting for to put an end to this masquerade? Why is the Conservative government refusing and has continued to refuse over 2 years to come to the assistance of his family and return young Noah to Canada? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
It is very important to note that the Child Protection Agency is responsible for the protection of minor children. And in international law, this is the court in USA. As the current matter is in front of the court, we cannot abide by the court rules. We'll continue abiding by the court rules, and if ordered by the court, consular officials abroad and in Ottawa are ready to assist in the child's return to Canada.
Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, the government's spin on its decision to scrap plans for a Canadian HIV vaccine facility has come unspun. Today, Health Committee heard more conflicting accounts of how the decision was made, some of it disturbing and implying political interference. We've lost a vital public resource. And Winnipeg, by all accounts, the winning bid will lose a projected 70 high-paying scientific jobs plus spin-offs. And Canada's proud HIV research reputation has nosedived. Will the government now give us the real reasons for all this damage?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I said before, the money is still on the table, and we'll continue to work with the Gates Foundation to ensure the money is invested to develop safe and effective vaccine. As well, Mr. Speaker, an independent study was commissioned by the Gates Foundation that concluded the facility is unnecessary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, throughout all this obfuscation, one thing is clear. The government's sudden reversal is a blow to Winnipeg, a blow to Canada, and a blow to the people whose lives depend on a breakthrough in a vaccine development. Will this government at least guarantee that that the $88 million set aside for the vaccine production facility will be invested in Canada, will be used for the acceleration of HIV vaccine development, will be used towards discovery research, will enhance Winnipeg and Canada's world-renowned research capacity in AIDS, will support 12 capacities, and in fact will keep sight.
Order. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I said before, the money is still on the table. In addition to refusing to take the truth for an answer, the wild goose chase by members opposite has now taken the unfortunate turn of questioning the credibility of public health officials. And once again, we will continue to act on the basis of science and the best interests of taxpayers, regardless of the motivation of those members who want to imply the worst about the hard-working, dedicated officials in order to serve their own political ambitions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member. Order. The Honourable Member for Cumberland, Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Mr. Speaker, another day, another new tax proposed by the opposition. No. First it was a carbon tax, then a GST hike, then a job-killing business tax, and now it's a tax on iPods and MP3 players. Unbelievable. Yesterday, the Liberals joined forces the NDP, the Bloc, to support a new tax that would force consumers to pay up to $75 on any new audio recording devices. Can the Minister of Canadian Heritage tell the House our government's position regarding this new tax on Canadians?
The Minister of Canadian Heritage. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The vote last night, the Bloc Québécois, the NDP and the Liberals got together and they voted in favour of up to a $75 new tax for every iPod, every BlackBerry, every cell phone, every computer, every PVR in this country. It is bad for consumers and it's bad for creators. There's nobody in full sobriety that can say that this will help musicians, the music industry, the television industry, the movie industry, by making it more expensive for consumers to purchase the products on which they will receive their Canadian content. But that's what they did. They want higher taxes on consumers. We believe in standing up for taxpayers and standing...
Order. The Honourable Member. Order. The Honourable Member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, it's encouraging to note the Minister of Indian Affairs is again meeting with representatives of First Nations University, including the new and highly regarded president. Shawneen Pete is a symbol of the change that's happening at FNUC, fixing what was wrong before, securing a better, sustainable future. The Minister knows a one-time federal financial commitment just to August does not constitute a solution. It's a step, but a small one. Is the Minister at work on a long-term financial plan to extend permanently beyond August?
Honourable Minister of Indian Affairs and Northern Development. Speaker, of course, we've never stopped meeting with representatives of First Nations University, and we're always interested in improving outcomes for First Nation and Aboriginal learners across the country. Mr. Speaker, of course, we've already put on the table that there's $3 million available, but of course it's a proposal-driven thing. There has to actually be a proposal come in. So when I met again today with the officials, I told them that I encouraged them to get that proposal in. We're eager to see that. We're eager to work with them on that, and that's sitting there ready to be processed, but we need a proposal. But, Mr. Speaker, also in the long term needs of that institution, Mr. Speaker, while they're working hard on it, it sure wasn't helped by this member and the work that he didn't do when he was minister.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Order, please. Mr. Speaker, an international consensus is becoming clear. Yesterday, the Minister of Finance said that Canada would dissociate itself from it. He told his G8 colleagues that he refused to see the benefits of a universal tax on banks. In 2009, banks registered $15.6 billion in after-tax profits, and after 3 months, they're at $5.3 billion in profits, after-tax profits. Why is the government so afraid of Bay Street?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I said in committee when this honourable member raised that motion, I wasn't just sure what planet he had been living on through this global financial recession, because everyone in Canada knows that we have the strongest financial sector in the world. It's the envy of the world. Mr. Speaker, not one penny of Canadian taxpayers' dollars went into propping up a bank. Why would we impose a tax on banks when they cause no harm to Canadians, Mr. Speaker?
The honourable member for Nickel Belt.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's office's doors are open for companies like Vale Inco. The strike was launched in July, and the Director of Policy, Paul Wilson, met with representatives from Vale Inco. There were 25 meetings that were held between the government representatives, and Vale Inco reps since 2008. Did the ministers and the Prime Minister's office talk about the work conflict?
Secretary
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I don't know about the meetings that the honourable member is talking about, but we do continue to monitor this situation. We evaluate, of course, under the Investment Canada Act, equality to proposed reductions throughout the entire enterprise. Vale Inco had announced temporary shutdowns in other parts of the world and have not targeted Canada. We see Vale Inco planning to stay invested in Canada in the long term, but Mr. Speaker, of course, we will continue to monitor the situation there.
The honourable member for St. John.
Mr. Speaker, while the Liberal leader continually pushes for higher taxes, our Conservative government is focused on supporting our economic growth and helping to create new jobs. Canada's Economic Action Plan is a positive plan to protect Canada's economy and to prepare for the opportunities of tomorrow, and it's working. Just today, Statistics Canada reported that Canada fared better in this recession than in previous ones and is in the best position in the G7. Can the Parliamentary Secretary please tell this House what else is being said about Canada's economy?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for St. John for raising this important issue. Once again, proof today, Mr. Speaker, that our Conservative government's economic action plan is providing real leadership. What we're hearing and what we've said all along is that Canada holds one of the best positions economically in the entire world. Last week, OECD forecasted Canada's economic growth by a wide margin to lead the G7. KPMG lined up with that, saying that we become the most competitive in industrialized countries on the job sector, Mr. Speaker. We are accomplishing what we've set out to do.
The honourable member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, the Federation of Saskatchewan Indian Nations and First Nations University have undertaken a lot of change. A new Board of Governors, a new CEO, a new President, a new governance agreement with the University of Regina, a sensible, sustainable business plan, and the renewed support of the Canadian Association of University Teachers and the Saskatchewan Government. They have all turned the page. Will the Government of Canada constructively join the team long-term for the sake of hundreds of young lives that otherwise might not get a chance?
Honourable Minister of Indian Affairs and Northern Development.
I think it's important to realize that of all of the First Nation learners in the country, less than 5% attend First Nation universities. So it's not fair to say that First Nations people are going to be on the ropes, Mr. Speaker. There's 95% plus to find other ways to get a post-secondary education. But, Mr. Speaker, importantly, when I talked to the Chief and the President again today, there is no business plan with a single number in it, not a dollar, not a number in it yet. So they're still working on that. There is no agreement signed with the University of Regina yet, and nor is there any proposal before us yet asking for a single dollar.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
In Budget 2010, this government announced $10 million in funding to address the tragedy of the hundreds of murdered and missing Aboriginal women in Canada. It's been over a month since that announcement, and still this government has failed to be forthcoming in regard to when and how monies will be distributed. The Native Women's Association of Canada has been the only group to provide evidence of the number of missing and murdered Aboriginal women, and is the most appropriate group to do the essential future work. When will this government commit to funding a second phase of Sisters in Spirit?
Good question. Honourable Minister of Indian Affairs and Northern Development.
Mr. Speaker, of course, I think we were all delighted in this House that our government committed $10 million in the budget to address this issue of missing and murdered Aboriginal women. That was a great step forward. Mr. Speaker, we have also, our government has signed a an agreement or to take the next series of projects forward called Evidence to Action. It's building on the Sisters in Spirit research project that was done so well by NWAC. And Mr. Speaker, we look forward to working with them and other Aboriginal groups and individual Aboriginal women as we get to the bottom of not only the missing and murdered Aboriginal women, but making life better for Aboriginal women from coast to coast.
Being Thursday, I believe the honourable member for Wascana may have another question for the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if the Government House Leader can describe the agenda that he has in mind for the rest of this week and next week. And in his answer, I wonder if he could follow up on a comment made in the Standing Committee on Official Languages by the Minister of Transport, indicating that it is the government's intention to introduce a bill on Air Canada's compliance with the Official Languages Act. Could the Government House Leader indicate when that legislation is likely to be tabled in the House of Commons?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, of course, I'd be happy to reply to my honourable colleague, the House Leader of the Official Opposition, as to the business of the House for the remainder of this week and into next week, Mr. Speaker. Today I hope to conclude the debate at second reading of C9, the Jobs and Economic Growth Act. Mr. Speaker, as you know, the Budget Implementation Act is a very important piece of legislation. We've heard a lot of debate about it in the Chamber. Very pleased that we're getting our message out about all the good things we're doing to help sustain jobs and to create new jobs in our country. The next bill I intend to call following C9 is C5, the International Transfer of Offenders Act. And next week we will continue with the business of this week with the addition of C4, Sebastian's Law, and C13, Fairness for Military Families Act. Tuesday, April the 20th, next week, Mr. Speaker, shall be an allotted day. As for the Honourable Opposition House Leader's inquiry about specific pieces of legislation, all I would ask is that he be patient, Mr. Speaker. We're bringing forward a lot of legislation. All of it is excellent legislation that I know he can hardly wait to support.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader is rising on a point of order arising out of question period, I believe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to rise on a point of order and bring to your attention what I believe was unparliamentary language used by the member from Vancouver South today during question period. In the member's questioning of, or to the member of the Minister of National Defence, the member from Vancouver South accused the government of lying and of exhibiting cowardice with respect to the detainee issue. Now, Mr. Speaker, in my view, that is extremely unparliamentary, and I would point out, Mr. Speaker, to your attention that in your ruling of last year, when you shared with this House your three determinants on considering whether or not unparliamentary language is used, you said you considered the tone, the content of the question, and whether or not the House was disrupted because of the question. I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that in this case, the tone was highly inflammatory, the content was confrontational, and of course there was the resulting disruption. Mr. Speaker, I would ask you to advise the member for Vancouver South to immediately withdraw his remarks. If he refuses to do so, Mr. Speaker, I would ask you to examine the blues and make a ruling in due haste. Thank you.
I'll certainly be pleased to examine the blues and make a ruling in due haste in compliance with the honourable member's wishes, but I'll have to examine it. I think I remember hearing the word, but I didn't think it was directed to an individual, but I'll certainly double-check it. Now, order. The honourable member for Burnaby Douglas was on a point of order before the statements by members began at 2 o'clock, so I gather he will want to continue his argument from the sound of it and the fact that he's standing there, so I'll recognize the honourable member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to complete my point of order regarding my attempt to allow two ministers to correct the public record concerning their recent assertions that the government had referred recent allegations concerning the former Minister of State for the Status of Women to the Ethics Commissioner. And this is in light of the Ethics Commissioner's statement this morning on CBC Radio that she had not received an official request from the Prime Minister to relate anything relating to the former minister. Mr. Speaker, I was giving some examples of how the Minister of Transport had responded to questions in the House on Monday on this issue. And In response to another question, he then said, and I quote, "Mr. Speaker, it was for the very reasons that the member described that the Prime Minister, when he received these allegations that are unproven to him or anyone else, referred these allegations to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police and to the Ethics Commissioner. Those are the independent agencies that are charged with making this type of determination." Later, Mr. Speaker, in another response to a question, he then said, when the allegations were brought to the Prime Minister's attention, he moved expeditiously and quickly. He immediately referred them to the two relevant independent authorities, the RCMP and the Office of the Ethics Commissioner. Those authorities will be the ones who come to the conclusions with regard to these matters. Mr. Speaker, as well, in response to another question, the Minister for Natural Resources then said, and I'm reading from the translation, Mr. Speaker, on Friday we learned of allegations made by a third party. Those allegations were referred to the RCMP and the Ethics Commissioner. The RCMP and the Ethics Commissioner will draw their own conclusions. Furthermore, later in the question period, he also, the Minister of Natural Resources, in response to another question, said, when we learned of the allegations, we immediately referred the matter to the RCMP and the Ethics Commissioner. They will draw their own conclusions. Mr. Speaker, I thought it was only fair to allow these ministers an opportunity to correct the record concerning this matter before we continue this discussion. This way, there'll be no question of them having misled the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Transport is rising on this point.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the comments by the member for Burnaby Douglas. I think he actually clarified the issue in his last speech. He said the matter was referred to the Ethics Commissioner. These allegations were brought forward to the Prime Minister. He doesn't know whether they're true. He doesn't know whether they warrant an investigation. What he did not want to do was to simply sweep these allegations under the rug. So what he did was forwarded the allegations, referred them to the Office of the Ethics Commissioner, said, this individual's come forward. They've raised some very serious allegations. I want to refer this matter to you. The Ethics Commissioner has the capacity, as she has said on CBC this morning, to initiate an investigation proactively if she sees fit. I understand that the Ethics Commissioner, Mr. Speaker, telephoned the third party in question, who then declined to cooperate, and that's regrettable. But I think what it does do is it demonstrates the Prime Minister acted quickly, appropriately, and ethically by not trying to somehow sweep this matter under the rug. He also referred the matter to the RCMP. He did not ask the RCMP to conduct an investigation because the Prime Minister in this country doesn't ask the RCMP to do investigations. There was a matter of concern that were allegations that were serious. He referred them to the RCMP. It's up to the RCMP to make a determination whether they do or do not want to open an investigation, just as it is with the Ethics Commissioner. I think, again, Mr. Speaker, I want to highlight this, is that it showed that the Prime Minister did the right thing. He acted responsibly. I really, really do see. I know the member for Burnaby Douglas to be a fair and reasonable person. I do think we are splitting hairs, Mr. Speaker. What it does show, it does underline the Prime Minister's ethics in this matter, that he did the right thing.
Hear, hear. Well, I'm not sure that the situation is one that it constitutes a point of order for the House. It appears to be a dispute as to facts or things that may have transpired, but I'm not sure that it has anything much to do with the rules of the House of Commons, and accordingly I'll review the comments made by both the Minister of Transport and the Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas, and if necessary I'll get back to the House, but my suspicion is that we'll consider the matter dealt with at this point, but I will have another look. Orders of the day. Order du jour.
Government orders, government bills, commons.
Second reading of Bill C9, the Jobs and Economic Growth Act.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise on behalf of the Bloc Québécois to discuss this bill, which seeks to implement the budget. I don't think it will be a surprise to anyone to hear that members of the Bloc Québécois will be against this bill, just as we were against this budget as tabled by the Conservative government. Unfortunately, I only have 10 minutes to tell you why our party is against the budget implementation bill because there are multiple reasons for this, and each one of them would require a 30 or 40-minute speech, but I will list a few in the time allocated to me. Among other things, one of the reasons why the bloc is against this bill is that this implementation bill confirms this Conservative government's will to spare the rich, including the banks and major corporations. As you saw earlier during question period, Mr. Speaker, our colleague, the member for Hochelaga and the finance critic for the Bloc Québécois, was listing the astronomical profits recorded by the banks, including in the past few months, $5.6 billion profit, I think, whereas when the time comes to grab money from the pockets of the middle class or the poor, governments, and this heartless Conservative government, I would say, do not hesitate to have the deficit paid for by the middle class as well as workers and the poor. Another reason we're against this is that the provisions of the bill shows clearly that corporations will not be included in the effort to increase government revenue. Again, it is the workers, people who cannot take advantage of tax havens, people who work very hard in factories, in plants, in stores, people who often work for minimum wage. But contrary to major corporations that benefit from large tax exemptions, as soon as they earn a little bit of money, the government immediately taxes it. So, when it comes to tax loopholes, the government is speaking out of both sides of its mouth, because on the one hand it's saying it wants to attack tax havens, and on the other, in this bill, the Conservative government opens the door to have corporations that are not registered in Canada avoid paying their fair share of taxes. This is an absolutely ignoble approach on the part of this government. We know that during question period, there were questions about the former Minister of State for the Status of Women, who is now an independent member, who apparently, according to the news circulating on the Hill, took a trip to Belize as a minister to open up 3 fictitious companies to avoid taxes. As we know, Belize is clearly a tax haven, as is Barbados, as are other Caribbean islands or small countries that just take the opportunity to create tax havens and tax loopholes. In Quebec, we had 2 cases of flagrant fraud where people were cheated out of their savings. I'm talking about Vincent Lacroix and Earl Jones. The money that these people were defrauded of wasn't in Earl Jones or Lacroix's bank accounts. It was hidden in countries that are tax havens. And when these 2 have served their time, let's remember that the Bloc Québécois had asked that they be kept in prison longer, but the Conservatives refused. When they get out, their money will be in the Caribbean somewhere, and they can resume their luxury lifestyle, whereas these small savers, and we saw young people lose their parents in an auto accident, and the insurance money they got was managed by these children's grandfather. I think they were two young girls. They lost everything.
It's unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. It's unbelievable. But that's what tax havens are being used for. And in the Bloc Québécois, we cannot wait for the government to live up to its responsibilities and ensure that people pay their fair share in taxes, not just middle-class workers. Those are the TV viewers who are listening to us right now. Now, on another matter, and I'd like to focus on this particular issue, this Budget Implementation Act will extend through till 2011-2015, a provision whereby the government can take money out of the Employment Insurance Fund. Now, we've had an opportunity on several occasions to say that the EI fund surpluses do not belong to the government. They belong to workers who pay into the system and to the employers. And when the fund provides surpluses, in one particular year there was $1.5 billion in surpluses. Now, what did the government do? The government used its metaphorical vacuum to suck up all this excess money, and this is unacceptable. In the Bloc Québécois, we believe that there should be an autonomous employment insurance fund which is managed by employers and employees, a little bit like the system we have in Quebec. And when the fund posts surpluses, the fund managers, comprised of workers and employers, will determine which particular workers should benefit from enhancements under the scheme. Now, my colleague from Manicagouan, in the North Coast, in the Lower St. Lawrence Valley, in the Gaspé, we are facing something that is an ongoing issue, and that is the issue of seasonal work. These people are not labelled simply seasonal workers. The work itself is seasonal. Now, let's say you tried to plant trees to provide wood in the middle of the forest in the middle of February when there's feet of snow. Well, it's very unlikely that you'll have no snow in the middle of February in Quebec, but you can't do that. You can't fish in February. In my riding in Charlevoix, Haute-Contenant, it's a very tourist-oriented area. We have some fabulous bed and breakfasts and guest houses. We'd like them to be full in February, but there's a reality that we have here in Quebec, and that is winter. It's impossible to keep our bed and breakfasts and our hostels and guest houses and hotels open throughout the entire winter. So proprietors and managers even have to shut their doors, or they have to cut back on staff during those periods. Now, the employment insurance system is totally unfair to those who engage in seasonal work. It's not their choice. The work simply isn't available to them. And when the work season is short, as we saw last summer, workers weren't called back to work because of the temperature, and these individuals didn't qualify for the unfair employment insurance under the unfair employment insurance system. And in March and in April, they had to live or experience what the quote-unquote black hole for employment insurance. So people end up having nothing left to live off. My time's run out. I could have spoken at greater length, but thank you anyway, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I did sense that the member could have made a lot longer speech, and I'm going to give him an opportunity to continue. The member certainly talked about bank profits, and we know they were $15.9 billion last year, Mr. Speaker, with the president of the CEO of Bank of Montreal the Royal Bank, making around $10.4 million last year. And this is at a time with 800,000 Canadians out of work. This is a time when the world was slipping into the worst recession since the Great Depression. Now we have a government here which is essentially supporting the big banks. We have a story in the Globe and Mail today by Tara Perkins, and she talks about the Minister of Finance. In essence, he's pretty much an unpaid lobbyist for the banks by the looks of it. It says while bankers are more concerned about the number of international rule changes, when it comes to fighting those, they have Ottawa's backing. So the Minister of Finance is fighting international rule changes on behalf of the banks at the international level. Barack Obama, the U.S. President, is trying to overhaul the entire financial regulatory system. Meanwhile, Ottawa is working on just minor changes. In addition, in terms of the G7 and the G20 nations, they are trying to set up a fund to take care of failing banks in the future. Once again, this finance minister, this government are opposed to this. They're fighting the measure on behalf of the banks. In addition, the G7, G20 are coming out with guidelines for remuneration for bank executives. Guess what? This government, this minister, are opposing it on behalf of the banks. So once again, this minister is essentially an unpaid lobbyist for the banking interests in this country. So I'd like to ask the member if he'd like to comment on that and offer any other insights and information about that point.
The Honourable Deputy.
The Honourable Member from Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. Well, Mr. Speaker, when you give a 10-minute speech, there's a 5-minute question and answer period. I think my colleague took 4 minutes and 50 seconds to ask his question, so I think I'll try and respond in about 10 seconds, shall I? Well, indeed, banks are the quintessential example. So, look at what's happening. This government is in bed with the banks and big oil companies because they're major funding backers for the Conservative Party. They put money into their election fund. So why would you bite the hand that feeds you? Bankers' salaries are high, and President Obama has warned people that after the healthcare reform, it's high time that there be banking reform. The banks are making indecent profits, and I agree entirely with Mr. Obama, President Obama. But when we looked at the budget, we weren't surprised at the handouts to the banks and the big oil. The Conservatives are the faithful servants of those. It's kind of like I'll scratch your back and you'll scratch mine, and that's the Conservatives' way of doing things. Questions and comments.
Reprise de débat. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise in the House today and speak on behalf of the constituents of Vancouver Kingsway and offer their feedback and views on Bill C-9, the budget that's been presented by the Conservative government. Mr. Speaker, prior to the budget being presented in this House, I spent several months actually meeting with my constituents in my office and in my community in every single kind of context one can imagine. I visited small business owners, I went to community centers, I went door knocking house to house, I visited my constituents on the street and in the markets and the businesses and cultural and recreational venues of Vancouver Kingsway, and I asked them about their lives, and I asked them about the federal government and the priorities that they would like to see presented in this budget. And this is a particularly cogent question, I think, Mr. Speaker, because, as we all know, over December, January, and February of 2009 and 2010, many of the people of this country, including the people of Vancouver Kingsway, have had to deal with a challenging economic environment. And many people, from children to seniors to working men and women, to single mothers, to small business people have been struggling. And these are the priorities that my constituents overwhelmingly and repeatedly mentioned to me that they would like to see in this budget. They wanted to see a budget that focused on creating jobs, but not just jobs as a number on a page, but good, well-paying jobs upon which someone can raise a family. They wanted to see the federal government get back into developing affordable housing in this country. They wanted to see in this budget the provision of federal funds to create a national, universal, affordable, and accessible childcare system. They told me that they wanted to see the federal government increase their transfers to the provinces in every aspect of education, from preschool to elementary and secondary public education to university, trade schools, and community colleges of every type. They told me they wanted to see the federal government increase spending on public transit. They wanted to see the government make a clear stand, both in policy terms and in financial backup, to protect our environment. The people of Vancouver Kingsway told me that they wanted to see help for seniors, whether that's providing medical and dental and transportation support to ensuring that every single senior in British Columbia and in Canada can have a decent, comfortable, safe, and secure place to live. They told me they wanted to see support for small business. People of Vancouver Kingsway told me they wanted to see fair taxation return to this country. And on that score, might I say that the people of Vancouver Kingsway, unlike the people on the other side of this House, believe in government and believe that if we pool our resources together, we can collectively build the kind of country that will provide strong public services for every single person from coast to coast to coast. And last, Mr. Speaker, the people of Vancouver Kingsway wanted to see action taken on pensions, because as the baby boomers age, as our demographics in this country move us closer to retirement in ever-increasing numbers, Canadians and Vancouver Kingsway residents are starting to be concerned that they won't have enough money when they go to retire at the age of 60 or 65 or 70 in order to live decent and dignified lives. Now, I submitted these submissions to the Minister of Finance, and I submitted those well in advance of the budget, Mr. Speaker, and I'm also proud to say that I submitted a number of specific requests that also emanated from direct requests from the people of Vancouver Kingsway. They wanted us to build a mid-sized performing arts theatre in Vancouver Kingsway. They want to see federal help to build a Filipino cultural centre and a Vietnamese cultural centre. They wanted to see investments in affordable housing at the Little Mountain site and at the RCMP headquarters site that will soon be vacated. They wanted to see senior standalone housing and public housing projects and affordable renting housing developments backstopped by the federal government. The people of Vancouver Kingsway wanted to see the federal government make a clear stand for the children and youth of our communities and the recreational needs of our citizens by helping contribute funds to the Mount Pleasant Outdoor Pool, to help fund the programs and capital requirements of Cedar Cottage, Little Mountain, and Collingwood neighborhood houses. They wanted to help. They want to see the federal government help make sure that our community centres, Renfrew, Douglas Park, Trout Lake, and Riley Park, have sufficient funds to have adequate space and enough funding for their programs. We wanted to see increased services for new Canadians, the funding of more language training programs, and more settlement and counselling services that are so critical and important to ensuring that new Canadians can get settled and prosper in their new country of choice. The people of Vancouver Kingsway specifically wanted to see more investment in community crime prevention programs and increased community policing in Vancouver Kingsway. And they wanted very practical environmental solutions right in our riding, things like the creation of bicycle paths and greenways in Vancouver Kingsway. They wanted to see increased tax credits and government grants to encourage the green retrofitting of both residential and commercial buildings. And they want to see the federal government also lead the way in encouraging urban food production by investing in community gardens and other community food safety and security programs. Most importantly, I think the people of Vancouver Kingsway want to see investments in our children. They wanted to see federal contributions to help us seismically upgrade our elementary and secondary schools. As we all know, Vancouver sits in a seismically active area, And these are the first places that people will go to in the case of an earthquake that we've seen devastate so many countries of this world. And I can tell you that the schools in Vancouver, Kingsway and Vancouver are seismically unsafe. They wanted to see capital and operating funds for elementary and secondary schools in Kingsway and operating funds for new and existing childcare providers, because nothing, Madam Speaker, is more important to the people of this country than our children. And last, as I said, they wanted to invest in public transit to increase service levels and overcrowded bus routes, expand rapid transit in Vancouver, and keep transit fares affordable. Now, Madam Speaker, this is what the people of my riding told me they want to see in this House. And what did we see? Did we see this Conservative government deliver those priorities? Absolutely not. We see very little new in this budget. This shows a government that has no clear vision for the economy, and instead, even worse, is repeating the failed policies of the past. Policies that are based on the flawed assumption that increasing corporate tax cuts and deregulation are the way to fuel the economy of the future. They see a budget that provided a missed opportunity to create jobs, help the vulnerable, or actually contribute to building the strong kind of economy that we need to see in the years ahead. Madam Speaker, the truth is that none of the priorities expressed by the people of Vancouver Kingsway are reflected in this budget. And, Madam Speaker, I heard it expressed recently that a budget represents the soul of a government. When you read a budget, you can actually see deeply into the priorities and very soul of the people that make up that government. And you can tell what they think is important. And I think in this respect, we have a very clear picture of the type of soul that is reflected on that side of the House, which is one that favors corporations, ignores the vulnerable and needy, and doesn't fundamentally believe in building a strong public system in this country and delivery of services to all Canadians. So, Madam Speaker, we have a budget that I say should have included a national industrial strategy that focused on investing in green jobs and the green economy. We would have liked to see a budget that provided high-paying jobs that are based on fostering innovation in green technology and green energy. At the same time, by adopting provisions that save families money on their energy costs and that make sure that we have clean air, clean water, and protect the environment for future generations. We wanted to see a budget that was an opportunity to deliver on childcare, because Canadians need help getting back to work, and nothing, as I said, is more important to them than their children. So what better way to invest and support working families in this country by making sure that when we drop our children off in the morning, they're in safe, secure, stimulating environments. And of course, having a lack of childcare disproportionately impacts women and low-income families of all types. It's time we had a national childcare program in this country. And Canadian families are waiting. This budget was an opportunity to launch affordable housing strategy. In Vancouver, housing is, of course, incredibly unaffordable, and this lack of affordable housing is a huge issue for many families. Too many Canadians have no adequate housing at all. In many cases, shamefully in this country, we have people who are homeless. Many that are struggling to maintain housing would like to purchase housing or rent clean and affordable housing and can't do so. And it's time that we need a federal government that came back into the housing file in this country instead of leaving it to the provinces and the cities. Because without the federal government participation, we simply can't provide acceptable, affordable housing for everybody. My colleague from Vancouver East has a bill before the House right now, Bill C-304, and I think it's time that we all got together and supported this. Madam Speaker, I could go on and conclude by saying that this budget needs to be rejected by people of this House. We need to replace it with a budget that works for everyday Canadians based along the priorities that have been identified by my constituents. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments? The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
So I listened to the Honourable colleague with great interest, and I heard him talk about lots of things that he wanted to see in this budget. And I think perhaps if he looks more closely at this budget, he'll actually see those things. I'll use my riding as an example, but we had an amazing announcement to support seniors in rural communities and low-income housing. We have provided upgrades for our Aboriginal communities. Just last week, we announced the green transformation for our pulp industry, which is actually going to decrease emissions by 67.2%, increase power to the grid. all great news, and I'm sure these are going on in ridings throughout the country. So what I'd ask the honourable member is, does he not recognize the importance of also having a strong economy, strong businesses, so that they can support these very important things that we all want for Canadians? Thank you.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, thank the honourable member for a question. Of course, New Democrats absolutely want a strong economy for this country. We just have a very different vision of how that would be delivered than my friend opposite. You know, this budget delivers no tax cuts for Canadian families. This budget increases premiums, EI premiums on working Canadians and businesses, which this government just simply refuses to acknowledge. It adds, it dumps fees on the traveling public at airports, and it gives tens of billions of dollars of tax cuts to corporations that don't need it. I'm talking big companies like the oil companies and banks. The small businesses of this country, on the other hand, are struggling, and that's why the New Democrats support the increase of the small business tax rate of 11% from $400,000 to $500,000. That's a positive move that we support. But the bottom line is that this budget does not provide the priorities that I mentioned. There's no national child care system. There's no national affordable housing strategy. It guts environmental examinations and environmental reviews by transferring, if you can believe this, by transferring environmental assessments to the Canadian Nuclear Commission and the National Energy Board from the Environmental Assessment Agency. Now, who could stand in this House and say that that represents a positive move to protect the environment when you're transferring assessment from the chickens to the foxes?
The questions and comments. The honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd just like to drift a little bit away from C9 for just a moment to ask my colleague a question. And he spoke of the social groups within his own province. Now, recently I read a report about the despicable occupation of human trafficking. And I wanted to ask him a question because I found that in my reading that his province and the social groups there have gone a long way in trying to alleviate the social cost in human trafficking by mostly women, getting women out of the business and providing a safe haven for them. But it seems like in this House, the debate is focused primarily on the penalties being given out to those who traffic, and that's a good thing, and I supported the bill that went through that. But what would he support for the federal government to get involved in providing a social safe haven for people who are victims of human trafficking in this country and around the world?
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, I very much appreciate the question from the member, and I would indeed like to get into that dialogue at some appropriate time, but really the matter before the House here is Bill C9, and so I want to focus on that. You know, in this budget, the government's own budget documents show that corporate tax cuts are the worst way to stimulate the economy. Page 281 of their own budget, which I've read, reveals that in 2010, every $1 spent on infrastructure grows the economy by $1.60. Every dollar spent on housing by $1.50. Every dollar on low-income households by $1.70. But every dollar spent on tax cuts for families only grows the economy by 90 cents, and every dollar spent on corporate tax cuts grows the economy by a mere 20 cents. So if we're talking about smart economics, what government would put forth a budget that is based on massive corporate tax cuts that you get 20 cents on the dollar return when you could get $1.70 return for every dollar spent by giving that money to low-income households? That's what I mean by the New Democrats this side of the House proposing measures that are smart economics for the 21st century that will build an economy that works, that is green, and that is fair. That can be done, and this budget doesn't do it.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Berthier, Masquinongé. Madam Speaker, of course, it is a pleasure for me to speak on Bill C9, which is implementing certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament by the Conservatives on March 4th, 2010. Unfortunately, either the government has simply thought of its own interests, its own friends, you know, like the banks. We talked a lot about this within this House, and of course the oil companies at the expense of people who are less well off, the more vulnerable members of our society. They have been forgotten. We have forgotten to support families and individuals who are in need, often following this period of economic recession and economic crisis as we've seen recently. In fact, this budget has been quite disappointing. And unlike the Liberals who find this budget disappointing, we in the Bloc, we have stood up and we are going to vote against this bill because it goes against the needs of Quebecers, both men and women, as well as Canadians who have many needs. We will vote against this budget, of course, because the Conservatives are doing everything to benefit the wealthy taxpayers, including the banks and major corporations. The deficit is being pushed back onto the middle class and the most vulnerable members of our society. And in particular, they do not want to touch the profits of the major banks and the oil companies. And the justification is simply that if we do this for the banks and oil companies, well, this will create jobs for those who need jobs. And we have seen on several occasions how these big banks have created jobs. In fact, they're moving their capital to tax havens. We have seen it. We have the figures. The figures have been announced by these banks. So, this budget does not fix the issue of tax havens, for example, and even allows some companies that are not registered in Canada to pay taxes in Canada when they do transactions. No. With regard to tax loopholes, the government still speaks out of both sides of its mouth. On the one hand, it says, well, we're going to tackle the issue of tax havens in the budget speech to the public, and on the other hand, there are breaches in the Income Tax Act to allow companies not registered in Canada not to pay those taxes. So it's a double standard. Instead of doing this, basing rather the budget on the Bloc's proposals, which would help us to effectively fight the deficit by sharing the wealth at the same time in a more equitable way for all Quebecers and all Canadians. Why not ask 2% more from those earning $150,000 a year and 3% more for those earning more than $250,000 a year? This is a surtax that is being proposed by the Bloc Québécois and could have been in the budget. This would allow the federal treasury to collect $4.8 billion on a yearly basis. This is not nothing. In fact, it's quite a bit of money. And this would not affect the most vulnerable members of our society. Those earning $150,000 a year, Madam Speaker, have the means to pay this increase and support those who earn less. Support our unemployed, our seniors, the low-income earners, in order to improve the guaranteed income supplement. These are funds that could support the manufacturing sector, Madam Speaker, the forestry sector. We could do a lot with $4.8 billion, Madam Speaker. But no, the government says, no, we're not going to touch that money. We're not going to tax those more who are earning more. We're not going to attack the astronomical surpluses being accumulated by the banks. Rather, we're going to deal with the most vulnerable members of society who are going to pay more taxes, and we're going to protect those who have more money. And this by saying that that is the way to create wealth, which will allow the creation of jobs. Obviously, this is not an approach that the Bloc supports. The Conservatives prefer to give generous deductions to the banks and the oil companies instead of helping those in need. This government has also refused to improve the EI program. 50% of young people losing their jobs do not have access to the EI system, to EI benefits. It's shameful. We know people are paying contributions. We know the profits that have been generated by contributions made to the EI fund. And we know that employers and employees are those who pay the contributions, and the government has taken out nearly $60-some billion in profits over the last 10 or 15 years. So they have gone and gotten this money from people who lost their jobs, and they have reduced access to the EI system, that is, to people in need. They've taken the money, Madam Speaker, and where did they put the money? Well, they put it in different places, and this has allowed the state to reduce taxes for banks and for oil companies, and we have seen this happen for a number of years. So, Madam Speaker, we made suggestions. We in the Bloc made suggestions. Some colleagues of my colleagues in the Bloc have made suggestions to improve the EI program. We have 3 bills that were tabled, you know. There was the issue of the waiting period, which is an issue that I did a lot of work on in my riding, and I tabled a position in the House with more than 4,000 signatures by people who were demanding that this unjust measure be eliminated. Not only are they refusing to improve the system, but furthermore, they are not bothered at all about taking money out of the EI fund, as the Liberals did before them, Madam Speaker. Eliminating the waiting period. When someone loses their job, Madam Speaker, it's, well, why would that person lose 2 weeks in addition to losing the income from their job, which they've just lost? Does the owner who rents us our home going to give us a break on the 2 weeks rent that we owe because we've lost our job? Do we stop feeding our children for that 2-week period when we've lost our job? No, Madam Speaker, we still have expenses, and despite astronomical surpluses that they've taken out of the EI fund, the government continues to deprive these workers of this 2-week period in benefits. It's shameful. Another Bloc initiative in our ridings, in our respective ridings, we often have people who come and who have experienced illness such as cancer, and you know that they are entitled to only 15 weeks of EI benefits when they suffer from a major illness. So you see, Madam Speaker, once again, the Conservatives have decided to make the middle class bear the burden of the deficit. That is the people who can pay the deficit the least. So, Madam Speaker, I must also talk about a bill. See, on the Canada Post, within the budget, and we see that they want to privatize Canada Post, and it's international mailings. So in the rural regions, when you cut Canada Post's budget, I would say that often the impact and of the cuts is seen most in the rural regions. And the Conservatives want now to privatize international mail, reduce the costs, and there will no doubt be problems for Canada Post to do everything it has to with its budget. Questions and comments?
For Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to compliment my colleague on the work that he's done on the EI file. employment insurance, as he spoke about just earlier, about the elimination of the waiting period, about reducing the amount of hours. One of the issues that he brings up that I wholeheartedly agree with is the 15-week benefit period for compensation sick benefits, which I wholeheartedly agree with him when it is such it's so diminishing for people in that position in areas where regular EI benefits go for much longer. And the government went ahead and extended the weeks for EI, but yet in this particular part of the EI fund, they can't get any more than the 15 weeks required for someone who desperately needs it under compassionate care or sickness. But I would like to ask him on a different note. EI is also part of seasonal work in general, and I'd like for him to comment on how this particular bill, this implementation C9, lacks a vision or lacks any assessment of both the fishing and the forestry industry. So I'd like for him to comment specifically on what he would like to see in this budget in those two particular industries.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquilongin. I'd like to thank my colleague for that excellent question, of course. Seasonal workers, he's talking about fishermen in his region, and I know that in his riding there are a number of people who live off the fisheries. In my riding there's a lot of forestry workers, seasonal workers in that industry, as well as tourist workers who, of course, because of the EI program currently, as I said, often don't have access. So the improvement of the EI system to allow people to have access to the program, and they should get 60% of their income. The waiting period should be at the very least, eliminated. Measure should help workers. We're also talking about the program to assist older workers. And the Bloc, for a number of years, has talked about that program here in the House of Commons. No matter what government is in power, we seem to be speaking to a deaf ear because we want to help our seasonal workers.
Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, and Kapuskasing.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the comments made by my colleague on this bill. In the budget, I didn't see that there was an extension of the EI benefits for people who had run out of benefits, and there was no additional income for job or funding for job creation. So when we look at the status of women also, we see there's nothing to make EI more accessible to women. So I know that my colleague has done a lot of work in this area. I too have a bill on EI, and I'd like him to tell us a little bit more about the difficulties for his constituents and the access that they need with regard to the EI program. So what he would have liked to have seen in this budget. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquilongin. Well, I think that the NDP colleague has asked an excellent question. She's raised the question of women. And if we think in 2006, I think when the Conservatives came into power, they simply said that equity now exists and there is gender equity between men and women. And so they abolished programs at Status of Women Canada and a number of support programs to improve, in fact, the status of women. And I would say that when you slash EI programs, this affects women more because there are socioeconomic inequalities between men and women, and they continue to exist. So we have a number of statistics in Quebec in this regard. And when you don't give social housing, for example, in a budget, for example, well, this also impacts women. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Welland.
Honourable Member for Welland.
Was Andre? Apologies. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and my apologies to my colleague from the Bloc for being so anxious. I'm sure I will give him the opportunity to be anxious like I was and get up ahead of me at the next opportunity. But let me talk to the budget, Madam Speaker, and part of that issue is about what does it mean when we see a speech from the throne and we talk about a budget and we talk about this whole sense of what does it mean to place action towards that? And the budget is that piece of legislation that places action towards that. And what we've seen here, indeed, is a lack of, because it talks about jobs and prosperity, and what it doesn't do inside of the budget, it doesn't actually place action, because it doesn't put the money into the programs that indeed we need across this country to ensure that we're actually going to see jobs and prosperity. One of the things we've heard constantly from a great many of the economists who've talked about where this economy is going is they talk about a jobless recovery. And I know members opposite the government will talk about increases in the GDP and all those lovely numbers that have constantly been set forth, but that doesn't translate into jobs for folks on Main Street. What we're seeing across this land is stubbornly high unemployment. In fact, what we're seeing is people who aren't covered by unemployment anymore. We had, as we saw coming through 2009, a great many people who didn't qualify for EI. What we now see is a whole group of people falling off of EI, and we also see a huge number of people who are underemployed, if not unemployed, but no longer registered because they no longer collect EI, so therefore they're not counted. So indeed, a national rate that might be plus 8%, when you add on those who are underemployed who want to be full-time employed, when you look at folks who ultimately at the end of the day are not employed and gainfully employed at this moment in time, but indeed want to be, what aren't counted, the rate, because we have a number and the economists actually look at a number, but at the end of the day what it means is 8.2 might indeed be more like 12.6, may indeed be closer to 13 or 14. And when we talk about jobs and prosperity, especially when we talk about for young people, and what we see with the unemployment rate across this country for young people under the age of 25, it's an exceeding 20%. Now, this isn't sort of a transition of just young people going to school, coming to the workforce. What it is young people just can't find work. And in an area like mine, where we have the fourth oldest population base in this country, we see young people leaving because they don't find work in the communities that they want to stay in, where they've been raised by their families, where they have attachments to families and they actually want to stay and continue to grow that community. So we lose from both ends. We lose a young person, we lose those skills, and we lose that new going forward to somewhere else. And then what they find out is when they get there that it's not as good there either, and quite often they find their way back to sometimes to mom and dad for that type of support because it is that bad. But I've heard colleagues talk in the House in the last couple of days about EI and what this budget does or doesn't do. And my colleague from Acadia Bathurst, who has really set the tone, I thought, today on the debate of when it comes to EI and what happened. And I know the fingers get pointed back and forth between the Conservatives and Liberals about who spent the $57 billion. Well, let me not point the finger and just simply say it was spent. The issue now is it needs to be put back. It is owed to those who contributed. It was a contribution from workers and their employers to cover workers in their greatest time of need when they were unemployed. So what needs to happen now is it should be reestablished, and the government owes that money back. They took it. It doesn't matter which strike we want to suggest took it. They took it. They've spent it all. By the government's own admission, the cupboard's bare. It's gone now. Well, that's fine. That happens to all of us in family finances from time to time. The cupboard goes bare. But what we do is we work towards putting that cupboard back together and filling it again. And that's what this government should set as a course for itself. Now, the talk about why did it disappear, I think, is somewhere I don't necessarily want to go, but I want to talk about what could have been done if indeed it hadn't been spent willy-nilly. If it indeed had been spent in a constructive way, we wouldn't need to see the number of private members' bills on EI reform that we've seen, not suggesting that they aren't good private members' bills for reform. Indeed, they are. A number of proposals have been put forward by colleagues in the New Democrat and the Bloc and the Liberal parties have put forward a number of bills to enhance and change the system. The problem is it's a piecemeal fix. It's no substitution for taking the overall plan and saying how do we fix it. I've heard my colleague earlier in question from Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor was talking about the EI piece when it comes to sickness benefits. If we had looked at the whole system as a holistic approach, we could have fixed what indeed is a reprehensible system where you're only allowed to be sick for 15 weeks. Tell that to the illness you've contracted. If you contract an illness that makes you sick for 30 weeks, you're only going to get paid for 15. Does that mean you're any less ill? Of course not. The system is skewed and needs to be fixed. And if we had not spent the money, by either government, if it had not been spent, and indeed we could have fixed the system in its entirety. Not one little bit at a time, let's try a Band-Aid here and a Band-Aid there to try to stop the hemorrhaging. So we have an opportunity, Madam Speaker, I believe, with this government and this budget to say to them, fix the entire system. You've heard lots of good ideas. I've heard the Prime Minister time and time again stand in his place, implore to us on the other side of the aisle and say, give me your best ideas. Indeed, we have been giving him our best ideas, especially when it comes to EI reform. We have a myriad of private members' bills that talk about reforming the system that, if taken in their totality, would indeed fix the entire system, whether it be the sick benefits, whether it be looking at the waiting time period, whether it be looking at the hours, whether it be severance and vacation pay. It was part of a bill that I presented to this House that unfortunately was defeated, where we could have fixed all of that piece and indeed had a system that works for Canadian workers in their greatest time of need when they're indeed unemployed. Because when they're unemployed, they need the system to protect them. That's why they paid for their insurance. But let me move on, Madam Speaker, to pensions, because there was an opportunity here in this budget to fix pensions, especially when it comes to CCAA. When the Creditors Protection Act, which is a federal statute, when we look at that, and I can give you an example of what happened in my riding a number of years ago with workers at Atlas Steel in Welland, where they got a letter on a Friday evening, a registered letter to their home, telling them that Atlas Steel had gone into CCAA. And indeed, their pensions would be reduced by 50% as of Monday. Not a year Monday, but as of Monday. And that their benefits were expiring at midnight on Sunday. 2 days to get your house in order. Lose your benefits and lose half of your pension. This, Madam Speaker, to a group of retired workers, not workers in the plant who knew that they were going into bankruptcy, who were still working, but workers who had been retired, many for a long time, who relied on that pension to survive. And that pension disappeared. What we need to do is protect it. We had an opportunity in this budget to do that because there is some mention about what we do about unfunded liabilities and pensions. But it's not very clear. But there are suggestions in this House through bills that talk about how we should fix it. And we can do that. The underfunded liability and pension is indeed a budget issue. We can find a way to do that. And I think we need to do that. And I would like to read to my colleagues, and I know my good friend from Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor are going to like to hear this. This actually comes from the Abitibi Bull Workers in my riding of Thorold. And they actually have come together to talk about what has happened to them under CCAA. What indeed is going to happen, they say, and I quote, "Faced with the prospects of such a reduction in our monthly pensions, we formed an association in mid-2009 to protect contractual rights to full pensions. As Abitibi Bullwater was searching for ways and means to restructure its operations and finances to get out of court protection." So they have come together as a community group of retired persons. These aren't workers in the plant, Madam Speaker. These are retired workers who are saying, if I lose my pension because of the CCAA at Abitibi Bullwater and Thorold, it's going to have a huge impact on our community. And I believe my colleague from Windsor had said that before, that what will happen is these folks who are left in the community will have less money in their pockets to A, stay in their homes, pay their property taxes, indeed feed themselves. We had not only an obligation, we had the ability to fix it. And we simply blinked and let it go away. That, Madam Speaker, I think is a great injustice, not only to the workers at Abitibi Bullwater and indeed at Atlas Steel and Welland, but across this broader land of ours where indeed they are looking to us. They are saying to us, EI is in crisis, our pensions are in crisis. What are you doing as parliamentarians to ensure that indeed at our most vulnerable time, we indeed will be protected? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The The honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Yeah, I would like to respond to that as well, and he's absolutely right. By the way, he's pegged my riding quite well. The Abitibi-Bowater situation was for him, as it was for me, an incredible eye-opener in the sense that I hope this House realizes that in the United States right now, credit protection really for them is more beneficial than what we have here. And this is a valid point that it brings up when it comes to community, because it's not just these particular workers who, in Abitibi-Bowater's case, as of last year, were losing out on the value of their pension was down by 30% because of the economic downturn, that in the absence of the mill closed down in Grand Falls, Windsor. And because of that, these high salary jobs were eliminated. Therefore, the salaries, the pensions received by the former workers now comprise a major economic driver in the area, the Exploits Valley region. We keep forgetting that point, that a better way of receiving remuneration once you're retired, a better pension is also a vanguard to economic development for some of these smaller communities. I don't think I'm far-fetched by saying this, but I'd like to ask him some of the measures that he's proposing to help secure these people who are suffering from deficient or unfunded liabilities in their pensions.
The honourable member for Welland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his comments and his questions. And he's absolutely right. I think his riding and mine are somewhat mirror images of each other, even though I know my riding is certainly on the water of the lake and the end of the Welland Canal, as his riding is at a beautiful place, because I've actually been there on vacation. It's a wonderful riding, a wonderful place to be. But he's right about the impacts of what we've seen to those workers in his riding and in mine and in others across this land. And we had an opportunity, and we still have an opportunity in this House. We have before us, from the member from Hamilton, we have a bill before us that talks about how to fix it. In this House, we talked about unanimously saying we need to fix the pension system when it comes to the creditors and what have you. We're not doing that, though. The government doesn't implement what it says. Well, that's a good idea. They're not implementing what indeed has to be done. This is about the most vulnerable at a stage in their life where they need to be protected. It doesn't need, it needs not say it repeated, but I guess I have to do that. These are the folks that built this place. They built this country for us. And now what we're saying to them is, well, you know what? Thanks for that. But that's a memory. See you later. You know, get on with it. We'll put you in a long-term care institution. That'll be done with it. That's not what it should be. We owe them respect and dignity and later in their life, and we owe an obligation to them to fix the system that they helped create that was supposed to be allowing them to go into retirement, to indeed enjoy their retired years with some sort of sense of respect and dignity that it would get them into their later life. We owe them that. It's not a right that they think they should have. It's an obligation we have to them. And they're simply saying to us, can you fix it? If you can fix it, please do that. We owe them that fix, and I think we ought to be doing that not today but yesterday.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. I was listening to my colleague. I agree with most of what he says, but we tend to have partial deregulation of Canada Post shoved down our throats in this mini omnibus budget. This Budget Implementation Act shows how this government can be hypocritical. It will lead to complete deregulation of Canada Post. They're trying to mislead the public here. In this implementation bill, and this is an 800-page bill, it's an indirect way of presenting cutbacks. I'd like to hear my colleague on this, because when you cut back Canada Post, and I've said this many times, you're cutting tax revenue in rural areas. Often you reduce post availability in rural areas. The Honourable Member for Welland has about 40 seconds to respond.
My colleague, for the question, I have a large component of my riding, which is rural, which relies on Canada Post. And you're absolutely right. It's duplicitous in nature to put into this budget bill all of the additional pieces that we should be debating in this House. whether indeed we've decided to do or not do certain things when it comes to Canada Post and the other measures that are in basically what amounts to an omnibus bill. As my colleague who sits beside me says, 880 pages and holds it up. He's absolutely correct. We deserve, this House deserves, and Canadians deserve, parliamentarians to debate the issues of their needs across this land, not just the budget. The budget is what it is. We should debate it, move on. Then we should be looking at all those aspects one at a time, bill by bill, making sure we have the opportunity to debate it, making sure we make decisions about it, and not all have it stuffed into one big book.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today to speak to Bill C9, the Budget Implementation Act for the budget tabled March 4th, 2010. I took with me my copy of Bill C9 because you just heard my colleague from Berthier-Masquinongé, who does a great job, who just talked about Canada Post, and I'm the critic for my party regarding Canada Post. And one of the important things that's been going on in the past 2 years is remailing. 2 bills were tabled by the Conservative government. The 2006 and 2008 elections meant that these bills died on the order paper. The prorogation of the House also put an end to another bill tabled by the Conservative government in this regard. So, Madam Speaker, just to show you how they can be underhanded in a bill, 880 pages, and what applies to Canada Post is a quarter of a paragraph, part 15, but there's 6 lines out of 880 pages. It says Clause 15 of the Canada Post Act is amended by addition after such a paragraph. The exclusive privilege given under paragraph 14.1 does not apply to letters delivered to someone abroad. And now, this is very important. It's important that we can discuss the underhanded measures here. The Bloc Québécois is against the budget, so of course we'll vote against C9, the Implementation Act, but we're twice as opposed to this because once again, the Conservatives who said during the last election that they would be transparent are using old Conservative ruses and Liberal ruses too. They always governed this country in the past 140 years, namely to drown major reforms in a big bill. They're reforming Canada Post here. This is not a minor reform. Why did the government table 2 bills earlier that didn't see the light of day? Well, because there were major debates. When you decide to put an end to some of Canada Post's exclusive privileges, Madam Speaker, Canada Post is the only service to citizens that the Government of Canada provides. That's the reality. The Government of Canada doesn't look after health care. It doesn't look after education. It doesn't look after transportation. Even though it tries to say that it invests a lot of money, it's either the municipalities or the provinces who deliver those services, at least in Quebec. When it comes to health care, the only hospital that belongs to the Government of Canada is St. Anne de Bellevue, the Veterans Hospital. In the coming months, there'll probably be a memorandum of understanding for Quebec to take over that hospital. So the only real service to citizens rendered by the Government of Canada is the delivery of mail. And, Madam Speaker, for purely partisan reasons, pressure on the part of lobbyists, they're giving an entire industry this privilege, an industry that grew parallel to Canada Post, that is remailing. A letter going outside of Canada, and which certain companies have decided to collect this mail, and they offer services to major companies, whereas collection of letters is supposed to be an exclusive privilege of Canada Post. And of course, there's been tolerance on the part of Canada Post. because, you know, I have such companies in my riding in aeronautics, aerospace industry. They have clients all over the world, and because the mailing rates are different, they give these private companies all their mail that's going abroad. Now, the problem is the companies that offered this service, tolerated by Canada Post, decided that, well, since they were collecting mail anyway, collecting mail going abroad, might as well collect all the mail, look after all of it, and offer services and deliver, have home delivery. We'll do it all. And then, of course,
with this exclusive privilege, the burden of proof was on the private companies, and they lost the case before the courts. Canada Post obtained an injunction to have its competitors' activities halted. So, quite obviously, the lobbyists and remailing companies tried to convince the Conservatives, and I think even some Liberals, that the service they provide needs to be maintained. Even though they deliver some mail outside Canada, and so the problem is that in amending the legislation, the onus will be on Canada Post that these companies don't respect the guidelines. But how are they going to prove that? How are they going to prove that they're not delivering outside Canada also? So the onus of, or the burden of proof has been reversed, quite simply, and the president of Canada Post said that they're going to lose $80 million due to this. Now, we've just learnt, and I had a meeting with delegates from Canada Post this past weekend. A number of managers came and explained to me that Canada Post would be in a tough position in upcoming years. They'd have to make cutbacks to their services. They'd have to modernise and try and get money back somehow. And there's going to be many, many hundreds of jobs lost at Canada Post over the upcoming years because they have to recoup this money. And basically the government of Canada is enabling private companies to take a stranglehold of this area of business. So when you lose employees, well, you lose services. And in our regions, there aren't enough services. All taxpayers deserve services, whether they live in Notre-Dame-de-la-Paix or any tiny municipality, or Vancouver or Montreal or Toronto. And the fact is that Canada Post has tried to invoke security measures on the roads, blah, blah, blah. But we've looked after that. There are security evaluations being carried out, but basically what they're trying to do is to reduce the amount of mail being delivered and basically concentrate the mail drops close to the post offices rather than further afield. But members of Parliament have been very vigilant. We understood that Canada Post no longer wanted to deliver mail to Canadians and Quebecers. So directives have been sent to Canada Post saying that services must be maintained. But if you look at the delivery protocol that the minister responsible for Canada Post just came up with, there are so many loopholes. If ever the postman is ill and Canada Post can't replace him or her, well then the post office will be closed. If they can't renew well, basically the objective at the end of the day is to centralise the postal services in major urban centres. And we have a bill of about 800 or so pages. There's part 15, there's 6 lines which takes away the Air Canada Post's exclusive privilege. The Conservatives, it's not their fault necessarily, but when their big leader stands up and demands something, they have to toe the line, and that's what's happening here. There's been debates that have been avoided in committee. There's been no independent bill, standalone bill introduced. It's the Quebec municipalities that will bear the brunt, and the Bloc Québécois is going to vote against this bill, because it's the will of the people.
L'honorable député, the honorable député.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. I'd like to congratulate my colleague on his speech. I think that the democratic debates we've had in this House on this bill, which would privatise international mail, well, quite clearly the Conservatives in this big 800-page budget implementation bill, they've slipped this in, and it's a hypocritical way of making cutbacks to the services Canada Post provides. And unfortunately, the repercussions are felt primarily in rural areas because of the relocation of and centralisation of post boxes close to in the main areas. Quite clearly, the Conservatives are slipping this into an omnibus bill like they've done on so many occasions before. What does the honourable member think about that? The honourable member, well, I think my colleague's right. This is a very devious way of letting this slip through. And what they're doing is they're taking advantage of the Liberals' weakness at this current juncture. They know the Liberals are going to do all they can to ensure that this bill gets through. There are some Liberal members that are hiding behind the doors. Some aren't here because, they say they were sick. And the outcome will be fewer postal and delivery services. The Conservatives saw that the Liberals were weak. If in committee there was an independent bill introduced, well, in committee the Bloc Québécois would have gone to great lengths to prevent this bill from seeing the light of the day. But here the Conservatives are taking advantage of the Liberals' weakness, and I can't wait to see what's going to happen. I'm sure they're going to cut back postal services. What's going to happen? Basically, the Liberals are going to not get up and vote.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and actually I want to thank the member for his comments because I think he's analyzed it quite well. But I mean, there's another big element here that we're missing, and that is, where are the Conservative speakers? We have gone now 3 days of budget debate on this 880-page implementation bill, which, like as the member said, has issues like the post office remailer issue in there, which has nothing to do with the budget, all cobbled together. Nobody shows up to speak for the government, and so we have a debate here going on among the opposition parties. That's what it's all about. We can't ask the government any questions because there's nobody there to ask any questions of. I want to ask the members, several Bloc members have talked about the whole issue of tax havens. And, this government is obviously, siding with the banks. The banks are making $15 billion at a time of recession with 880,000 people unemployed. Bank presidents are making $10 million a year. And when it becomes apparent that people are using tax havens, $3 billion has been sitting in tax havens, the government's answer is to offer a tax amnesty. And so when the information became public, because a bank employee sold records to the German government a couple of years ago, Canadians are running into Revenue Canada offices to take advantage of the amnesty to pay the taxes. So, in other words, the message of the government is take advantage of tax havens, and all you're going to do is pay.
Order. I must give the honourable member time to respond. L'honorable député d'Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel.
The honourable member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel has a minute to respond. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My colleague has really summed things up quite well. It's quite devious. They're putting an end to Canada Post's exclusive privilege by slipping into an 800-page bill. They don't want this to be discussed in committees, and certainly not in the House of Commons, and what's going to happen is going to be discussed briefly in the Finance Committee. There'll be fewer home delivery services for all Canadian and Quebec citizens. They don't want to talk about it in this House. They don't want to answer any questions about the issue. It's Quebecers and those in other provinces who are going to bear the brunt. And I'm sure that the Conservatives have seen what this bill is all about.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a privilege to rise and speak about the budget. I'm probably going to shorten my speech a little bit as I need to be in two locations at once. But I do want to touch on a couple of important points that are critical for the economy and also for social policy to evolve and also to tackle some of the challenges that we have today. And one of the things that's been interesting, Madam Speaker, with regards to this budget is there's a whole series of new taxes in there. They claim that they're not. And there's also a whole series of new types of policies that are going to undermine, I think, the strength of this country. Now, a couple of things to note in particular, and it was mentioned earlier about the new tax that's on security going to the airline industry, and I think it's important, especially coming from my area in Windsor, because the reaction to this and the type of screening facilities that are coming came about through a situation that actually eventually ended in Detroit. And what happened there, Madam Speaker, is that somebody overseas got on a plane on a one-way ticket with basically in the middle of winter with no winter gear and was not seen as a threat. And even though they bought that ticket and the government of the United States knew about it, the father of this person actually phoned into the U.S. government and told them what, they had a suspicion that their son was not feeling right or had a problem. And despite all that, the person got through the system and actually came across Canada and tried a terrorist activity in Detroit, Michigan. And thank God that nothing took place and the people there were able to fix the problem. But the reality is the screening machine that has been now ordered for Canadian airports wouldn't even stop this situation from occurring. So there's no connection to the actual expense now that's happening. There was no debate or discussion in Canada about that, and this new tax is thrust upon the industry at a time where it's struggling. And that's the type of behavior we're seeing from this government. It's my way or the highway. And we saw that, Madam Speaker, on one of the most critical issues that we see happening in Ontario and British Columbia, and that is the implementation of the HST. It is a creature of the finance minister. He has been discussing this issue for many, many years. So the suggestion that it's coming from rogue liberals in other provinces, there are accomplices to it, but there certainly doesn't have to take place because federal legislation is required. And interestingly enough, a federal bribe is required in the billions of dollars to those provinces. And interestingly enough, in this whole equation, is Canadian taxpayers are going to get taxed more. There's a shifting of the tax arrangement here that's going to punish the middle class quite significantly. And then on top of that, what's ironic is this Conservative Party is borrowing that billions of dollars from taxpayers, which we will have to pay interest over the next number of years. And, Madam Speaker, I had the parliamentary research do an analysis of the borrowing costs over 10 years and estimations of what the tradition has been in those 10 years and paying it back, because until we go back into a surplus, we're going to pay for this borrowed money to bring a new tax on people. It's just absolute insanity. And the estimated cost from the Library of Parliament was depending on the circumstances, it could cost maybe $7 to $9 billion to actually bring in this new tax, depending upon, of course, even if it is paid back over 10 years if we get back into a surplus. So that's what we're doing, Madam Speaker, is that we're actually borrowing money and paying a premium on it so Canadians can get taxed further. It's absolute, utter nonsense. And what they did, Madam Speaker, is they rammed this down through Parliament with the help of the Liberals because they wanted to make sure that their cousins in the provinces were able to get this cash payout, especially because the circumstance that they're in, and the ideologies meet up quite well. And so they actually rammed this through with very little debate and very little discussion, and in fact, Madam Speaker, no study. My committee, the Industry Committee, was one of the few that actually had any type of involvement whatsoever with this issue on a parliamentary level, because we actually have to have the tourism sector come in. And this government didn't even study the impacts of the HST implementation. So we have a major tax policy change, no study on it, and there's no again, qualifications for reparations if there's problems. So we heard testimony very significantly from the tourism industry because American visitation is down, the Canadian dollar is up. Ever since 9/11 and other security issues have been increased, there has been less travel in many respects for some sectors of the tourism industry. And they're concerned with this tax, and then there was no study on the effects of it. So you have a whole slew of new costs that are going into the system. And as well, too, Madam Speaker, it came when this government in previous budgets actually got rid of very much beneficial programs, like you get your GST back if you visit Canada, you can actually claim for it back. It was an attractive way to be able to actually promote Canada. They got rid of that, and they've expanded it. So when we look at this budget and its priorities, what it does is it redistributes the wealth again. And I want to touch a little bit briefly, Madam Speaker, before I finish up here. The corporate tax cut thing is really important. The corporate tax cut thing is significant because we're also getting rid of the fiscal capacity of this country. And I did a study, I had a study commissioned again from the Research Division of Parliament, looking at the cost of corporate tax cuts and what it's meant to this country. And they studied it from 2000 to 2007, the first wave, and what that cost the coffers of this country is approximately $86 billion. And to get to the actual next level of corporate tax cuts reductions to 15% over the next year, they estimated the total cost to Canadians is $171 billion. And what's important to talk about in this forum again, Madam Speaker, is that we're borrowing money to do this. We're borrowing money from Canadians to provide a corporate tax cut right now. And when you talk to business people about it, they understand this and they get that this is wrong. The oil and the gas companies, the insurance companies, the banks, all those companies right now that are gouging Canadians by the extreme are going to get a benefit, and our coffers are bare. And Madam Speaker, I want to conclude by saying that it's important that Canadians are supported during this process. That's why we had an NDP amendment on pensions, employment insurance, and a series of things to redirect the money and put it back in the pockets of people. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Moncton Riverview, Dieppe.
I share, Madam Speaker, my honourable friend's concerns about airports and access to travel for businesses and travellers in parts of Canada, let's say outside the major metropolitan areas. And all due deference, he probably thinks very highly of Windsor, but it's not Toronto, and Moncton is not Montreal, and Kelowna and Abbotsford are not Vancouver. So in those small to medium-sized airports, this budget, and he began to speak of it, hurts. It hurts those mid to smaller size airports. And I want him to elaborate, in addition to the user fee, essentially, that is being tacked on to each individual traveler. I want him to comment on the deleterious effect around page 292 of this book with respect to the cuts to CATSA in general, and also the Canadian Border Service Agency for international airports who have to have personnel there in order to accept passengers returning home to Canada from charter flights, which many small to medium-sized airports from Mont-Tremblant to Abbotsford to Charlottetown to Windsor rely on. Many of these airports rely on passenger travel for survival. The Greater Moncton International Airport has over 500,000 passengers a year, and these measures will hurt that airport because maybe there'll be one scanner. Maybe there'll just be one scanner for 500 passengers a day in a 20-minute, half-hour period. That's going to really deter people from using airports, I think, like Moncton and Windsor. Perhaps you could comment on those cuts.
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. It is a problem, and the cut is significant because I was actually on my municipality when we assumed the airport when it was devolved down to the city of Windsor after the town of Tecumseh turned it away from the project, and the federal government walked away from a lot of these small airports that are very important for the region economically as well as socially. And one of the things that they've had to do is augment service through cargo and as well, too, through passenger flights. as noted by the member, and one of the ones is tourism. And so you will actually have Sunwing, for example, go into these smaller markets and be able to offer direct destination flights, which is important because, Madam Speaker, it brings in revenue for the airport, but also, too, is it creates jobs, and it also often is part of a kind of almost like running a smaller, medium-sized airport right now. It's almost like a Frankenstein type of operation because you need to add little parts and elements to make sure that it's going to be sustainable. So it is very important that these are profitable, and what's happening now is that the cuts are going to put more burden. The customs and the officials and support system that's necessary for people coming home from these international flights are now going to be increased and passed on to the passenger. And it's going to be very difficult, I think, for some of these operations to stay in place. And if that's the case, then these airports have lost a single sense of revenue that's critical in the overall footprint of their operations and for this country to be successful, because we just can't survive with one or two big airports.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona, a very brief comment.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member for his presentation. I mean, the fact of the matter is that this government is sending the wrong signals to the unemployed and the working people of this country when it takes a corporate tax rate and lowers it to 12%. When it has record bank profits of $15 billion and allows CEOs to make $10 million a year, that is not reality for average people. Now we have an article in the Globe and Mail today that talks about basically the Minister of Finance is acting as an unpaid lobbyist for the banks. He's trying to get a good deal for the banks, negotiating with the G7 and G20. Who are trying to regulate the banks, bring in a new regulation scheme, and put some restrictions on what these banks' presidents can earn. I'd like to ask the member whether he agrees with what the G7 and the G20 are trying to do.
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's ironic, this relationship. The member summed up the situation quite well. I won't expand on that, but what I do want to note, though, is I was here during the years where John Manley tried to actually open up the Bank Act, and the argument that is that we need to Americanize our banks, that they were too small to survive, their operations were antiquated, and that if we didn't actually open up the Banking Act and make it like them, and they had their pals with them, the Liberals at the time were looking at it, and they had their pals in the Conservative and the Alliance that were basically pushing for this as well. And I will give the Bloc Québécois credit, and it was a small band of New Democrats that stopped that. And ironically, I had the bank officials in my office. They came in to lobby one day, and I reminded them those days, and go check Hansard, go read the history about, they're saying that now how good they are, but it was only because they were stopped from themselves.
Before we resume the debate, pursuant to Standing 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North on agriculture, the Honourable Member for Don Valley East on government spending, the Honourable Member for Labrador on Aboriginal affairs. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to speak on C9, an act to implement certain provisions of the Conservative budget, a budget that was very disappointing, Madam Speaker, and I think that this is one of the main reasons why all the opposition parties will vote against. Well, unfortunately, like usual, the Liberals will somehow work it out so that the government does not fall and we will not go to an election. So unfortunately, the government will continue to do as it's done and continue with their retrograde policies and their very special way of heading government. Of course, I could talk to you, Madam Speaker, about this bill of about 800 pages and tell you what's in it. Today, I'd like to talk to you rather about what is not in C9 and in the 2010-2011 budget. Madam Speaker, what is not in the budget is compensation for Quebec. For post-secondary education in 1994-95, we will remember that the Liberal government, under the Right Honourable Jean Chrétien at the time, had cut transfers for post-secondary education in order to restore balance in its own federal budget. So there we had proof of the great openness of the federal government's mindset and the openness of all the parties, Federalist parties in the House, and there was ability to provide money to the provinces to meet the challenges that they face. Of course, Madam Speaker, what did this mean? Well, it means the provinces have suffered for the past some 20 years. And the federal government has continued to look good and continued to have surpluses and continued to spend those surpluses in areas of provincial jurisdiction, particularly when it comes to Quebec. And we have seen this in a number of areas, Madam Speaker. When I think, for example, about the sponsorship scandal, we saw clearly there government spending power used in order to promote and to put forward propaganda for federalist ideas. And we see that education, post-secondary education transfers were cut in 1994-95, and this created an imbalance of $800 million and even more for the provinces, for the Quebecois nation, and a deficit that meant that Quebec must make very crucial choices that unfortunately make some people unhappy in order to balance its needs in post-secondary education. What I find quite sad is that the Conservative government recognized the Quebecois nation. And when you recognize a nation, Madam Speaker, that nation is given the means to be able to develop. And those means for its development are mainly educational means. It goes through massive investments in education. We must help young people. I apologize, Madam Speaker, but it is enthusiasm and passion that is making me speak this way, but I must say that we need to give these people the means to educate themselves in order to do research, to look further and become better citizens in order to ensure the development of that nation. So on the one hand, they recognize the Quebecois nation. On the other hand, it does not give that nation the means to develop, to educate itself, to grow. And so, Madam Speaker, it's an $800 million shortfall which has been created since 1994-95, and I find this very sad from the Conservative government that it hasn't tried to resolve the problem that was created by the Liberal government in power at the time. In the budget, there is nothing to help the Quebecois nation with regard to education. There is no money coming back to us that we are owed. This money, Madam Speaker, is money that we did not steal. We gave it to the federal government through our taxes. And what does the federal government do? It invested in exclusively provincial areas of jurisdiction without an option to withdraw with full compensation, which means that the federal government is investing in areas that are of interest to it and not areas that are viable for the Quebecois nation. And this problem, as I said, Madam Speaker, has meant that the Quebecois nation has had to make very difficult and painful choices in this area that is post-secondary education, which has meant that once again the problem has been pushed on to the neighbor, that is the Quebecois nation, that has to come out empty-handed and deal with the major problems that it is facing. No help from the federal government, nothing. And you see, Madam Speaker, this is one of the reasons that led my colleague from HoC to bring forward a bill in this House to limit the federal spending power in areas under exclusive provincial jurisdiction. You see, Madam Speaker, once again, in this vote, we will have an opportunity to see how the Liberals and the Conservatives will position themselves, how the Conservatives from Quebec will be able to come back to Quebec and tell us that they recognize the open federalism, that they recognize the Quebecois nation, that they are helping the Quebec government in order for it to be able to achieve its dreams, have ambitions. When everything interesting, everything that they need is being cut, and we can't even get back what we are owed. In Quebec, I find this very sad, Madam Speaker, because once again, this is proof that federalism is not something that is viable for the Quebecois nation. Once again, Madam Speaker, we have conclusive proof that Quebec's sovereignty will always be the best solution when it comes to the issue of federalism. And it's all the more regrettable, Madam Speaker, that the Liberals will probably do the same thing as their Conservative colleagues will do, and they will vote against the bill being put forward by my colleague from HoC on the federal spending powers in areas of exclusively provincial jurisdiction. They have shown it on numerous occasions. Not only do they not intend to prevent this restriction of federal spending powers, but rather they will push the provinces into debt by cutting transfer payments to ensure that the federal government looks good internationally. This is extremely unfortunate, Madam Speaker, because, as I said, once again, it is our constituents who are paying the taxes, and they are the ones who become impoverished. I said, Madam Speaker, that the Conservatives would probably vote against the bill tabled by my colleague from HoC, and yet it was an election promise that they had made in 2006. You will remember the speech made by the Prime Minister during the election campaign when he came to Quebec to explain that he would not only recognize the Quebecois nation, but that he was also open, and that with him there would be a very different type of federalism from the dominant federalism presented by the Liberals. And unfortunately, once again, we have the proof of this sly nature of the Conservative Party, which when it comes the time to do something concrete and to vote in the House, they do the opposite of what they had said that they would do. So I will be very interested to see how the Conservative members from Quebec will defend the Conservative Party, how they will defend their ideas related to open federalism when the Prime Minister once again has denied in this budget and not kept their own commitments. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, and Kapuskasing.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the comments made by my colleague on this bill. My question really concerns pensions, seniors. I can tell you that we hear a lot about the seniors, be it the fact that they don't have enough money to be able to pay their housing, to go and get food or medication, but what I have seen in the budget does not fix the pension crisis in any way. They're not helping people, not extending benefits, not improving the guaranteed income supplement, and they're not helping seniors get out of poverty, not helping people whose employers go bankrupt. So I'd like to ask my colleague the impact, because the government said it was going to address the lack of funding for pensioners, and what does it do for constituents in our ridings? What do we really want to see in a budget, and how we should see government make good choices, not bad choices? The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also want to thank my colleague for that question. In fact, my predecessor, my friend Raymond Gramel, the former Member of Parliament for my riding, had put forward a bill to improve the guaranteed income supplement, and of course this bill, unfortunately, was defeated, mainly by the Conservatives who had voted against it. And this bill asked for very little. In fact, when we look at the efforts that our seniors have made in contributing to the Quebecois nation and Canada, in fact, we were asking for a $110 increase per month in the guaranteed income supplement. And when we know the federal spending power in some areas, particularly with regard to the military expenditures where there are astronomical amounts of money being spent, perhaps if we had given a little money back to those who deserve it the most, to those who have helped to build our country, our nation, perhaps it would have been much fairer. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Gander, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To my honourable colleague who talks, I want to stick with the same topic here, which of course would be the pensions. I want him to flesh out some of the ideas that he has about the increase in the GIS is one aspect of it, but what we forget to realize is that in the old days, and I say back when the QPP, CPP were created back in the mid-60s as a wonderful piece of social legislation, when it was created, Quebec played a huge role in the genesis of that particular program, and in that, what they have done is they've progressed socially through some great policies, no matter what the stripe the government was of the day in the province of Quebec. So when he talks about jurisdiction, is he talking about a fundamental, the federal government, Ottawa, handing money there to be administered by the QPP within the province of Quebec alone, with complete jurisdiction over this, because there is somewhat in both jurisdictions? And secondly, does he believe that people should be allowed to voluntarily up their payments to CPP as a way of securing our pensioners? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, I appreciate the question asked by my colleague, and the question of pensions is an international problem. Unfortunately, it is not just in Canada where there is a problem in this area. In fact, this all is the result of a mentality which existed at the time that under which there was a much lower life expectancy. So, of course, the money that was available in the pension plan, well, people didn't expect individuals to live so long. So now we have a problem because, in fact, there is a lack of money because we didn't believe that people would retire so young, as we are seeing, and that age would be an important factor. And there is a major actuarial problem, and a lot will have to be done to manage the pension funds as well. What I find unfortunate is the fact that the Minister of Finance, instead of taking concrete action, has simply passed off the problem to the provinces, has hesitated, was not sure, and finally decided to hold consultations when he has the means to take real action in order to be able to help our seniors. So, resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Churchill.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It is an honour to stand here to speak as the member for Churchill, as a member of the New Democratic Party in this House on Bill C9, the Budget Implementation Act of this year. While it is an honor to stand here and speak to it, this is fundamentally a document and a document of ideas that are profoundly disappointing. Why is it disappointing? Because this is a budget. This is an implementation act. This is an agenda that leaves Canadians behind. As the MP for Churchill, this budget leaves my region behind. It leaves Northerners that live in my region of Manitoba and all across the country behind when it comes to the needs that we've expressed, that they've expressed so clearly that are important to them. Take, for example, one of the greatest needs that we have, housing. There's nothing there. In the area of health, an area in which we face great challenges, whether it's the lack of medical professionals or the lack of services. While this government maintains the continued amount of transfers as there was last year, there's no look at investing in our healthcare system in a way that it meets the demands that people have. More broadly, in terms of infrastructure, our region, many of our communities far away from each other, looking to diversify their economies, looking to build linkages in our different communities. This budget has nothing new. While some things were promised last year, this does not continue a vision for rebuilding, for reinvesting, and for ultimately moving forward at a time of difficult economic recession. Also, in terms of the industries that are integral in our region, this budget holds nothing. When it comes to forestry, not only is there no plan to support forestry communities, but we actually have measures in the Budget Implementation Act that further continue the suffering that communities such as the Pa Manitoba, Opaskwayak Cree Nation experience in my region. Because through this Implementation Act, we see the raising of export tariffs on softwood lumber products from my province by 10%, in addition to the pain that they felt as a result of this government selling off our lumber and refusing to stand for forestry communities. More broadly, this Budget Implementation Act leaves Canadians behind across the board in light of the experiences they've had over the last few years, more specifically in the last year. For Canadians who've lost their jobs, some of them in my region and regions all across the country, this budget doesn't hold the support that they need. This Budget Implementation Act, in fact, when we look at the employment insurance that workers have paid in week after week, year after year, and hold on to that for times of difficulty, we have a government, instead of supporting the workers at the hardest time that they're experiencing, instead of helping, what they're doing is they actually are looking at emptying the employment insurance account, and also increasing premiums over time. When it comes to pensions, there's some references to pension measures, but we in the NDP have been proud to forward so many initiatives called on by the labor movement, called on by working people all across this country, called on by seniors. And this budget holds none of that. It does not propose to improve the retirement security that so many Canadians are looking for. This budget also holds nothing for young people. While there's some measures in terms of summer jobs and certainly some charitable enterprises, this budget leaves young Canadians behind. What about job initiatives year-round? Young people that have been the first to lose their jobs and struggling to find ones at one of the most difficult economic times have been coming to me and sharing the challenge of trying to find proper employment, not just during the summer, but year-round. Many of them get stuck in minimum wage jobs, oftentimes even after they've graduated or invested years into post-secondary education, are forced to look into jobs that do not remunerate them in a way that reflects the education that they paid for and invested in. But yet this budget has nothing when it comes to supporting young people entering the job market and finding sustainable work. It also has nothing to support young people with the continued burden that our post-secondary education is proving to hold here in Canada. Tuition fees are increasing in almost every province in Canada, with the exception of a few. And as a result, student debts are increasing at historic rates. I've mentioned it before in this House, but we have the shameful number of $13 billion as the amount of money that students now, former students, current students, now are faced with as they go into a very uncertain job market. And yet this budget holds nothing to alleviate that stress. This budget is also dangerous because of it leaves Canadians behind because it takes away some of the supports that link us, that link our communities, that make us stronger. And I reference particularly two areas. Number one, that of privatization. What we have here is a reference in the reference to Canada Post, the Budget Implementation Act that talks about removing Canada Post's legal monopoly on outgoing international letters. So while there's much been said of protecting Canadian institutions, Canada Post, one of the institutions that all of us as Canadians are very proud of, and would hope that our government would stand to support them. Instead, we're seeing a government that not only does not stand for it, but also chooses to piece away parts of it, sell off parts of it, and weaken an institution that allows us to communicate, that is part of our identity as Canadians. This budget also puts Canadians behind and weakens Canada through its deregulation. I know my colleague from Edmonton Strathcona has spoken with regards to the environmental regulations that are done away with in this budget, which I might add that for many Canadians, as they hear more and more information about this, are increasingly disturbed by these measures that are found in the budget. Exempting federally funded projects from environmental assessments, for example. Further deregulation is proposed in the telecommunications area. We've heard from the CRTC, we've heard from others of great concern with respect to the government's agenda in this area. And what I and many cannot understand is how we propose to move forward as a country while we sell off and deregulate and privatize parts of our economy, parts of our identity that truly keep us together and that reflect who we are as Canadians and that reflect Canadian values. Finally, I'd like to note the way in which this budget forgets many people that I have the honor of representing, and that would be First Nations and Métis people. This budget is a disgrace when it comes to Aboriginal issues. Front and center is the failure to commit funding to the Aboriginal Healing Foundation. This has been an area that has been a great passion of mine because I know firsthand what it means in the region that I come from. I know what it means firsthand for survivors and young people and people all across the board that live in northern Manitoba that depend on community-driven programming that will help them heal from the trauma of residential schools. And when I went back in my riding last week, I heard from my constituents, but I also heard from people across Canada that spoke of the hypocrisy of a government that apologized to residential school survivors, made them believe that a new page would be turned when it came to our history. And yet, all they said was sorry. The programming that residential school survivors and their communities have called for has been cut. But, Madam Speaker, while this budget and this government is leaving Canadians behind, we in the NDP have hope. Yeah. We have hope that our initiatives, whether they be on pensions, on EI, on the environment, on housing, that these are the initiatives, when it comes to restoring funding for Aboriginal organizations, that these are the initiatives that ought to be followed, that Canadians are calling to be followed, initiatives that, in fact, a majority of members in this House have followed. Because this isn't something for us. This is for the benefit of all Canadians, who we are here to represent.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for an excellent speech. Madam Speaker, in the 1880s, John A. Macdonald and the Conservative Party had a dream of unifying the country by building a railway across the country. Well, Madam Speaker, that similar type of dream exists with when a lot of people want to build an east-west power grid to move clean hydroelectric power on an east-west fashion across Canada as opposed to just north and south as is the case now. And the Minister for Democratic Reform has been a leader on this issue, but you know he's not getting the support from the 9 MPs from Manitoba, the Conservative MPs from Manitoba, nor the 14 Conservative MPs from Saskatchewan. And the fact of the matter is, Madam Speaker, in the last 3 days we've had no Conservatives speaking on this budget. In fact, I'm sure the member for Portage Lisgar would have liked to speak on this budget and talk about the East-West Power Grid. I'm sure the member for Brandon Souris would have liked to speak on this budget and speak about the East-West Power Grid. The member for Kildonan St. Paul, the member for Dauphin Swan River, the member for Winnipeg South, the member for St. Boniface, the member for Selkirk Inner Lake. All these members I know would have loved to get up and put it on the record that they are committed and they want their government to commit to building the East-West Power Grid. And I want them to start helping the member the Minister for Democratic Reform, because he's doing a good job, and we have to get together and work together as a federal government and provincial governments in Manitoba and Saskatchewan to make this dream a reality.
Member for Churchill.
I'd like to thank my colleague and fellow Manitoban. I completely agree with what was said, and certainly calling on our fellow Manitoba MPs to show some leadership and truly support, a strategy, not only a positive environmental strategy, a truly sustainable strategy economically as well, and one that would plug in our province with its hydroelectric power in such a great way. And if I could end off by saying that not only are we not seeing our Manitoba MPs of the Conservative benches speak out, but in general we're not seeing Conservative MPs speak out on the gaps that are in this budget, the huge gaps, the way they're selling off our country, and the way they're selling it off not just for Canadians here today, but for their children, for our future. And I'd be very interested to hear with what conscience they do that.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, and Kapuskasing.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, my colleague just mentioned with respect to the Conservatives not getting up and talking on this issue, and I can see why they don't want to get up, because they're probably ashamed of the fact that they're only giving $3.25 a week as part of an increase on the child tax credit, and they consider that child care subsidies. I think that that's a shame. My colleague also spoke with respect to youth. And I think maybe what I would like to ask my colleague is maybe to talk about the environment and what is in this bill, or more so what's not in the bill, and how this will actually impact on the youth of this country, because they are our future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Churchill.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. I believe that the environmental piece in this budget, which is fundamentally, one of those hidden poison pills, is in fact one of the most disturbing. And our party has done a great deal to provide leadership through Bill C-311 and truly to guide this government into regaining some credibility when it comes to the environment. Unfortunately, we have not seen them do so. It was embarrassing that we went to Copenhagen the way we did, and quite frankly, I mean, the state in which the rest of the world views Canada when it comes to the environment is embarrassing. As a young Canadian, as somebody who grew up in a school system that talked about the need for the next generation to care and become involved and become environmentally conscious, this is not the kind of Canada that we'd imagine. This is not the kind of Canada that most Canadian young people view. By and large, it is young people that are increasingly concerned about the environment, are very concerned about the environment. We've seen different displays of that concern, and that's where I say that this government, this Conservative government, is letting down Canada's next generation.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise in the House and to speak on Bill C-9, the Budget Implementation Bill. And I want to begin my remarks tonight by just commenting on the enormity of this bill. It's 872 pages long, has 24 different parts. And when you go through the bill, whether you go through the summary or you start looking at the bill in totality, one can see immediately that the Conservative government has decided to use this bill as a cover for all kinds of very negative and bad public policy initiatives. So, we're certainly aware of that, and this is one of the reasons that it's very important that debate take place on Bill C-9. And I would add to the comments made by my colleagues that it's very ironic that Conservative members are choosing not to debate this bill, because it's simply enormous when you think what's covered in it. We did hear the budget. We had the budget itself, but this budget implementation bill goes far beyond what was contained in the budget and is using itself as a cover for all kinds of pretty draconian measures. I'll just mention a couple. Environmental assessment. I mean, this is a very important issue in terms of ensuring that the public interest is represented in dealing with environmental assessments. Now, why would it, in a budget implementation bill, be that the minister will now have all kinds of discretion to dictate the scope of environmental assessments of any of the projects to be reviewed. Why would it be that federally funded infrastructure projects can now be exempted from an environmental assessment? I mean, these are very serious questions that in and of themselves should be debated separately through legislation in a debate of this House, and yet they're slipped through in Bill C-9, the Budget Implementation Act. So we feel very concerned about that and very disturbed that this government is yet again using these kinds of means to try and slip through important matters. They did it a few years ago with Bill C-50 when they brought in all kinds of very substantive changes to the Citizenship and Immigration Act, using a budget bill to do that. We see the same in this bill with Canada Post. We know that in this House, the Conservatives have tried to move through a bill, in effect, privatizing aspects of Canada Post that will affect the jobs and the services that are provided by that Crown Corporation and federal agency. We've actually held up that bill. We've prevented it from coming forward. So what's the response? Well, yet again, they're trying to slip it through in the Budget Implementation Bill. I'm actually surprised that they didn't try and include the Canada-Colombia Free Trade Agreement and sneak that one through too, because we've been holding that one up. But, Madam Speaker, I want to reserve the rest of my comments for issues pertaining to what I think are very serious in my community and how this budget implementation bill doesn't deal with that. I represent the riding of East Vancouver. It's a wonderful riding full of activists, great neighbourhoods, and yet we have right now in the city of Vancouver a crisis that is taking place as the 7 Vancouver Homeless Emergency Action Team shelters are slated to close by April 30th. Those shelters have been providing a safe, warm, appropriate place for people to go where there's laundry and food and good management and care for about 600 people a night. And there was a lot of suspicion that these shelters were put up just during the Olympics, you know, because we had thousands, hundreds of thousands of people in our city for the Olympics, and we were all aware that we had a serious homelessness and housing affordability crisis in our city. These shelters were opened, and they have provided support to people, and that's been very important. But now they're going to close. And in fact, there's been a very public conflict going on between the province of BC and the city of Vancouver as to what will happen with these shelters. And what's remarkable to me is that the federal government has not said one word. There's nothing about the federal homelessness partnering strategy and the fact that that could maybe provide some assistance with these shelters now slated to be closed, and the fact that there'll be hundreds of people out on the street. So it's really just so staggering to understand what it is that's taking place. We're dealing with issues in my community that are deeply systemic. This issue of a housing crisis has now gone on for more than a decade, 2 decades. It started with the former Liberal government who eliminated all of the housing programs. I have a bill, Bill C-304, that's trying to get the federal government back into housing and working with the provinces and municipalities and First Nations and civil society. And, this is just incredible to me because in our city right now, there are people who are out on the street and more people who will be out on the street because these shelters are going to close down. We actually had the annual homeless count that was done March 23rd, and what that count showed was that the number of homeless people in Vancouver has increased 12% from 2008, from 1,576 people to 1,762 people. Now, those are numbers, but you've got to also think about this in terms of real individual people and what the impact is on someone's life where they don't know where they're going to go each night, where they don't have access to proper food and nutrition, with a decent income or proper shelter assistance or laundry, or just being dry out of the cold and wet weather. So, Madam Speaker, these figures are staggering. Now, the only good news, if there is any good news, is that 1,300 of those 1,700 people who were homeless were in shelters. And in fact, there had been an increase in the number of people in shelters. That's good. But I get back to my original point, and that is that now these shelters are going to close. And so I have to question, and I have to challenge this government with this budget implementation bill that's nearly 900 pages long. Why isn't there anything in that budget that will help the City of Vancouver deal with this crisis as they try to cope with these costs? It's about $7 million to keep these shelters open. When the federal government could be doing that. You know, the city of Vancouver, like other municipalities, relies on the property tax base. And they do the best they can in stretching every single dollar. And in fact, they've gone more than their distance and more than their responsibility, ensuring that these shelters are operating. And they did get some assistance from the provincial government. But most of that is now coming to an end. So for me, it raises a very stark contrast that on the one hand, we see a budget that continued with these outrageous tax breaks to corporations in the billions of dollars, robbing the public purse of desperately needed revenue. And on the other hand, we see communities like the Downtown East Side, we see other communities across the country where literally people are destitute on the street and don't know where they're going to go each night. So to me, Madam Speaker, that's what a budget is all about. It discloses what the real priorities and what the real objectives of a government are. Now, we've had so much emphasis and focus on crime bills and, you know, all these little boutique bills that come forward. We've had so much overemphasis on law enforcement and another crime or another tough-on-crime measure that's going to, you know, solve every problem we have. But we have deeply systemic and complex social issues in our cities, in the urban environment, whether it's lack of funds for public transit, whether it's lack of funds for housing, whether it's lack of funds for childcare, where people are literally struggling each month to get by. And certainly the plight of homeless people is something that is quite shocking, but it affects a broader segment of society too. I know lots of working folks who are, you know, both parents are working, they're making maybe minimum wage, maybe a bit more, and yet they're trying to struggle to keep up with exorbitant childcare costs, even if they can get into childcare. So, Madam Speaker, in addressing Bill C-9, the Budget Implementation Act, I just want to put this right out there, that this is really an outrage and a shame in terms of what this government hasn't done to address some of these ongoing, very deeply systemic issues in our country. The fact is the gap is growing between wealth and poverty. More and more Canadians are falling into that environment where they can't make their ends meet. We just saw a very wonderful film the other night called Poor No More that was premiered here on Parliament Hill, hosted by Mary Walsh, that showed so well, in a very articulate way, what's taking place for the working poor. These are people who are working, many of whom are paying, who are getting a minimum wage. And it showed how people are struggling and they're actually living below the poverty line. So, Madam Speaker, this is a bad budget implementation bill because it doesn't deal with what needs to be dealt with in my community and other communities, and I hope that we can convince other members of the House not to support it.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Berthier-Masquinongé, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague mentioned that within this budget implementation bill, the Conservative government was taking the advantage of the Liberals' weaknesses at the current juncture. So and that includes the Canada Post Corporation. Bill C-44 has sort of been slipped into the Budget Implementation Act. They're taking advantage of the Liberals' weakness to privatise the Canada Post Corporation. especially the remailing component. Now, I'd like to hear what you have to say about the impact that there will be on rural areas as a result of the initiatives being instituted by Canada Post Corporation.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his question, and I would agree. What on earth does the privatization and deregulation of Canada Post have to do with a budget bill? But there it is. It's stuck right in the bill. Maybe they were hoping that no one would notice, but it was pretty glaring that it was there. And, of course, its impact will be enormous, particularly on smaller communities. And I think many of us in this House, and I know our colleagues in the Bloc Québécois share this as well, that smaller and rural communities have suffered tremendously from cutbacks at Canada Post. I mean, it used to be that you had good service, but now many of the postal outlets and offices have been removed. People have to rely on these super boxes. And so the service in rural Canada has seriously deteriorated. Now, I live in an urban environment, so I'm not so familiar with those changes, but I know others of my colleagues have raised that in this House. So the fact that they're trying to use this Trojan horse approach and move through this bill about Canada Post in a budget bill, that on those grounds alone, we should be rejecting this bill and calling it for what it is, and that is, it's really fraudulent that they would try to do it in this way in a budget bill.
The Honourable Member for Moncton Riverview, Dieppe.
I want to change the channel a little bit, Madam Speaker, and ask the Honourable Member. I know she's has very deep interest in the arts. Page 305 of this budget document, there is talk about the cultural crown corporations. There's 5 lines in the entire budget about cultural crown corporations. And to paraphrase it, it says, look, all the cutting and slashing's already been done, so we don't have to do anything more specific in terms of savings, because everything's working out pretty good, it seems, with CBC and the Canadian Council for the Arts and the National Film Board and Telefilm Canada. But that's not what the stakeholders in those organizations tell me, and that's not what listeners of regional radio and television programming of CBC say to me in the Maritimes. I wonder what the situation is out west, and with her broad experience with the arts and with cultural crown corporations, what can she tell me about the devastation this government has visited upon CBC, NFB, Telefilm, etc.?
Well, Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, yet here again is a very good example of what's buried within this budget implementation bill. I mean, the whole issue of the public broadcaster and funding for the arts, and I know many of us are actually part of the Arts Caucus that reflects members from different parties, where we're very concerned about the state of arts and culture in Canada. And so I think the member is right to point out that buried in this document, there's a few lines that somehow say, don't worry, everything's okay. But the reality is that our public broadcaster, as well as our cultural institutions, have suffered enormously. And I think we should know that an investment in the arts and in culture and in artists is very beneficial to society as a whole, in terms of not only cultural benefits but also in economic benefits. So this idea that within the bill everything's okay for arts and culture is just another fraud that's being put through in this budget implementation bill.
Resuming debate. Is the House ready for the question?
No.
The question.
No.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Scarborough Rouge River.
Well, first I want to apologize to one or more colleagues opposite who thought, no, there's no point coming in for the vote. I'm going to speak. Yeah. And I'm going to make the point, there's no point coming in. I'm going to speak right through. Okay. I think we are on the verge, colleagues, of accepting what may be one of the great parliamentary travesties of the early 21st century. And it relates to the comments just made by the previous speaker. If any of us have looked through this bill, we will see that it is massive in scope. It isn't just a budget implementation bill. Normally in a budget implementation bill, Madam Speaker, there will be a Ways and Means motion to implement. But it is amazing how few things were in the Ways and Means motion and how many things are in the budget bill itself. And I'm going to bet everyone around here, dollars to donuts, about a year from now, unless this is a serious legislative problem, the members on that side of the House will be debating something, and they will look to this side of the House and they will say to the members over there, you voted against that measure. Well, how many measures will we be voting on in this budget? Well, by my count, if we bundle all of the income tax measures into just one item, and all of the GST, HST items into just one item, that's 2 items. I still count, Madam Speaker, 27 separate pieces of legislative change. So how fair is it, how parliamentary is it, how appropriate is it that we in this House, I'll just talk about me, Madam Speaker, I get one vote on 27 separate statutory amendments and policy changes. How does that allow me, as a parliamentarian, to consider, deliberate, debate, and analyze what's in a bill that comes forward as a government confidence measure? How fair or appropriate is that? I guess I'm going to get a chance to continue my remarks tomorrow. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
It being 5:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed in today's order paper. And before I turn it over for orders of the day, the honourable member from Scarborough Rouge River will have 7 minutes when this debate resumes.
Orders of the day, private members' business, resuming debate of Bill C-473, Protection of Insignia of Military Orders, Decorations and Medals Act, standing in the name of Mr. Schellenberger.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona has 5 minutes left in his comments.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm very pleased to be speaking today to this bill. We are now in the second hour of debate, and I did speak for a few minutes on the last hour, so I'd like to continue. The fact of the matter is, Madam Speaker, Bill 473 is a bill that I think pretty much every member of this House sees merit in, and in fact will be supporting. So we wanted to thank the member for Perth Wellington for having brought this bill before the House. And the fact of the matter is that it deals with the transfer of insignia of military orders, decorations, and medals of cultural significance to persons who are not residents of Canada. And in fact, the member for Sackville Eastern Shore, our NDP caucus spokesperson on this particular issue, has a similar type of bill, C-208, in the House. And although it's not exactly the same, it is similar enough that he is hoping that when we do get to committee with it, that he may be able to get parts of his bill amended or adopted by the members onto this bill to make it a better bill. But in essence, what the member for Sackville Eastern Shore's position is on this is that he would like to see the issue of currency taken out of the equation. That he feels that the medal should be viewed as unsellable, not to be allowed to be sold to anybody, and that when they are no longer required by the family of the person who had the medal, that they in fact should be put in a repository such as a museum. He even suggested MPs' offices, And there are a lot of different methods for dealing with the different types of military orders and decorations. Madam Speaker, I had spent some considerable time on this whole issue, and was looking forward to getting into a history of, because the more I read about the issue, the more interesting I found this whole matter. And I thought it was best to start at the beginning, Madam Speaker, and I went back to Roman times, because that's when medals were first created, and they developed a complex hierarchy of military honors, ranging from crowns that were presented to senior officers to mark victories in major campaigns, and there was a whole discussion around medal discs and other types of medals. And then we got into the area or the era of the Spanish Armada in 1588 during the reign of Elizabeth I, when she issued commemorative medals to mark England's victory over the Spanish Armada. And then we moved on to the days of Oliver Cromwell, and he issued medals to people who participated in the Battle of Dunbar. And we go up to the time of 1815, when medals were awarded to people who served during the Battle of Waterloo, which I just saw a program a couple of weeks ago on the whole issue of Napoleon's history in France, and ending with the Battle of Waterloo. So there is a storied history going back to Roman days of involving medals, Madam Speaker. And in fact, in Canada alone, we have a long history of medals. In fact, it started with the governors of New France desiring to establish European honors in Canada. And they established a military order of Malta in New France, and this was between the period of 1635, Madam Speaker, and 1648. And after the establishment of the British North America Act, at that point, Canadians were entitled to receive British imperial honors, though the awarding was not consistently allowed. And besides knighthoods, peerage titles, both hereditary and life, were also bestowed on Canadians, sometimes with uniquely Canadian designations, such as Baroness MacDonald of Earnscliffe and Baron Beaverbrook of Beaverbrook in the province of New Brunswick. The fact of the matter is, Madam Speaker, over time, these medals more and more became...
Order. That your time is up, I regret. And resuming debate, the honourable member for Don Valley East.
West. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to begin by thanking the honourable member from Perth Wellington for bringing this act forward. I will state that I find it to be a thoughtful and balanced approach to this issue, and I think it's the kind of thing that a private member's bill should do, and I think it is a contribution to public policy and to the honouring of veterans in our country. So I want to thank you, and I have been requesting that the members on this side of the House and the Liberal Party support this bill, and we will support it at committee. And I actually think it is quite an adequate bill, because I think that this bill balances the cultural heritage that we are trying to protect through the honoring of insignia, of medals and honors, decorations and awards, as well as the private property rights that individuals have. And I think that the member has been very thoughtful in balancing those two needs to understand that medals for wartime service and for military service in general tell two stories. They tell a story of an individual and a service to our country and to our world, and a moment of heroism often that is honored in a medal. And they also tell a corporate story about what Canada is, how Canada has come into being, and what Canada hopes to be in the future. And I think that this legislation actually balances those two stories as well as those two rights. We have the story of an individual who offers their life for service and gives what they can for the prospects of freedom, independence, peace, and community in our world. And they also, at the same time, tell the story of a country that is emerging as a nation. And the stories that we have of these medals, as we can look at them, tell the story of a nation that has taken its place in the stage of world affairs and making our world a better place. So that is, it's very clear that I believe that this is a good piece of legislation. I think that it promotes culture and heritage in Canada, and it balances the need for a family to tell their own story. And so it respects the right of a family to pass on a medal or a decoration or award from generation to generation to kin, to keep it in that family so they can tell the story of the person that they loved and that they respected. But it also gives the right of first refusal to Canadian cultural institutions, particularly the Museum of Civilization across the river, the War Museum, as well as that network of Canadian Forces museums that I think offer a story that we all need to hear. So I think that the member has taken that and has done it very well. The need for such a piece of legislation is interesting because there is already an act in place that protects such medals that are 50 years or older. And so this is adding to the legislative body that we have to protect modern medals. So the act that the member is attempting to add to is looking at the history of Canada, but this act is actually guarding the future of Canada. And so I think we also want to commend him for that, for being forward-looking and that. There are a couple of issues that I wanted to raise, and this is not of criticism to the bill, but to add to the importance of this bill. The first thing is that there have been many people who have served in Canadian forces in the last 40 years, 50 years, who have not received medals. And so I'm hoping that the member will also begin to look at the proposed Governor General's Volunteer Service Award for those who have served at least 1 year and have not received a medal for their volunteering into the Canadian Forces. There was such a medal that ended in 1947. It came back during the Korean War in those 2 to 3 years, but since that time, we have not had a medal that honors the simple act or the very brave act of volunteering for Canadian Forces. This is for people who have volunteered, particularly in the Cold War, and I think that we have to remember that kind of service, and that will make this kind of legislation actually quite important because we're talking about new medals and modern medals, and so I'm hoping that the member will take some time to investigate that proposal. Over 5,000 people have signed a petition for Parliament to establish such a medal. On a little bit of a harder note, I think that one of the reasons that this legislation is important is because there have been stories of people, of veterans, selling their medals to actually live. And I think this is something that we have to worry about. And I just want to raise to the House's attention the fact that there exists in Calgary a food bank. And that food bank is solely for veterans. It's a food bank that the Prime Minister visited on April the 2nd, just earlier in this month, with the Minister of the Environment. And I think that it is an utter national shame that we actually have a food bank, the Poppy Fund in Calgary, just for veterans. There is something wrong that we are forcing our veterans to go to the measures of staying in homeless shelters, of selling medals, of going to food banks designed just for them, so that the Calgary Poppy Fund has to actually operate to keep veterans alive. The budget for that food bank is $2 million per year. Think about that. $2 million, and I'm not belittling the charitable notion that goes into keeping that alive. That is a wonderful charitable effort. But the fact that the need exists reminds us that we, as Parliament, the government, is simply not doing enough for veterans. Over 61 people received food baskets in that institution in the last several weeks. 61 people. It's open 5 days a week, from 9 to 5, Monday to Friday, to help veterans. And this is in Calgary, one of the richest cities in this country, and it's about a people that have given their service, their time, their honor, everything to the service of this country. It is simply not good enough. What we are doing for veterans is simply not good enough. So we have stories of veterans who actually sell their medals on eBay, sending them out of the country, and I'm very pleased that the member is trying to protect that cultural heritage, keep it in this country, keep that story alive. But as with everything, we have to dig down, we have to peel back the onion just a bit to understand why someone might sell a medal. And if it's because they don't have enough to eat, if it's because they don't have a roof over their head, if it's because they've been left out, if it's because they have addictions or other problems that are forcing them into a life outside the mainstream, then we have to act. It's not good enough. It is simply not the way we want to treat our veterans in this country. And I know the honourable member has veterans absolutely foremost in his mind. So I'm hoping that he'll take this opportunity to talk to the veterans who may be tempted to sell their medals. I hope that he can go to that food bank following his leader's example. That was just a photo op to make an announcement about food protection. I think it was an opportunity to talk to those veterans to say, why are you here? What has happened? What has gone on in your life that has taken you to the brink, that has caused you to go to the Calgary drop-in, which has between 30 and 35 veterans every night who are homeless. And this is a national shame. It's one of the largest growing populations of homeless in Canada. It's one of the largest growing populations of those going to food banks. And if we're going to start to follow the model of our American neighbors, where this is a national crisis, and it's not that yet in Canada, but we don't want it to become that. We want to take the kinds of steps, the kinds of service, the kinds of programs, the evaluation of our programs, and our commitment to Canadian veterans to ensure that that does not happen. There is a story, and that story is of a veteran recently made into a short movie by the Historica Dominion Institute. And it's the story of Tommy Prince, one of the most, in fact, the most decorated Aboriginal First Nations veteran in Canadian history, born in 1915. And one of the tragedies of that story is, despite the fact that his bravery and his service led to him being the most decorated First Nations veteran, when he came back to Canada, he didn't find his place that he deserved in the society. He was forced to sell his medals. This is a real story of a real person, of a real veteran who got lost along the way. This legislation will, of course, protect the medal, but is it protecting the veteran? It's a first step to ensure cultural heritage is protected, but we have to go a further step, Mr. Speaker. We have to go further to ensure that our veterans are never forced to sell a medal. They're never forced to go to a food bank in Calgary. They're never forced to go to the Calgary drop-in, but that they are celebrated, they're treated fairly, economically, socially, because we owe our lives, our freedom, and our independence to them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton-Sherwood Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak in support of Bill C-473 and the protection of military medals, orders, and decorations awarded to Canadians. I want to begin by thanking the member for Perth Wellington for his efforts to protect Canada's military heritage and for bringing this issue before Parliament. The tabling of Bill 473 allows us to reflect on the vital importance of Canada's military heritage and the very important part it plays in our country's development. Military insignia symbolizes a number of events, the most common representing long or distinguished service, while still others denote a participation in a war, campaign, or peacekeeping mission. The rarest of all signify battlefield valor. Mr. Speaker, the importance of our military heritage was front and center just recently on April 9th, Vimy Ridge Day, when the government honored all of Canada's First World War servicemen and women and paid tribute to their achievements and contributions. Ceremonies of remembrance were held across Canada and at the Canadian National Vimy Memorial in France and the Canada Memorial at Green Park in London. The national commemorative ceremony at the National War Memorial, a symbol of the sacrifices of all Canadians who have served Canada in times of war in the cause of peace and freedom, was especially poignant in following the death in February of Canada's last known First World War veteran, John Babcock. The efforts and sacrifices of Canada's armed forces throughout our history must not be forgotten. As part of our country's heritage, they must be honored and protected. Through Bill C-473, the member for Perth Wellington proposes to fill a gap in the protection of our military heritage, a gap that affects modern military insignia. Mr. Speaker, let me explain what I mean by that. Important medals and other decorations that are more than 50 years old and already protected under the Cultural Property Export and Import Act. We have measures in place to keep objects of outstanding significance and national importance in the country. The Act includes, Mr. Speaker, among other elements, a system of cultural property export control, which requires export permits for a range of cultural property. These measures protect the nation's heritage while respecting the rights of private citizens to dispose of their own property. Under the already existing Act, important metals that are more than 50 years old require a permit to leave Canada. Permanent export may be delayed if the metal is determined to be of outstanding significance and of national importance. If an object for which a permit is sought is deemed to be of outstanding significance and national importance, the permit is refused. That refusal may be appealed to the Canadian Cultural Property Export Review Board. On appeal, the board may create a delay period of up to 6 months to allow Canadian cultural institutions the opportunity to purchase the object in question so that it may remain in Canada. A system of special tax incentives also exists to provide further encouragement for owners to donate or sell cultural property to Canadian institutions. Those who do not comply with the Cultural Property Export and Import Act can be prosecuted and subject to fines or imprisonment. But what protection is there for modern Canadian insignias? Mr. Speaker, we know that serving members of Canadian Armed Forces are prohibited under the Code of Service Discipline of the National Defence Act from selling their medals and decorations. Military regulations also govern the disposition of medals when a serving member dies. These measures are important and should be respected. However, recent military honors, unlike historic medals, orders, and decorations, are not controlled for export. The member from Perth Wellington has indicated that his objective with Bill C-473 is to keep important military medals, orders, and decorations in Canada. Mr. Speaker, export control is clearly a matter over which the federal government has jurisdiction and experience. Important medals and other decorations that are more than 50 years old are already controlled for export under the Cultural Property Export and Import Act. Mr. Speaker, if it is the will of this House to refer Bill C-473 to committee for review, I trust there will be an opportunity to study more fully how to ensure this proposed new legislation can work seamlessly with the Cultural Property Export and Import Act to protect our military heritage. I want to commend my colleague from Perth Wellington for striking a balance in presenting this bill between the need to protect our military heritage and the need to respect the rights of individual owners of military insignia. Military insignia hold significant meaning to veterans and their heirs. Bill C-473 proposes to exempt near relatives of the owner of the insignia from the provisions of the bill. Under Bill C-473, families can continue to care for the valued personal legacy of their veterans. Their military insignia and ensure that they will be passed down from generation to generation. Mr. Speaker, in the first hour of debate on Bill C-473, my colleague from Berthier noted that spouses do not seem to be included in the definition of their relative. I trust there will be an opportunity to study this matter further in committee. Mr. Speaker, I also acknowledge and appreciate my colleague from Sackville Eastern Shore and the passion for his issue that he brings to this debate. In his comments, he described the positive experiences of several communities in his area to preserve their military heritage. Mr. Speaker, many military insignia are donated to local museums, as well as to the Canadian War Museum and Canadian Forces museums across the country. Bill C-473 would not restrict donations to Canadian museums. Owners will still be able to donate military insignia to the Canadian museum of their choice. That's an important protection of their rights. Most public museums in Canada are also registered charities. As a registered charity, a museum can issue donation receipts for the value of gift in kind, such as artifacts or specimens. Additional tax benefits may also be available if the gift is certified as being of cultural importance and national significance by the Canadian Cultural Property Export Review Board. Mr. Speaker, the government has recognized the need to protect our military heritage through the establishment of museums, including the Canadian Museum of Civilization, the Canadian War Museum, and the Canadian Forces Museum across the country. The Canadian Museum of Civilization and the Canadian War Museum have more than 1,000 medals, including at least 28 Victoria Crosses, Canada's highest military honor. That network of Canadian Forces museums tells the story of regiments across the country. Bill C-473 proposes that federal museums should be given the opportunity to purchase modern military insignia if the owner does not wish to donate it to a public museum, or wish to transfer the insignia to a near relative or heir or a resident of Canada. Mr. Speaker, I would hope that Canadian Forces museums would also be able to benefit from Bill C-473 to continue their profound tradition of protecting our military heritage. In conclusion, I am pleased to support Bill 473 and its efforts to protect our modern military insignia. Modern insignia that recognize the contribution of the women and men who still today go to troubled spots around the world. I look forward to further study of the proposed bills in committee. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to speak today on C-473, an act to protect insignia of military orders, decorations, and medals of cultural significance for future generations. I met veterans in Hudson last week, and I am always moved by our veterans. Each decoration or insignia marks their role that they played in various military operations. I met with a number of veterans when I worked with the Lost Canadians. And as I've just said, it's also known in French as the Lost Canadians. So this is also very important for them. They also spoke to me about the situation of a number of them, that is the poverty in which they live, and it's of great concern. I think that we need to do more for them. The bill deals with part of our heritage, which is to protect these medals, which are given to the military personnel who have done us proud. First of all, I'd like to thank the member for Perth Wellington for having taken the initiative to introduce this bill. It is a first step, and I think he would also agree that we can do even more for these veterans. I am also surprised with the restrictive definition given to the word veteran, because a number of the Allied forces fought alongside our veterans, as defined by the department at present. And these people, despite the fact that it's been 40 or 50 years that they've been here in Canada, still do not have priority access to St. Anne Hospital. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done in this area. As the title indicates, C-473 seeks to protect insignia of military orders, decorations, and medals of cultural significance. In Canada, for your information, we should also talk about the cultural importance of decorations is determined here by regulation. In order to preserve these kinds of decorations, we are seeking to impose more strict rules regarding the protection of these kinds of insignia. Therefore, it would be prohibited to transfer an insignia of cultural importance to a non-resident if this person is not a citizen of Canada. I would encourage the committee that hopes to look at this bill to review some of the passages related to citizenship.
I don't know whether the member for Perth Wellington is aware of this, but many veterans have lost their citizenship. As a matter of fact, the last veteran of World War I, Mr. Babcock, was not a Canadian citizen. The Prime Minister himself had to take a flight and go restore his citizenship. So there might be some aspects of citizenship that have to be reviewed in order not to create more irritants for our veterans. So I would invite the committee to address this and do a few record checks. This bill contains provisions allowing anyone to transfer a decoration if he or she has tried to sell it for its proper value to the War Museum, the Civilization Museum, or Canadian Heritage, in other words, the Government of Canada. If the government refuses to buy it by sending written confirmation of this, or if the government does not accept the offer within 120 days, the person could then transfer the decoration to a non-resident. Several veterans never had their citizenship restored before their death. That was the case of Mr. Valliere, and we have to be sensitive to such situations for the family. Bill C-473 says that this should not apply to the transfer of a decoration to a close relative, the father, mother, grandfather, grandmother, child, grandchild, brother or sister of the holder of such insignia. Spouses are excluded. I suppose this will be corrected in committee. For persons who do not want to comply with this bill, the directive in the bill says that if a Canadian violates this bill, this will be an offense, punishable, and liable to a fine that does not exceed 5 times the fair market value. I'm wondering if the government knows if there is anyone who's done this. I'm wondering what method could be used to inform veterans of the changes in this bill. But in the past, we found it difficult to reach veterans, be it for an important bill such as the Citizenship Act. So this is one aspect that is important for the implementation of this bill and shouldn't be overlooked. The Bloc is in favor of the principle of Bill C-473 and wants it to be reviewed in committee. It would be possible then to hear various witnesses to examine in greater detail various aspects of the bill. We're also in favor of the principle of the bill since it seeks to preserve Canada's legacy. This is part of the military history of any country that gives out decorations and insignia to men and women to thank them for all their actions and efforts in their participation in different military missions. By giving out these decorations, a country seeks to recognize the sacrifices and successes of those who serve the cause of peace and liberty throughout the world. We know that our military is often confronted with grave difficulties. They are often seriously injured, and some are even killed. They accept perilous missions without any hesitation, with great courage. So, as such, we have a duty to support them. We believe that all governments can and must take necessary measures to preserve the culture and history of a people under their authority. military history and the recognition of the dedication of these men and women are part and parcel of the history of a country. Having said that, I must point out that in this bill, we are protecting a military cultural heritage. This is laudable, and we support this initiative, but the Bloc Québécois maintains its demands by asking the federal government to provide help to the entire cultural sector. We support the bill to protect a certain form of military culture, but we insist that this government invest more in the protection and promotion of culture generally and the history of Quebec. So, Mr. Speaker, that's the end of my speech. However, I would like to add that for many veterans, the history behind each medal is important. It shouldn't be taken lightly. The implementation of such a bill may be difficult. It may be sensitive in many ways and touch a chord. And I hope the government will fight poverty, which arises quite often in that community.
For Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in the House tonight to speak on Bill C-473, an act to protect insignia of military orders, decorations, and medals of cultural significance for future generations. Canadian veterans have helped to ensure that we live in a free country and have aided in spreading peace and security throughout the world. They've done that with courage, determination, and at great sacrifice. And in bestowing military medals, decorations, and orders, our country recognizes the sacrifices and achievements of those who have served and those who serve today. And the men and women who wear those medals do so with pride, devotion, loyalty, and dignity. Yet when I've had the chance to speak with veterans in my hometown of Hamilton, like the exceptional men and women at Royal Canadian Legion Branch 163 on the mountain, it is also clear that they are wearing those medals for the 118,000 Canadians who served their country and never had the chance to wear theirs because they made the ultimate sacrifice. From that perspective, there can be little doubt that the principles underlying Bill C-473 deserve our support. As the member for Perth Wellington rightly pointed out in his opening remarks, some medals and honours are already protected in legislation. More than 30 years ago, at a time when World War II and the Korean War were still fresh in our memories, the Government of Canada responded to the need to protect Canada's heritage by introducing the Cultural Property Export and Import Act. It requires export permits for a range of cultural property, including medals. Yet it offers that protection only if the military medals, orders, and decorations are at least 50 years old. More recent military honours, therefore, are not controlled for export. They may be freely sold and taken out of the country, out of the reach of Canadians and our public museums. I agree with the member of Perth Wellington that that is wrong. But I'm not sure that the bill as currently written is the best vehicle for achieving our shared objective. Let me just take a few moments here to outline some of my concerns with a view to getting this bill to committee and hopefully having most of them addressed before we have to take the third and final vote in this House. I want to start by reading the summary of Bill C-473. It states, "This enactment places restrictions on the transfer of insignia of military orders, decorations, and medals of cultural significance to persons who are not residents of Canada." In essence, that's what this bill is all about. It suggests that military medals will be kept in Canada because they will no longer be transferable to someone who is neither a citizen nor a permanent resident of Canada. And on that general point, I have no quarrel. But I'm not sure that the bill achieves that objective. First, let's look at clauses 3.2a and b, which state that the prohibition on exporting medals does not apply to the transfer of an insignia to a near relative of the owner of the insignia. Paragraph B refers to an heir of the owner of the insignia upon the death of the owner. Obviously, both the near relative and the heir of the owner could reside outside of Canada. If the goal of the bill is to keep all medals in Canada, the bill before us today doesn't achieve that objective. Now, I believe that the exceptions are reasonable, but it's unclear to me whether this was a deliberate or an inadvertent outcome of the bill as drafted. Perhaps even more troubling is the exclusion of spouses in the definition of a near relative. The bill talks about parents, children, brothers, sisters, grandparents, and heirs. Perhaps it's assumed that spouses will be heirs, but I think that the inclusion of spouses ought to be made explicit. In bestowing military orders, decorations, and medals, our country is recognizing the sacrifices and achievements of those who have served the cause of peace and freedom throughout the world. But the sacrifices made by family members as their loved ones serve our country must also be acknowledged. And spouses in particular deserve special recognition. In this bill, I would strongly urge that the inclusion of spouses be made explicit. The next issue I'd like to address can best be expressed by comparing the bill that is before us today to a similar bill that was introduced by my NDP colleague, the member of Sackville Eastern Shore. I think members on all sides of this House would agree that veterans have no stronger advocate in this House than the member for Sackville Eastern Shore. He introduced a similar bill long before the one that we're debating today was tabled, but as the luck of the draw would have it, we're debating Bill C-473 today rather than his bill, C-208. I said that it was a similar bill deliberately. They share the same goal, but in my view, Bill C-208 takes a better, more comprehensive approach. Its summary states that this enactment prohibits the sale of export for sale of any medal awarded by the Government of Canada in respect of service with the Canadian Forces or the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, or in respect of services as a police officer outside Canada on behalf of the Government of Canada. It differs from the bill before us today in two important respects. First, it includes medals awarded to the RCMP or any other police officer who serves our country outside Canada. As we know, many police officers serve overseas, and the medals they receive honor their courage, valor, and selfless contribution to our international efforts. So why would we treat their medals any differently than we would the medals of veterans? If the intent of this bill is to preserve our heritage, then clearly RCMP honors ought to be protected as well. And I don't believe that there'd be a huge backlash from veterans on this point. In fact, when the NDP's Bill C-201 was before this House, not a single veteran complained to me that it dealt with pension fairness for both veterans and the RCMP. On the contrary, the only backlash about that bill was that the Liberals and Conservatives defeated every clause of the bill in committee, thereby keeping in place the unfair existing system that unjustly reduces the pension benefits of retired and disabled Canadian Forces and RCMP personnel. The second difference between the bill that's before us today and Bill C-208 is equally important. Bill C-208 doesn't just prevent medals from being exported out of the country, it actually prohibits the sale of those medals. And that is a crucial distinction. Medals and insignia are priceless honors. Men and women wear them with pride as a sign of their loyalty, devotion, and dignity. Such medals should never be turned into currency. By allowing medals to be sold, we're turning honors into commodities, and I share the view of those members in this House who want to prohibit such sales. In doing so, I am not, however, underestimating the dire financial need that many veterans are experiencing today. I can fully appreciate that many veterans feel that they have to sell their medals as one of the last resorts for making ends meet. But my goodness, Mr. Speaker, surely we can all agree that such circumstances are a national disgrace. It is a situation that reflects badly not on the veterans, but on the successive Liberal and Conservative governments who say that they support our troops, but in fact provide little real support when they return home. Just this past Good Friday, there was a story in the news from Calgary where I guess the Prime Minister thought he was staging a positive photo op by helping out at a food bank. But, Mr. Speaker, it was a veterans' food bank. Over 40 veterans rely on that food bank on a regular basis. And here's what George Bittman, chair of the Calgary Poppy Fund, said to the media about that food bank. The facility is used by vets who feel too proud to ask for help from a civilian food bank. And with so many veterans without pensions, he said, there's a great need for donations of food. Quote, like most Second World War veterans and Korean War veterans, if their problems weren't apparent at the time that they were discharged, they were happy to get the hell out of the service and get on with life, just as I did when I got out of the Navy. 40 years later, when something comes up, something goes sideways, it's generally too late for them to make a claim with Veterans Affairs. Records are lost, memories fade. And at that point, there are few options available to veterans other than turning to food banks. It's an absolute disgrace. Bill C-208 would have gone a long way to providing meaningful help to veterans by improving their pension. So would the implementation of the NDP Veterans First motion, which was passed by this House as far back as 2006. If that motion were acted on in a comprehensive way, there wouldn't be a clawback of SISIP anymore. There wouldn't be a so-called gold digger clause in the Canadian Forces Superannuation Act. The VIP program would have been extended to all widows of all veterans. The survivor pension amount would have been increased from 50% to 66%, and the deduction from the annuity of retired and disabled Canadian Forces members would have been eliminated. That's how you really support our troops, Mr. Speaker, not by allowing them to sell their medals, but by providing them with a decent standard of living. For their service to our country, veterans deserve so much more than just rhetoric from this Parliament. They deserve a retirement with dignity and respect. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. There being no other members rising, I'll call on the member for Perth Wellington to deliver his 5-minute right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleagues from all parties for the support to my private member's bill C-473. Mr. Speaker, on any given day, approximately 8,000 Canadian Forces personnel are preparing for, engaging in, or are returning from an overseas mission. They follow in the footsteps of Canadians who, for more than 200 years, have answered the call and sacrificed all they knew, all the comforts, love, and safety of home in order to defend the freedoms of others. The efforts and sacrifices of Canada's armed forces throughout history, and as we speak, must not be forgotten. More than 30 years ago, at a time when World War II and the Korean War were still fresh in our memory, the Government of Canada responded to the need to protect Canada's heritage by introducing the Cultural Property Export and Import Act. This act seeks balance between the need to protect the nation's heritage and the property rights of private owners. Regulations under the Cultural Property Export and Import Act specify categories of objects which require a permit to leave Canada, for any reason, temporarily or permanently. Military medals, orders, and decorations are of course included, but, like other protected objects, they must be 50 years old. Mr. Speaker, it is time for our modern medals to receive the same protection accorded to our historic medals. And that is what this bill C-473 seeks to achieve. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-473 speaks to the importance of our military heritage, as well as fills an important gap by focusing on Canada's modern military honours. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-473 will ensure that federal museums are given the opportunity to acquire and protect modern military medals, orders, and decorations, which are no less deserving than those 50 or 100 years ago, given to those 50 or 100 years ago to brave Canadians. This enactment places restrictions on the transfer of insignia of military orders, decorations, and medals of cultural significance to persons who are not residents of Canada. Mr. Speaker, as you know, there are Canadians actively seeking to protect our military medals by keeping them in Canada. For example, Dave Thompson from St. George, Ontario, known by many as the metal detector for his hobby of repatriating Canadian medals from internet auction sites like eBay. He recently found 3 First World War medals belonging to Lance Corporal Walter Clemens Leslie, who was born in my riding of Perth Wellington. And I think they have been returned now to the Stratford Perth Museum. In the same way, this bill still provides fair market value to anyone who wishes to sell an insignia awarded under the authority of Her Majesty in right of Canada, but they must provide first right of refusal to the Government of Canada by submitting an offer to the Canadian War Museum, the Canadian War Museum, or the Canadian Museum of Civilization, or the Department of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, my inspiration for this bill comes from the veterans and future veterans from my riding and across Canada who served or have served our country. This bill will ensure the accolades from their acts of bravery will remain on Canadian soil and will continue to honor them as part of our Canadian heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is as follows. Mr. Schellenberger, seconded by Mr. Allison, moved that Bill C-473, an act to protect insignia of military orders, decorations, and medals of cultural significance for future generations, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes! Agreed? Agreed. I declare the motion carried. Second reading.
Lecture de ce projet de loi, second reading of this bill.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs. À ce moment-ci, conformément à la...
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been tabled and seconded. Therefore, the question is as follows, that this House do now adjourn.
The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to rise today to continue the Liberals' attempt to get answers from the Minister of Natural Resources on the issue of government spending. I asked almost a month ago for information regarding the awarding of a $185,000 contract to a company chaired by a caucus colleague of the minister from Calgary Centre. I have not yet received a real answer to this question, but not getting answers seems to be the trademark of this government. The Conservatives announced with great fanfare their Federal Accountability Act. Yet the complete lack of accountability is evident by this government's behavior. We have seen the Minister of Labour stonewall when confronted with serious allegations about the activities at the Toronto Port Authority. We have heard from the former Minister of Foreign Affairs, whose resignation was given only when it became obvious that his indiscretions were about to become a public nuisance. We have a Minister of Fisheries whose son-in-law receives lucrative contracts from the government. It seems obvious that there is a pattern emerging with contracts and access going to members and former members of the Conservative caucus. This party campaigned on issues such as transparency and honesty. Yet, once elected, they have become the most opaque and dishonest government this country has seen since the Mulroney years. The last few days have seen question period focused on matters concerning the member from Simcoe Grey, which again comes down to lack of transparency on behalf of this government and this Prime Minister. The majority of questions have been centered on asking why allegations of criminal misdeeds are being kept secret. While I appreciate that matters under investigations have to be handled carefully, Canadians and parliamentarians have the right to know, at least in general terms, what area of law may have been transgressed. Instead, each day we open the papers to see a variety of increasingly salacious headlines regarding the action of this member and her husband. This government trumpets its tough on crime agenda at every opportunity, yet it is unusually silent when it comes to one of its own under suspicion. Will the minister tell this House and Canadians at large why it seems that holding a membership card, expired or not, in the Conservative caucus gives that individual an inside track into receiving taxpayers' money? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Well, Mr. Speaker, she says that she came here to get an attempt to get information on a specific subject. Obviously, her little diatribe wasn't about that, but she should listen, because here is a real answer, and a real answer that's connected directly to the question that she had in the House of Commons. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to tell you, Streetlight Intelligence Incorporated is the developer and owner of innovative technology which reduces energy consumption for street lighting. It does so by reducing illumination during periods of low activity by remote and internet interfaces. The technology has been piloted in British Columbia with the support of BC Hydro. Under the Government of Canada's Clean Air Regulatory Agenda, funding was authorized for Natural Resources Canada to enter into contribution agreements for collaborative projects that demonstrate technologies that promise to reduce energy use. In the case of Streetlight Intelligence Incorporated, its technology could conceivably reduce the electricity consumption of streetlights by up to 50%. There are 4 to 6 million streetlights in Canada, and it's been estimated that the electrical consumption of those streetlights may make up to 30% of a municipality's electrical bill. Projects for this program are chosen on the basis of the potential energy savings and the amount of support leveraged from other stakeholders. In view of its potential to reduce energy consumption, Natural Resource Canada's Office of Energy Efficiency considered the proposal from Streetlight Intelligence Incorporated. As with any similar proposal, a panel of departmental program officers assessed the project under the criteria of the Energy Efficiency Standards and Labeling Program. It was determined that the project satisfied all program criteria as well as all other legal requirements of the Government of Canada. Once all the requirements were met and not before, and all documentation was received from Streetlight Intelligence, the contribution agreement was finalized. Thus, the project from Streetlight Intelligence Incorporated met all program and financial criteria, making it eligible for funding. A contribution agreement between Natural Resources Canada and Streetlight Intelligence Incorporated was subsequently completed, dated March 31st, 2009.
Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is a pattern, and that pattern is the lack of transparency, accountability, and honesty. What has transpired a month ago now becomes very, very important for people and Canadians. And they have been asking the question, what is this government doing? Last Friday, the Prime Minister, in regards to the Minister of Status of Women, said, I have referred the allegations of the Conflict of Interest and Ethics to the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner and to the RCMP. Yet this very morning, the same Ethics Commissioner said, and I quote, I have not had an official request from the Prime Minister to investigate anything relating to the member for Simcoe Grey. Why is it that this government in general and this Prime Minister in particular have such problems in clearly stating the truth? The well-paid spin doctors in the Prime Minister's office seem to have had their hands full, and I think it is important that statements be clarified. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Disappointed in the member opposite. I thought she was actually better than that, and I think she needs to understand that if she tries to smear everyone else, that she's just going to get the mud on herself. So again, Mr. Speaker, I just want to point out the proposal put forward by Streetlight Intelligence Incorporated, which is why we're here tonight, met all program and financial criteria under Government of Canada requirements. The potential for conflict of interest concerns was dealt with by all parties involved in the contribution agreement in accordance with legal advice. Because it was clear that Canadians would benefit from the proposal put forward, a contribution agreement was completed between the Government of Canada and Streetlight Intelligence Incorporated.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians have new words creeping into their vocabulary. Global synchronized economic downturn, recalibration, and listeria outbreak, rather than preventable incident. This carefully crafted spin attempts to remove blame from the government and instead imply action when little or none is taken. Mr. Speaker, listeriosis was a real tragedy that cost 22 Canadians their lives in 2008. And depending on what media advisory you read, was either an outbreak or a preventable incident. If the spin was outbreak, it implied an act of God and was beyond the government's control. If the crisis was in fact a preventable incident, it was absolutely in its purview. Mr. Speaker, following the listeriosis disaster, the government ordered a secretive inquiry into the deaths. Wetherell concluded, We cannot wait for another foodborne emergency to occur and more lives to be lost before we act. While there will be costs in implementing some of these recommendations, the costs of inaction, whether measured by the damage to individual Canadians' lives, lost revenues, and reputation for industry, or Canada's global competitiveness in an increasingly food safety conscious world, are far greater. There were 57 recommendations in the Weatherall report, including provinces should follow more strict safety rules, Ottawa should review the training of federal inspectors, manufacturers must design meat processing equipment that is easy to clean, and Canada's Chief Public Health Officer must take the lead in any future cases of foodborne illness. Unfortunately, the government ignored the chief recommendation, namely to have an independent third party verify whether there were enough meat inspectors. Mr. Speaker, this past fall, the American government warned Canada that its meat inspection procedures were too lenient. Had Canadians known, this would have caused us to wonder whether the current food safety regime was as effective as the federal government claimed. Unless Ottawa took action, Washington might have forbidden the import of Canadian processed meat. As a result, Canada's agricultural minister promised the government would spend $75 million over 3 years on meat inspection and would hire 70 new inspectors. Regrettably, in March, when I asked my question, it was over 2 years since the listeriosis tragedy and 8 months since the Weatherall investigation, and little had changed. While the government claimed to be moving forward, one of its most overused phrases, no additional inspectors had actually joined the front lines of food inspection, according to the Meat Inspectors Union. Cameron Prince, Vice President Operations CFIA, confirmed this fact in his clarification on how the agency would continue to move forward on the Weatherall report. He explained that CFIA had hired and was training 35 inspectors, and that an additional 35 inspectors would be hired over the next year. Mr. Speaker, if in the words of the minister, food inspectors don't grow on trees, why didn't he take immediate action to ensure enough examiners to avoid a second listeriosis outbreak? Moreover, what can another of Prince's comments actually mean? Namely, we have adopted a policy of enhanced inspector presence at all federally registered meat processing plants. Mr. Speaker, the federal government continues to have some explaining to do about Canada's food safety system. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As the House is well aware, this government is fundamentally committed to continuous improvement of Canada's food safety system. And in fact, this member knows that at the committee level, parliamentarians struck a very special committee on food safety. She participated in that committee, very public hearings, Mr. Speaker. We had many, many witnesses come in front of committee, and that committee published an excellent report with good recommendations that have been taken into consideration by this government. Immédiatement après l'éclosion de l'hystériose de l'été 2008, les procédures de dépistage de la bactérie Listeria et les...
The requirements have been enhanced. The Canadian Food Inspection Agency and the Public Health Agency of Canada have undertook a review of their activities and the measures took during the period in order to determine any shortcomings and address them, especially with respect to the health of and safety of food and foodborne diseases. The Canadian government took steps because Canadians and their commercial and trade partners must rest assured that the Canadians' action plan focuses on the health and safety of food. Health and safety of food in Canada remain a top priority for this government.
The government announced an investment of $75 million and committed to act on all 57 recommendations set out in the Weatherall report to strengthen our food safety system. The government is moving forward on all 57 recommendations and is making measurable progress. Health Canada, HoC, and the CFIA have taken collaborative action focused on prevention, surveillance, detection, and better emergency response. At this time, the majority of the recommendations are well underway,
ongoing or completed. A full report on the progress of the weather roll recommendations is available on CFIA's website at inspection.gc.ca. I invite my colleague to visit that site to make sure that she remains current on this issue. And Mr. Speaker, in closing, do you know who agrees that our government is on the right track? The Liberal member from Malpeque and the spokesperson for the Liberal Party on food safety said on March 15, 2010, and I quote, "I personally believe that our food is safe," unquote. Perhaps, Mr. Speaker, my colleague in the Liberal Party should listen to her colleague in the Liberal Party. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague will remember that his committee actually thanked me for my work on the listeriosis report. Worse than inaction was the fact that in March we were under a second listeriosis crisis under this government's watch. A University of Manitoba professor, Hawley, wrote a study in the Canadian Medical Association Journal in January that found Canada's food safety system to be broken. He concluded that inspectors should be going after the source of contamination in food processing plants rather than doing reactive calls after end-of-line inspections. Tragically, 27 Canadians have now died in two separate crises. What will it take for the government to make food safety a priority? How many more listeriosis incidents will occur before the government backs its spin with inspectors? In the spirit of accountability and protecting the health of Canadians, I call upon the government to table the status of each of the 57 recommendations made in the weather roll report. Thank you.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. As I just mentioned, the status of the 57 recommendations and their implementation is on the website that I just listed when I last spoke. The CFIA is dedicated to the task of enhancing Canada's food safety system and has implemented a range of initiatives as a result of the weather roll recommendations. And these include the hiring and training of 35 new ready-to-eat meat inspectors, instituting new requirements for the control of listeria in federally registered ready-to-eat meat processing plants, enhancing laboratory capacity and research into the development of rapid test methods, partnering with federal partners to identify new and better ways to deliver food safety messages to the public during outbreaks. But the member doesn't have to take my word for it, Mr. Speaker. I will conclude with another quote. The quote is, "I'd say they are good, and it's a pretty good system," Mr. Speaker. The person who said those two quotes was Bob Kingston, who's the head of the Food Inspectors Union, and he made those comments last month during media interviews. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a Liberal critic for Aboriginal affairs, I have been hearing from many of the affected groups and organisations concerning the end of funding for the Aboriginal Healing Foundation. But probably most importantly, we are hearing from individuals whose lives have been negatively impacted by the end of the funding. Individuals who are reaching out and finding help. Individuals who were on their healing journey. In Labrador, despite being excluded from the residential schools agreement, several organisations in my riding had obtained Aboriginal Healing Fund for work with former students. Those organisations were the Nunatsiavut government, which represents the self-governing Inuit of Labrador, and the Labrador Aboriginal Legal Services, which works with members of all three Aboriginal cultures in Labrador, the Innu, Métis, and Inuit. Both organisations operated important healing programs with this funding. People were telling their stories in a supportive environment. The programs were working, but it was only the tip of the iceberg. The programs were culturally appropriate. They were community driven. There were programs on the land. There were programs in the Labrador Correctional Centre. And again, Mr. Speaker, the programs were working. Throughout the country, projects funded by the Aboriginal Healing Foundation have worked with residential school survivors and Aboriginal communities to move beyond the residential school legacy, to provide healing and reconciliation at the individual and at the community level. Mr. Speaker, organisations and individuals across Canada have been very vocal in expressing to myself and all members of Parliament their disappointment that the recent federal budget did not provide for a continuation of funding. I share that disappointment, especially given that all Canadians and the Aboriginal people who have been served through the Foundation have received excellent value for money. The government's own December 2009 evaluation report, which was submitted to Indian and Northern Affairs, finds that, and I quote, AHF healing programs at the community level are effective in facilitating healing at the individual level and are beginning to show healing at the family and community level, unquote. The report went on to say that we recommend a continuation of Aboriginal Healing Foundation funding. Mr. Speaker, the Aboriginal Healing Foundation was an Aboriginal organization run by Aboriginal people for Aboriginal people. The cuts to AHF undermined the residential school's apology, the work of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and display an ongoing lack of understanding on the part of the Conservative government. We ask the Conservative government that the funding to the Aboriginal Healing Foundation be restored. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indian Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Aboriginal Healing Foundation is still operating. They began in 1998 with their program, and as of now, we still have 22 of their locations still operating. And where they are not operating, which has been in many parts of the country, even in that 12-year period, we have Health Canada funded clinics, most often community-driven in First Nations communities. We continue to have a moral and legal responsibility to continue to address the needs of all residential school survivors and their families. Funding is continuing, and no one will be turned away based on the qualification that they are a survivor or a member of their families. So what we've learned from the Aboriginal Healing Foundation have been very valuable lessons. There have been very valuable remedial actions, and that is going to be built into the Health Canada programming as well at the community level. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Labrador.
Mr. Speaker, it begs the question that if the Aboriginal Healing Foundation was doing so well, and if there were great lessons to be learned from the Aboriginal Healing Foundation, why would you change it? Why would now Health Canada automatically assume all of the work of the Aboriginal Healing Foundation? Something was being done, something was working, why change it? The government, by its own admission, says that it was working. And let's be honest here, there are going to be approximately 130 programs across this country which will evaporate because there will be no funding for them. These were culturally appropriate, culturally sensitive, community-focused programs. I asked the Parliamentary Secretary, what does he say to all those hamlets in Nunavut who had community-based programming? And we had to remember that the Inuit only came on 6 years ago under the Aboriginal Healing Foundation. What do we say to all of those communities, particularly those communities in northern and remote areas where there's a lack of presence of Health Canada? We had Health Canada in 1998, we have Health Canada now. We have the Aboriginal Healing Foundation because they were doing something different and appropriate, and it was working. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you again, Mr. Speaker. Much has changed in the last 12 years. Much has changed in the last 6 years. We have many agreements and understandings at the community level. We have community-level driven Health Canada funded programming. We have that available in over 600 communities across the country. We have a staffing that includes people involved in this field, which is 1/3 Aboriginal. We have over 400 Aboriginal people involved. So to say this is not community-driven or not sensitive to the needs of the Aboriginal community is incorrect, and I think what we're going to see is a transition that is going to work very well, and the responsibilities are well recognized by the government. Thank you.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24.